Hey, how you doing, everybody? Welcome to court. Um, we're going to address a couple things. There was a video from Cool Hard Logic that our friend Anthony wanted to bring up, and we were going to address that. I want to take a look and see if I got chat going. Okay, we are up, and yeah, would you do you think Anthony, how you doing, brother? Do you want to address what you think about this Cool Hard Logic, and then maybe we'll give it a roll through?
Are we not I thought we were killing 15 minutes before we started it.
Yeah, oh yeah, we could do that. I'm down for that. I mean, I've been definitely looking into some stuff with I mean, I always try to start off these shows with
Well, I got challenged by a Globie saying, "Yeah, go and respond to that." And I got it a couple of days ago, but I've been busy doing other stuff, so I've not really had any chance. But he reminded me last night. He said, "Go and have a look at that. Go on, let's see what you got to say." So I'm like, right, okay. I'll go and have a look at it. And when I saw it the other day, and I kind of skimmed through the questions, and I thought, well, they're not that difficult then. I thought I'll get round to it. And he reminded me last night, so I thought, all right, okay, let's do it.
Nice.
So
yeah, man.
Today was the day.
Good. Yeah, I've yet to watch the video myself, so maybe do you think Cool Hard Logic would object to us playing this video so that we could answer some of his points, or?
I have no idea. Just if we just take it to the point halfway through where he starts on his questions, that's where the critique then begins, doesn't it? So I don't think he can object on the grounds of fair use if you ignore all the bump at the beginning, the patronizing, condescending bullshit that he presents at the beginning.
Would that be his artistic content?
Yeah, that would be the stuff that he'd get a copyright over. So we'll ignore the artistic copyright bullshit and we'll go to the meat.
All right, so we got Cool Hard Logic. I'll tell you, maybe I'm not really into playing too much sound for these guys, of other people's stuff. Anyway,
well, if you just play the sound from like halfway through it on, he starts answering it or he starts asking his questions. Maybe you could just leave the questions on screen, and then we could address it on screen, so we don't have to play any of his stuff.
Yeah, that sounds.
But good. Then you do realize we'll be accused of cherry picking then.
Well, that's fine. I mean, Cool Hard Logic is always welcome, or any, he'd be welcome to come and share his thoughts.
Well, it'd be cool if he came in. I don't think he will. He's a Brit though, isn't he? He's an English guy.
I don't know. Let's see. Can you see what I'm showing here?
Yeah. It's about halfway through. So just go to about halfway through.
Okay. So, and right away we're already he's calling people flat tards.
Yeah.
So I mean, even
yeah, but you know what? I'd rather be a flat tard than a ball tard.
Complete list of flat tard contributions to human knowledge. See, this is I mean, you got to remember, there were a lot of people that were flat tards, right? I guess. Let's see, total solar eclipse.
There's nothing of value in this bit at the beginning. You can pretty much ignore it. Just get it to the first point. There's an eclipse. You want to watch this off air, like this. He's talking about how this is going to be a key date for North Americans because apparently it's rare.
Oh, August 17th.
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a totally believable animation from NASA because obviously that's what it really looks like.
Yeah. It's funny though. I always think shit. If something's funny, I can't help but to admire it. All right, so we got some questions. Why don't flat tards have the ability to predict these events and show the viability of their ideas in doing so? You want to address some of these right away, or?
I think we should wait until we get a bit more of an audience. Otherwise, we'll end up going back over it again. So let's just leave it on question 1 for the minute, and we'll come back to it. Once words got round a little bit, because otherwise we'll just repeat ourselves, man.
Yeah, well, that's all right too. I think we also have people that do go back and watch these, and I know that they're a little bit tough to sit through. I'd imagine to watch no one's going to watch an 8-hour hangout, but I'd imagine some people out there might. And so it's it's fine for me to wait or to get into it because I think we can always address these points. Yeah, I was going to make another Find something to talk about with the what was it? Okay, cool. Let me check out the chat. Nice. Shout out to everybody listening. Got Nitro, Michael. What's up, brother? And really, this is I'm just opening up the court. I feel like we have a couple of things I want to actually. This is what I was thinking of. Okay, so I started thinking about addressing this court issue and making this so that we could do court and we could do it properly, where we have the people provide the evidence, and like during these hangouts, we could set scheduled hearings. So we would do, like, let's say if someone made a claim and they wanted to call somebody out, we could essentially summons them and ask them and say, okay, like we could summons Cool Hard Logic. Now, whether or not he wants to come to the table and address it, I mean, I can't make somebody do YouTube community service for contempt of my court, but I think that, it would be a fair way to address these issues is to give people an opportunity. So let's say if you wanted to call somebody out, you could be like, okay, what time is it now? Eastern Standard Time, it's 1:10. So let's say you could put out another, you could put out a call to somebody to say, okay, hey, it's at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, let's meet up and address these issues. Now, both parties would then have to submit the evidence that they were going to use in regards to their presentation. And they would not be allowed, as per the rules of court, to bring anything into the discussion outside of what they'd already presented into evidence. And I think in this fashion, we could kind of get two birds with one stone, in the sense that we could discuss flat Earth, and also we could all learn a little bit about our court system that we all have to address at some point.
Yeah, how would you come to this, whatever the issue was, how would you come to the conclusion? Because if you make the decision, it's going to be considered biased, right?
Right. And great point. And that is where I would like to, if that is, if this, I would think and I would hope that from certain swaths of the baller camp, they would recognize that I'm fairly neutral in the sense of my approach to everyone, out there. Now, I have my own opinions, and when I'm in that particular opinionated capacity, I will execute my rights if that's the case. But as a judge, I would take it to step back and allow the two parties to handle it. And now, that could be done. And I think that would be good. Granted, I don't want, we could address those points in chat after such a confrontation were to occur. You know what I mean?
I think you're a bit too hot-headed. I think we need a different tactic, a different sided judge.
Well, here's the thing. I would go like this. I would say, I'm hot-headed when I'm in the heat of it. But if we're going to introduce court, and as I've said before, really the judge is the viewer. So that, check it though. If they felt slighted, right? If they felt slighted and they wanted to appeal, right? Because they said I'm a crooked judge and and this, that, the other thing, then maybe they could be heard under my boy Whatworld, who would act as the standing appellate judge.
I don't know. But how would you then deal with? Because obviously, I've seen them before where they say things like, "All right, who gets judgment? Does side A get judgment? Press 1. Side B get judgment? Press 2." And then you get idiots that are pressing 69 and 9.
Yeah, no. And that's why that's why the courts have a judge. That's why the courts don't even rely on the jury, despite everyone thinking that the jury matters. It's like, that's why the judge holds order. And that's where I would hope that I could display for our audience that I would not step the bounds of my opinions, much as a judge would do. And a judge may have varying opinions, but per the rules of the court, as a referee, he doesn't have the authority, and neither would I, to come to the aid of any argument that was brought before the court if court was actually in session at that particular time between two particular parties. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would be up to you. Like, it would be up. Like, I wouldn't favor your argument over, let's say, Curved Water's argument.
Oh, well, I'm not coming in then.
Well, and that's what I started thinking too. How about this? Is like, I started thinking, like, let's say we actually got it popping, where there was a lot of people. Now, what do you call it? There could be some court costs. So it would be the kind of thing where if you wanted to bring a case, you could reserve it. I was thinking about opening up like a Patreon or something for the court, so that the Patreon would be able to take in the funds for, so that if you were willing to make your claim and you're willing to put like $5 down on it, then you're going to come correct. You're not just going to come online talking shit. You're going to put $5 down. You're going to come with your information and you're going to handle it. And
I
if
guess
you,
so.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, bear with me 1 sec. I've got to grab this call.
Yes,
Technically,
sir.
I'm in work at the minute.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. And in that way, we could enlighten ourselves on what other people think and also the machinations of court. Now, granted, I would be, of course, it's up to anyone to tune in or to not tune in. But if we tuned in and we were, we could learn about court, we could hear these cases for ourselves, and then we could chat about it throughout the remainder of the hangout. And I think it would be interesting because this would be like the courts of old. If you have a problem with your brother, then you could try to address it with your brother. But if you cannot come to an agreement, if you wanted to come to this court, the case could be heard. So I think that we need to do a lot of learning, including how to maybe operate courts. I'm gonna look at the chat. Shout out to Twitwit, yay. Zern Music, brother, what's up? Forgive me. Spurs Chemo, what's up, brother? Turquoise Dragon, Turquoise Dragon has been hosting some hangouts for musicians. I think he might be doing a weekly gathering of musicians if anyone's interested. And keep an eye on Turquoise Dragon. And who else we got up in here? We got Sammy Jean. How you doing, Sammy Jean? Cirque du Sophism, yay. Who else? JC, what's up? And of course Nitro. Yeah, man. Yeah, so while we're waiting, we could look over maybe a little bit of this video. See, a lot of people that come out against flat earthers for questioning the
Bear with
system.
me, Arthur. I am still here. I'm just not phone. I'll
No
be
problem.
Back in 3 minutes.
Problem, brother. No problem. Yeah, like a lot of people that come against like flat earthers, it's like it's a weird social mix because you've got people that will believe anything on all sides of this conversation. You got people that will believe that that ISIS is going to attack Antarctica. You've got people that believe, nobody died on 9/11. So those are two different varying positions. Like you got one person out there that believes anything that's on the news. And then, and you've got the other person out there that believes nothing that's on the news and maybe, but they believe everything from another news site that they trust. And, this is where we start getting into the question of fake news. And then you also come into the realization that we have been allowed through certain acts by certain governments, like in the United States, the United States is allowed to commit propaganda or, to put propaganda onto U.S. citizens. And so as we get into this, we have our own responsibility to have these conversations and suss out what we think may be the truth. And at the end of most of those conversations, we may come to the revelation that we don't know anything. And that's not I mean, it could be a scary place for some people, but it can be a positive thing. So I just wanted to address that and know that if we're going to discuss these issues, maybe we do it in an orderly fashion. And it is my opinion that courts are the culmination and the best way to handle things. So anyway, brother.
I'm back.
Yo. So yeah, let's see here. We could nice. Shout out to Rebel. Shout out to Snack to the Future if he's out there. Shout out to Free Chan. All original Free Channers. Peace. Mr. Watson. What's up, brother? Okay, yeah, so let's see. We'll go through a little bit more. We started this up kind of talking about this video here from
Cool Hard Logic. Yeah.
And I guess he's making a claim here that we can't predict the eclipses and we can't predict stuff. So therefore, we can't predict the movement of the celestial bodies. Therefore, we must be not that smart. But, I got to shout out Ed last night who made a great point that, they say that there was a couple earthquakes that realigned it affected the axis of the Earth. All right, let's look this up so we can make sure that I'm not just coming outside of my face. So, earthquake effects, Earth's, what do you call it? Earth's tilt. So let's see here. So has any earthquake? Oh, wait a minute. So NASA says Japan quake may have shortened Earth days and moved the axis. And Ed raised up a very interesting point. Well, wouldn't they have to remeasure every star, recalculate every prediction? If the Earth had changed its axis by any degree?
I reckon Polaris would have shifted in the sky. Absolutely. I mean, you know what it's like when you're trying to like focus on something that's in the distance. You only need a slight movement, and that moves a lot. Axis, then you'd expect.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see this disclaimer. Oh, NASA's got disclaimers now. This material is being kept online for historical purposes. Though accurate at the time of publication, is no longer being updated. This page may contain broken links or outdated information and parts. Oh, so disclaimer, it's just being kept up for historical purposes.
In other words,
accurate at time of publication, it is no longer being updated. It says, so it's not updated. So like, if you're going to say something like the Japan's earthquake may have moved, the March 11th magnitude 9 earthquake in Japan may have shortened the length of each day and shifted Earth's axis. But don't worry, you won't notice the difference.
Well, did you see that one about the one that Jaron quoted? Apparently, the spinners. If we all got enough of these, these spinners, whatever, what everyone's buying these days. Apparently, if we got like 10 million of them, apparently we'd be able to change the gravitational field of the Earth or something, the orbit of the. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's it's interesting. I mean, I sometimes wonder. It's just such a trip to me that people are so down. I wonder what Cool Hard Logic thinks of that.
I think.
So okay, let's go back. Why do all aspects? Let's see here. Why do all aspects of eclipse prediction correspond precisely with Earth being a spheroid rather than a giant frisbee?
Hang on a minute.
That's his question.
Have you answered the first question? No, I've not even answered it.
Oh,
you've not moved on from the first, have you?
Well, I did a little bit just in the video, but why don't flatards have the ability to predict these events and show the viability of their ideas in doing so? Talking about eclipses.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why he's stereotyping us all as not having the ability, because I don't know. I mean, maybe there are new people that come to it that haven't considered it, that don't have the ability to predict these events, but it's quite clear that they are predictable, that that we do have the dates and the predictions for it, and we can work it out. You can just have to put it through the same computer process. It's based on a mechanical construct. You notice the patterns. So if you know that a certain car comes around the corner at 5 o'clock every night because he finishes work, then you can predict that, but same time tomorrow the car's going to come around the same corner and there he's going to be. So it's not as if it's based on orbital mechanics calculated to the millisecond. It's based on a construct, based on patterns, and it's repetition of the pattern over and over again, regardless of what shape the Earth is. The pattern repetition has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and the ability is there. A planisphere will tell you exactly where the moon will be any day, at any time, in any part of the world. I'm guessing Cool Hard Logic forgot about planispheres when he asked this question, because that's exactly what they do.
Well, I think that's kind of an interesting point, because I think a lot of ball earthers are not very tuned into history, and they've even in certain ways, like take the United States. We were talking with someone the other day who said that they believe NASA, but don't trust corporations and stuff. And it's like I look at it like, if you're gonna fall, if you're gonna be distrustful of one branch of something, you might as well study it for yourself. And I think those of us that have studied this for ourselves have had to go back through history and realize that there were men with ideas that were pushed away, like case in point, Nikola Tesla.
I agree.
You know, they a lot of people, if it wasn't for so-called conspiracy theorists writing books and fighting for the legacy of Nikola Tesla, chances are you wouldn't know about Nikola Tesla.
Agreed.
So,
Because,
okay. Oh, yeah, go on.
Because we never get told about the people that have done really good things in the world unless the good things benefit people that they shouldn't benefit.
Yeah, it's a little much. But yeah, I definitely find it weird that a lot of people that think they are, you know, that they know everything and that, well, NASA predicts this or these agencies can predict this. You know, Ptolemy with the geocentric Earth predicted a lot of things as well.
Yeah, and he was the one that did most of the observations that people stole from.
Yeah, and they based a lot. Yeah, it's. I mean, and then you have the what is it? The Meteorological Society uses the flat Earth projection.
Yeah.
In the U.S. anyway, and you know, I think why anyone thinks that, you know, the stars, like, because, you know, they talk about a celestial sphere, and we brought that up the other day. It's an imaginary sphere.
Yeah.
So even their celestial sphere, it's like it's a figment of their imagination that they think, you know, that we use as reference, and those that does not signify the shape of the Earth.
Not at all. Agreed.
Yes. So let's see. We've got our next his next point maybe.
I just need to sort this thing out. I'm kind of here. I'm just finishing off something before I.
Okay. Why do all aspects of eclipse prediction correspond precisely with Earth being a spheroid rather than a giant frisbee?
Why do all aspects of eclipse prediction?
Yeah.
Eclipse well, there's enough evidence out there already. I mean, there's people have been doing the observations of the moon during the eclipses, and Antonio Subrat has spent time on it. But if you look at the evidence, a lot of the times, a lot of the claimed evidence from the likes of timeanddate.com predict that the sun's going to do a certain thing, and it'll show in this particular way, and then it seems to be the absolute opposite, and it's almost as if they're laughing at us, as if as if no one's going to find it and notice it. So it's like, well, if they are predicting it, they're certainly not predicting it with us. They might be predicting it with themselves, but they're not predicting it with us because it doesn't seem to be right.
Yeah. Also, again, we're looking to the stars to tell us about Earth. That's like looking to the television to tell you about yourself.
Or looking to the internet to tell you what the weather's doing outside. I mean, I had actually Sean Hufford telling me that it was dry outside and it was fucking raining. And I don't know where he got his info from. It was from a website somewhere. And he was trying to tell me that it was raining. It was dry outside and there's no reason why. And I said, you know what, Sean, if I went outside with the camera and took photos of it or actually showed it raining on the lens, he still wouldn't believe me. So Sean would believe what it says on the internet before he would believe anything else. So yeah, you're right. A lot of people would look on the internet for an answer, and really, you need to get out there and do stuff yourself to work it out because it's not exactly like.
You got to think. A lot of people. I mean, we've had our families destroyed in this country, so the alternative is to look to television and those kind of venues to figure out any kind of semblance of self. I've talked about this before, where it's like, you know, a lot of, you know, from ever since like very young, unless you're homeschooling, you're sending your child to somebody else to go learn. And then, you know, throughout their whole life, they will always go to somebody else to learn, and they will not turn back. You know what I mean? To learn from someone who pushed them away, to go learn real stuff from somebody else. You know, and we have a disruption in our communication pattern. Like, how would you not trust someone who could go outside and show you it's raining?
Well, because he's found it on a website somewhere that he considers to be credible because he's typed in weather in the UK and he thinks that's the answer. But honestly, I said to him, if I went outside and showed you it actually raining, you'd still say that I was lying because that's just the way he is. But that's what he thinks is credible research, and people in his circles consider him to be good at research. And I'm like, well, you're not that good if you can't tell me what the weather's doing outside. But I like how he uses the word precisely. Aspects of eclipse prediction correspond precisely with the Earth being a spheroid rather than a giant frisbee. Well, to be honest with you, I don't think there's that much precision involved in anything because it may not be to do with the eclipse predictions themselves directly, but I mean, the harvest moon. Have you seen the harvest moon, where the moon's like 8-10 times bigger than what it normally is? And when I first saw that in like autumn of last year for the first time, and I never really noticed it before, and I was thinking, how the hell is that explained on either model? I mean, forget flat Earth for a minute. Let's just consider it on the heliocentric model. It was like 8 times bigger, 10 times bigger than what it normally is. And the only way that that's possible on the heliocentric model is if it zooms right into us and becomes very, very close to us and then zooms out. Oh, but there's crystals in the atmosphere. I don't know what the explanation is on the on either model, to be honest with you, but that reality there that we see the harvest moon, to me, screams creation. It's kind of saying, hey, science, come and explain this. There's no phenomena that you're going to be able to do to explain this away. And I have no issue in saying that the flat Earth model can't explain it. But you know what? Neither can the heliocentric model, because whatever happens on the harvest moon, when you witness it, you're with your own 2 eyes and you put it in your own, because we all know our own environment. We know where the sun comes up and goes down. We know where the moon comes up and goes down. And we look at it, and when you see the moon and it's like 10 times the size it should be, and it's like this color, not white, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, it looks to me like it's coming through a lens. That's the only explanation I could give. It looks like you're looking like the lens has moved towards it or moved away from it in some way. Maybe it's the firmament, or maybe it's some kind of beer goggles that you've got on at the time. But whatever's going on, it's an optical thing. And there is that. I'm sorry, there's no science that can talk about how that can even be explained, because it's so much of a variation. Keep your eyes open for a harvest moon in autumn. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I wonder. Let's see if we can get let me see here. Let's see, I'm trying to add some people maybe in the back chat.
Sure.
I was thinking of maybe throwing the link out in a little bit if anyone wants to join.
Yeah, throw the link out now, because essentially I can smell food, and that means my tea's not far off. It's like 6:30 in the evening here, so I'll have to take a rain check for 15 minutes or so shortly because of food reasons. But chuck somebody else in so we can fill the seats up and.
Yeah, we got let's see, we got Channel Q, who I'd seen a comment. Oh my God, how paranoid do you have to be to believe in flat Earth? I mean,
well, how indoctrinated or brainwashed do you have to be to accept that we live on a spinning ball when there's no evidence to show spinning and there's no evidence to show ball?
Okay, and also we're seeing over here, and yeah, I mean, how paranoid? Let's see, paranoid.
Not paranoid.
I guess. Well, I guess no, that's cool. Channel Q thinks that. Channel Q. I'm curious. Like, do you think that everything is just right in the world? Channel Q is just like everything is great. Let's see. Okay, so Charlie, Issa and Anthony are moving from the topic. Why have no FE managed to predict an eclipse? Is that English? Okay, so
We'll put it this way.
Actually, all the mariners of all the people, like, I think flat earthers actually have been predicting. In fact, I think that your model uses a flat Earth model to predict eclipses.
It has to, because it's mechanical by nature, and for this orbital mechanics thing to work out. I mean, put it this way: if we had $50 million a day to be able to create a program that did the predictions for us, I'm sure we could work it out. But we don't have $50 million a day to throw money at something that isn't really that important to the flat Earth model itself. But I'm sure if we stole all that money off the taxpayer, we really could come up with something that would look credible.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I wonder too. We don't have the, well, we have planospheres. They worked for a long time.
The planispheres work. You can predict all aspects of the solar system. You know where the planets are going to be at any one time.
So let's give homeboy, who created planispheres?
I have no idea.
Let's find out.
And they have them based on
so planisphere in astronomy. Okay, but who invented it?
It must be based on pure astronomy, because they work, and they don't work on two poles. They work on a flat plane, and they work on a single pole in the middle. Kind of like two CDs spinning against each other on a spindle.
Okay, so let's see the word planisphere, the star chart, science, planisphere.
And Channel Q, ignore the moon because it destroys your model. what part of the model does it destroy if we ignore the moon? We're not ignoring the moon. We're addressing
Yeah.
out, working our way slowly through the points that he brings
Yeah.
up and discussing them point by point.
Yeah, let's see here. So the planispheres were in 735 common era. Yeah, so yeah, the guy who made that, like, he probably looked at the Earth as flat, even though
Probably did.
let's see the definition of planning, because they're let's see. I want to see the
Well, planisphere comes from
hold
plane.
on, etymology. Well, they're saying it comes from planet now in Wikipedia.
Now, it comes from the word plane.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. So planning, and I can't seem to find it. Plan. Let's see. So we'll just look up plan. Let's see. Noun is a technical term derived from drawing, sketch, or diagram of any object. From French, plan, ground, plan, literally plain surface. There you go. From Latin, from how I got it, from Latin, planum, level or flat surface, noun, use, or adjective. So plan, right? Why would you put plani to mean anything if you were referring, if anything but referring to a plane surface?
It's like when they use the word horizon as part of the word horizontal, not curve.
Right.
Channel Q.
And check it out. I got it right here. Hold on. So from pi, root, pele, flat to spread. The notion is of drawing on a flat surface, meaning scheme of action design. First recorded 1706. And let's see, planter, to plant, from Italian planta, ground plan. So plan, Plan. So why would you put an I on that to mean anything but something referring to a plane? So the planosphere. So we are looking up at the sky, which is the celestial sphere, which is an object of our imagination. The fuck would people not understand?
It's the same as why would you call a horizon if it wasn't based on the word horizontal and it was supposed to be based on a curve? Wouldn't it be called a curveron or something like that? Channel Q says the moon. Oh, I just missed it there. The moon. What's he say? The moon being visible upside down in the southern hemisphere destroys any concept of flat Earth. Channel Q, you need to do a bit more homework. It doesn't. And there's a guy called Schmick. Planisphere debunks flat Earth. No, it doesn't make. You don't know what the planispheres do. The problem with the planisphere is it centers around like two CDs on top of each other. You're creating like a plane, two planes, but you have to do it in a circular motion. The southern planisphere, because it doesn't debunk it simply because the further out from the center you go, the more distorted they become. But we don't know how much they get distorted down south unless you live on a ball. Trouble is, you can still see the southern crux in places in the north that you're not meant to be able to see it if you live on a ball. So the fact that the planisphere works at altitudes above and below the horizon, above and below the equator, I'm sorry, that kind of proves that we don't live on a ball. If you actually use a planisphere, there's a common misconception as well with ball earthers about these. What are them things called? The name escapes me. The sextants. The sextants, yes. Apparently they don't work on a straight plane, a flat plane, but they do. They're based on a flat plane. You warp your mind to make it into a curve or a ball when you're interpreting what you see, but they're actually based on trigonometry, not geometry of a circle. They're based on trigonometry. And I don't know why people believe that they don't work on a flat. They work absolutely perfectly. It's total and utter ignorance at best, or just the sextants work perfectly.
Let's see. So we got Schmick. Schmick, do you guys want in? So we got Schmick and Channel Q talking in the chat. Do you guys want in? Or you guys, the usual? Is it going to be the usual? Not today.
No. They might want to come in because I'm going for some food shortly, so it'll be 2v1. I mean, you can gang up with ballers ganging up with one flat. I mean, who would not take that challenge up?
So Channel Q says, "I don't confuse a formal education with bullshit. I don't confuse a formal education with bullshit. I can find on the internet to confirm my bias." Well, then Channel Q, you can always come in and enlighten us. And so can you, Schmick. But like, because the thing is like planospheres, and then they try to throw an eye in. Do you see that? It's like it's kind of like this is. Oh, go on.
Let me just read that comment there from Mr. Drobot. I mean, he hits the nail on the head, and I don't get why so many people don't get this, and they still bring it up over and over and over again. Schmick, they rotate in that direction because you're facing south instead of north. You're absolutely right. I don't know what anybody that asks that question about why did they rotate in different directions, simply either hasn't worked it out yet or can't conceptualize it, because they're either new to it, which is fair enough. But if you've been in the game long enough, you realize that it's it's Flat Earth 101, isn't it? Out of the stars that get explained. If you've been in it for more than, say, 3 or 4 weeks, you get to know the answer. And if you don't know the answer and you've been in it for more than 3 or 4 weeks, then you've got to be trolling, because it's one of the first things you work out, or you ask and you find it out. And I'm not sure that these people are being sincere when they ask this question, because most people have been in it long enough to know that answer is totally and utterly explained away. Yet it keeps coming up.
Yeah, I don't think it's like the other day. Like, if forgive me, but if you've been in this conversation for more than, let's say, I mean, I've like, let's say you've been in the conversation for a year, maybe years, 6 months, or something like that. If you, especially in the conversation, like, you should have done so much legwork and study. And if you didn't, and you just completely dismissed it, as we've seen before, a lot of ballers just come in and they will just hurl insults at people, and actually not be able to back up their claims, or their evidence will be irrelevant. And it seems as though it's a vain attempt to be on YouTube, is what it is. It's the people who just have nothing to say. And therefore, they just want the attention for them and their friends as to come in and show their ignorance.
What you've just described is the feeling that I got with that. Was it Barbara that came in the other night?
Well, no, shout out to Brenda. I like Brenda.
Brenda. No, I'm not saying I don't like her, but I got the feeling that, I mean, she said that she'd been in the chat rooms and stuff, and she'd been around for a while, and she was asking questions based on Felix Baumgarten, Felix Baumgarten, whatever his name is. And I was like, why are you even asking them questions now? If you've been around that long, you should know these answers. You're asking really green questions as if you've just come into it. And I'm thinking, you can't be serious. I mean, you're being polite and you're being friendly enough, and it's almost sweetly patronizingly condescending, which I love that approach. That's a really cool approach because it's brilliant. But I was like, I'm not sure that I trust your sincerity here.
Yeah. I'd say, and that's the one thing I got a delay. I can appreciate the showmanship of wit and stuff like that, but it better be good. I don't know.
I didn't feel that she was sincere enough to be able to converse with her, to be honest. I'm amazed that you put up with her in terms of tolerating the perception of what she was, and by that I mean she was well spoken enough and knew how to press buttons and all. That's great. I love that approach. But the questions that she was asking were like, again, Flat Earth 101. It's like, why would you be asking such simple questions? I don't believe you're actually sincere tonight. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe she is sincere, but I got the feeling that she was trolling.
Yeah. She I don't know. She was nice, and I thought, I just when I sense it, I don't know. I trust myself. So, it's
I think when we look at these,
you got a mic or headphones or something, though? I got a delay or something. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, let me turn my gain
down.
Not
now, though. Oh, now I did. When you back away, maybe, or something. I don't know what it is.
I turned my gain down.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's it. Oh no, I still got it.
What?
Yeah.
Let me move it away. Hang on. All right, there's no way you're having it now.
Check. I still got it.
No.
Yeah, you need headphones.
No, I don't normally need headphones. Let me disconnect this and turn it back on. Hang on.
Cool. Yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, we could. I thought I maybe invited a couple people in the mix if they wanted to come. However, is there anyone out there that would like to join us? We were going through Cool Hard Logic's questions. I guess I'll pull those back up. Let's see. So, why do all aspects of eclipse prediction correspond precisely with Earth being a sphere? Well, we've shown that the planisphere has done that for years on years, long before any kind of computer models. So I think that question is kind of a moot point, Mr. Logic. Okay,
Well,
so we got right.
Well, they don't do it precisely, because if you look at what they predict when they do the path of the eclipse itself, when it takes the lovely little curve, have you seen how narrow they put that path? But in real life, people all over the planet see these things, and they're almost exactly the same. All right, it does change, but it's over thousands of miles. It's not over a couple.
No. You're talking about right, and you're talking. They're like, from what I've seen, a couple of instances of is that they have been wrong.
Yeah, they have been wrong.
Yeah, their predictions are not what they said they were, and they're almost just as good as a planisphere.
To be honest with you, Antonio's the one to address this. He could give you dates and times of exact things where they've got it upside down.
See, now I've heard and I know Antonio's addressed this, and it is an interesting point. It should be heard, is the notion of the telescope inverting the image. And if the telescope is inverting the image, now I think like I said, Antonio may have addressed that, but I just wonder if I don't know what we're looking at. It's so difficult. It's like any of this, and this is what's interesting about all of this stuff, is that I don't want to trust anyone. I'd rather go do it myself.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it appears that what Antonio was saying is correct, that they had it wrong.
They do have it wrong, but they claim that
they got it from the wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right, and the only argument I've heard is that the idea of that reversal. But it seems to me that I don't know why you would show a reversed image.
Well,
it doesn't compute for me,
The telescope idea is a logical assumption, right? And it's fair comment. But let's be honest, how many pictures do you see of the eclipse? And they're taken on smartphones, and they don't have any image flipping going on. And how many people actually have the hardware to be able to connect the DSLR to a telescope, and then produce the images from it? I mean, you may get the odd enthusiast here and there, like say, for example, but not limited to, Daz, the cameraman, for example. He's got access to a telescope. He may well do that. And in that circumstance, in that one instance, maybe not necessarily right, because you can flip it upside down with software to make it back the right way up again, which is what most people would probably do, because nobody wants to see it upside down. And that doesn't change anything, the conformity of the image or anything like that. It doesn't change the integrity of the image. It just flips it upside down. So most people, even if they did get these telescopes and they got their images on a computer, they would still flip it upside down to make it the right way up, to show it the way everybody else saw it. But yeah, it is possible that a telescope may cause that, because I've used a telescope myself before, but I don't buy that. I think most people would flip it to make it look the way it was.
Yeah, I think they probably got caught and they're scrambling, and I sometimes wonder, like, if it's just becomes so absurd, and that's what I think people want to do, is they want to make this line of questioning appear absurd.
Well, they just want to fragment it as bullshit as they can. The more they can segregate and fragment it, they'll do it. And this is probably one other way of doing it. Just hope that nobody notices it.
Yeah. Let's see. We want to move on a little bit. So I would invite, is Cool Hard Logic on Hangouts? Let's see if he's here.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Let me see. Let's see if he's here. Cool Hard. Did you spell it one word or all three?
Oh, it's all one word in it with capitals.
All right. love to. Let's see here. Nope, can't find him. But hey, yeah. Shout out to. Let me go back to the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna hit up the. We'll hit up the next line of questioning. Yeah, we got John Watson, Tinfoil Hatter, Sammy Jean, Dawn Treader UK, Om 00000. Spurs Chemo, Zer Music, yay, No One's Flower, Rock and Roll. P Mars, 5,000. Yo, P Mars is offering $5,000 for flat Earth evidence, everybody. Joey Silva.
P Mars, if you want to give that $5,000 to a mutual trustee and on trust, I'll get you the evidence. You won't accept it, but it'll prove it. 5,000 flat Earth evidence, because I don't think you've got it. But if you put it in a trust account, it shows there is zero curve.
He's got it. I'm sure he's got it. He's a gambling man. Let's see.
Put your money where your mouth is, and I'll do the same, and we'll see who comes up with the evidence of flat.
All right, so we're not getting many takers. We'll go to the next point in
Cool
Logics, and then if anything, then I'll put out the link when we're done. Okay, so next line of questioning. So we've already showed that there are not all aspects of the clip.
Hey, P Mars, if you haven't got the 5,000 P Mars, it's the pink slip for your car's fine. We'll do that.
Yeah. So what do you call it? We've proven that there is a element of. I just want to address this point. Is that there is an element that not all aspects of eclipse prediction correspond as precisely as you might think under the projection of Earth being a spheroid.
Well, we didn't really give evidence, but we just cited Antonio's our authority. Just go back to that last paragraph there. Then keep that one on.
Which one here? This one here?
Yeah.
You want to bring up some other stuff?
No, I just want to address this. Why do what? Oh no, sorry. The next, just press play, so it'll bring up the next one.
Yeah. I'm saying that's what I was saying.
But it's in this question 3 is in 2 parts. He makes a bold assertion in the first place, and then he follows it up with a question in the second state.
Okay, so question 3: given that you've had the amount, given that you've had the same amount of time as the rest of humanity to figure this out. ... Wow, we must be so smart.
Just hang there though, because I mean, let's play fair. Yeah, we may well have had the same amount of time as the rest of humanity, but let's be fair. We've had no money, and people have only started waking up very recently. I don't know what the trigger point was, but people are only waking up now, and with really no money, we're challenging what the science is, and we're finding out that the science isn't what they tell us it is. Now, that don't mean it's necessarily flat, but it does mean it's not a ball. Having the same amount of time, time's not really the concept that you should be comparing it with. It's money. It's a bit of money.
Is this his question? What exactly is the moon?
Yeah, and he emphasizes the word exactly. Well, that makes me ask back. Well, do you know what is exactly the moon?
That makes me think this guy's just a troll.
Yeah, he is a troll.
Because I mean, yeah, you know what I mean, an intellectual troll. Like, probably to himself. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand is you're probably trolling yourself too, bud. Okay, so question 3: what exactly is the moon? Is it a spheroid? Is it a disk? Is it transparent on a part-time basis? How do you know any of this? Citation needed. Oh, and name your finest astronomers.
Well, let's just start with let's start from his position first. I mean, I think if you're going to ask that question, you're going to have to be pretty confident that you know the answers yourself, because otherwise, how can you challenge them anyway? I mean, is it a spheroid? Well, you tell me what exactly is the moon as per your model, and let's just check the credibility of your evidence first, because you're the one that's making the assertion that it's a lump of cheese in the sky. So let's just check the lump of cheese in the sky and see, does it measure up? What evidence is there of the backside of the moon, for starters? Because that will prove the spheroidness of the moon itself. Oh, wait, hang on. There is none. There's only the epic footage and a couple of other grainy images that they tell us is the backside of the moon. There's no credibility in any of those, though. I mean, yeah, there may be images that they tell us is the backside of the moon, but come on. let's be honest. There is no evidence of the backside of the moon. So how could you tell us that it's a spheroid if there is no evidence of it?
Let me see. I'm gonna add. Let's see if the infamous one, the gorilla, in the jungle of passion and trap music. My brother Timmy Osmond. See if he wants to come through up in there.
You might bully me though.
That's all right. You can handle it.
Do you know what I'll do? I'll cry off because my tea's going to be ready imminently. I can smell food and it smells fit. But I'll just pretend I'm a victim. I'll pretend I'm a victim so that I can just leave.
All right.
You might get a little happy hard on with it, like.
Let me see here. Let's see. Where is I'll tell you, I'm gonna put the link out there if anyone wants to join. Joey Silva. Yeah, I'm a troll indeed. Yeah, I roll with the trolls because I've always been friends with bad guys. That's how it goes. Let's see here. Let's hit it, Bubbles. Link is in the chat if you'd like to join us. Feel free. Whoa.
So let's go back to the question 3 whilst we're waiting for others to join. Is it a spheroid? Well, I don't know how anybody in the heliocentric model can prove anything about the moon, because if they could prove anything about the moon, there just wouldn't be any question about it.
Did you say you're friends with bad guys?
What's up, brother?
Hey, bro, I'm at work. I just want to check in and say hey. And who is this guy talking about the moon, not knowing the composition of the moon? Who's that?
Cool Hard.
Yeah, we know the moon is a sphere. Because
okay, hold on, Pete. We're at one question at a time.
Sorry.
Hold on, one second. Let me figure out what's this guy.
Cool Hard Logic.
All right,
okay, yeah.
Cool Hard Logic.
I'm gonna have to check that video out. I just wanted to say hi, Issa. You're the man, bro. I gotta bounce. Much love to you guys.
Yo, brother, bless, man. Yeah, good show last night. I caught a little bit of it. And yeah, man, good stuff, brother. I like you doing your stuff too. Shout out to the Validation Boy. If you don't know, now you know. Check out Validation Boy. And yeah, brother. Yeah, you know, you're always welcome, man. If you get off and we're still on later, come through.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, keep it bad, guy. You look like the Dana White of Flat Earth, bro. Peace.
Later, guys.
Later. What up, P? So the moon is a sphere, P. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, we can see 58 or 59% of the surface because of this thing called lunar libation.
I believe it's 52 to 53. Citation?
Google it, man.
What would you like me to Google then while I check your source?
But P Mars, what's the moon made of? I feel like this is a good one. Oh God, Riley, I just figured this out. Yo, what's the moon made of, P?
I think it's made of cheese.
Hold on, I got it. Stop.
I don't know. I mean, like.
Oh, let me guess. Is it called moon rock? Fucking idiots.
Space dust.
Moon rock. Yeah. No, is that what you guys call it? Like, you know, like I don't know. It's just funny to me, you know.
Cosmic dust.
It's made of moon rock. They're just like, you know, it's like, hey, yo, and what's Jupiter made of? Oh, Jupiter's made of Jupiter rock and Jupiter gas. Jupiter gas.
So PMAS,
made of Cyclone B, dude.
What's that? Is that the drug they just put you on? What's good?
No, that's the drug that the Germans used to kill the Jews, or the gas.
Oh, got it. Is that where the crazy eyes comes from?
That's why they call it Jupiter. Bad joke.
Forgive me. I'm not into. Yeah, I got to learn more astronomy jokes.
So PMAS, about this moon, the sphericalness of the moon. What was the word that you wanted me to look for?
Lunar libation, I think. Tim spelled it. Libation is like a drink. Whoops. Libration.
Good librations. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, it does say 59. I stand corrected. I thought it was 52 or 53. It's more than I gave credit for. So, what object do we know that could give us that effect if it was 59%?
What, like a shell? I don't know.
Well, but a plate, a dinner plate would allow us to see around it. The lens of a bulb, as in like a focal lens of a bulb, or a disco bulb.
Pretty clearly a sphere.
Well, how would you know? You can't see the side that you need to see to confirm that figure.
Because we can see 59% of the surface. So
yeah, but we can see 59% of a disco bulb as well. So that doesn't make it a ball.
What? Like if it's a disc?
No, like a.
What else would it be?
Well, think about it: a flashlight bulb or a disco bulb in the old incandescent disco bulbs before they got LEDs. See more around a ball in the same way that you would see more around a normal bulb, a disco bulb. So it's like seeing the backside of the moon, what shape it is. We need to see the backside of the moon, and I don't believe the imagery that they give us is credible. It looks like it's completely and utterly made on a computer.
Yeah. Also, do you agree? Let's say, Pete, just anyone out there, no disrespect to any agencies or whatever, but like, do you believe? Do you trust NASA went to the moon?
I don't know, man. I think it could be fake.
Right, and so if they're the only agency that has supposedly got around the other side to see it, and they're telling us it's a sphere, like why do we believe them? Like, you know, we don't know. Like and it's like I granted, like if I were to look at it like from one sense, I could understand why someone might think it is a sphere. But however,
right,
we don't know, and that's what I think a lot of people. Well, that's what a lot of people don't let. Flat earthers, they don't recognize about flat earthers is that we're logically deducing that there's no way for us to know. And for anyone to call us out on that, like you're an intellectual midget.
Okay. Well,
like,
I mean,
not you, brother. I'm just saying, like anyone that calls us out, like we can't know. You know what I mean? I understand you're coming with the math, and I'm willing to talk it out.
Right.
I'm just saying.
I'm saying, like, if you can look on the surface with a telescope and see like 59% of the surface, it's probably, I mean, it looks like it's a ball, man. Like, I don't know what else. I don't get Anthony's explanation. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I mean, I don't know. A lot of flat earth things don't make sense to me. Like, I've listened to people talk about how a gyroscope proves a flat earth for days, and I still don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. Do you understand?
About. Okay, check it out. I'll explain that to you. Well, like,
no, you won't. Please don't.
No. Well, no. I'm just trying to say, like, the reasoning of why people are going down that road of thinking is because if we were moving static in space and the Earth was spinning, that it would be detectable in the gyroscope. But now people try to say that I would imagine that general relativity somehow is affecting that in relationship to, and that could be one of your arguments if you wanted to add it to your repertoire, is the idea that general relativity won't allow it to. But now the point, and granted, I'll give you that at that point in the conversation, I'm like, interesting. I have to do some more studies. But I get intellectually why it begs the question. And that is the thing that flat earthers are raising, is what we're doing. And this is something I wish, what I'm doing or whatever, and what I look at flat earth as in my head, is it's people questioning. And to say we know is to be just as ridiculous as to trust any agency that tells you they know the weight of a star. It's like, just to say, okay, like, oh, we know it's this. No, we don't. And I had to come through that stage too. You know, so I respect all the trolls, and that's why I actually respect all the people that say, no, because you need that, because it reinforces who you really are. Like, I think about it, like, I remember I used to think, oh, like, I used to play music and I'd want to impress somebody, right? And then, like, you know, or something. And then, or, you know, or I hope they like my whatever. I hope I'm good enough for this particular person. But then I hang out with that person and I find out everything that they like is shit to me. And when I have to recognize that there's a distinction there. In my head, I had set this person up to think that, oh, they're cool and they know about this, that, the other thing, only to find out that they're actually not even as cool as me. in my book. You know what I mean? And that's where we have to recognize that we just are asking the question and saying, hey, look, dude, we don't know. But we also can't go down the road of like trying to explain something that we don't know. You know, we don't know what the earth is shaped. We don't know what the stars are. Don't be mad at me because I say I don't know, please. Because that's like, it's the height of ignorance to be mad at someone. And if you show that, it just saddens me.
I have no problem admitting I don't know all the answers. I'm always asking questions.
Yeah, brother, go on.
No, it's cool. P. Mars, if you don't understand the ball argument in terms of the backside of the moon from when I explained it, imagine that I had a football in my hand and you knew it was a football. You would know that it's round or spherical, right? But if I had something in my hand that was like a rugby ball and I turned it on its side so that you were looking at a round ball, but you didn't know that it was a rugby ball, you just thought it was a football because of the angle you were looking at it, then you would think it was round. You would think it was spherical until you changed your angle and realized, oh shit, it's got depth to it. So it must be an egg. And then you realize it's got depth on both sides. And you think, oh, fucking hell, it's a rugby ball.
Yep.
So can you see how the changing of the angle then makes things different? And we only see the moon from one angle.
No, we don't. We see it from multiple. Like you can see it in the northern and southern hemisphere. You can see it flips.
Yeah.
So that's two different angles we're seeing it from.
Yeah, but it rotates.
So it's clearly a sphere. I don't even understand what you're saying at all. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm stupid.
Hey, yo, how about this, P? It's got like a cylinder.
That's the exact one I was just about to get.
Yeah, pull it up if you got it, because I'm on. Like, if you can pull it up, if you mind, and I'll share you.
Do you want me to drop it into the chat?
Or you could just drop it into the green chat. You're saying?
Sure.
Or the which chat are you on here?
I'll screen share it.
Yeah, just do that. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you see it?
No, we're just seeing your face, I think.
Oh, hang on. Maybe I missed the button. Hang on. No, I am presenting to everyone, apparently.
Huh. Oh, let me see here.
I mean, everything we see in the sky is a ball.
I'm not seeing it.
Let me try reconnecting it. Hang on.
But I don't think that proves that we're on a ball, right? But it's good evidence.
Oh, there you go.
All right, P-Miles?
No. But here's the point, though. This is what Flat Earth is ultimately saying, man.
P-Miles, can you see that?
Okay, yeah.
Can you see that if you're looking at one side of it and you can see a ball, the side that's like to the right would indicate it's clearly a ball. And I'm saying that, well, we don't see the angle that we need to see to rule out that it's not a rectangle, which would be the opposite angle. And you're saying, well, it rotates in the night sky. Yeah, but it only turns like a Catherine wheel. It doesn't like rotate like a planet on an axis.
You think we see it from one angle, and we don't. We see it from multiple angles, and everyone sees a ball. Like, and everything is consistent with a ball. I don't understand what the problem.
We don't know that it's a ball. This is what I mean. We're all seeing what we see. If it was a ball, we would be able to work it out by seeing the reverse.
We can see it, dude. We can see 60% of it on nearly, right? And it looks like a sphere from multiple angles. Like, and the light hitting it looks like a sphere. Like, everything looks like a sphere. I don't get the problem.
Hey, P. Mars, do you respect Plato?
I mean, what do you want to talk about? Plato's cave?
Well, no, I'm talking about Plato thought the Earth was a square.
I don't respect Plato, Aristotle, or who was the other one? Socrates. I don't respect them three philosophers at all.
Well, I think they were I think they were probably abused. I mean, I've got a lot of, because I look at it like, look at it like this: the whole pedestry, the whole pedant, whatever they call it with the kids, where they raise up the kids and they raise them to be scholars and they also molest them the whole fucking time. And it makes me think of like, that's where all this comes from, is this emanation that you like and these people that practice that, and that they're still in charge. And those people are the ones that would have you believe all this bullshit, in my opinion, And that in that sense, I mean, you know, are we not falling victim to a trick of a you know, been played on us from a bunch of you know, weird people, man. Like, you know, they want you to believe that you're spinning through space. I mean, I don't freaking know. And it just it formulates nihilism to me. I mean, we could have that philosophical discussion. I'm not going to go there. But like, you know, this is like, you know, these people, but also there was varying opinions. Plato thought we lived on a square. Just saying.
PMARS, if the cylinder in the middle of the picture was replaced with a pear, and you were looking at it on the bottom side of the pear, you would look at it and you would see a round shadow on the wall, and you would believe that it was round. And if you got a little bit of angle either side of it, you wouldn't get enough of an angle to see that it was a pear, but you would still think it was round. But it's only when you get to the opposite angle you realize it's not. Can you see how that would be?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just don't think this is like represents what we're seeing with the moon, because we see it with multiple angles. So.
Oh, right, okay. So if you don't agree that it represents what I was saying, what do you think, Isa? Do you think that this is an unfair reference, or would you say it's a fair reference? PMARS literally, he doesn't agree that this is representative of the moon that we see from our perspective.
Oh, that image? Well, I mean,
because we see multiple angles and people see the same thing.
Well, yeah. Well,
but we don't.
Yeah, that begs the question, man. We don't know, man. That's the whole thing, is we don't know. It's like, again, like, what's the moon made of again?
Cheese.
You know, moon rock. That's what they fucking tell you.
No, it's made of cheese. Stop! Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, to answer, and I'm just going to bring it back to where we started with this cool hardness, is the idea that you know, what is the moon made of, and you know, why is the moon a sphere? And I'm, you know, I think that's a fair answer for that, whether or not P. Mars agrees.
Well, unless I see evidence to the contrary, I'm going to go with the moon's made of cheese, because unless somebody can prove what it's made of, then what else do you believe? I mean, it could be made of absolutely anything.
Yep.
So do you want to flick on to the next question?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Let me, hold on. Let me get homeboy in here real quick. Am I sharing right now? So just watch that for me. Is there an ad or some shit?
No, you got the
Oh, sorry, or forgive me, I forgot you guys are watching the screen.
It's okay.
So question 4. Tim, 1 second. For those who think the moon is transparent on a part-time basis, how does your transparent moon block light from the sun during the solar eclipse? And I will answer this, is that I don't think that it's transparent or something, or I don't know, because I was looking at the moon the other night, and it was only a sliver. It was just beginning to come, you know, to open up after the new moon, I believe, and it was just like you could see the whole backside, like that whole. I could see the whole moon, which I found, you know, yeah.
I'm sure Tim's just coming in to snipe me. I'm sure that's all he's going to do.
Tim? No, yeah. Tim don't. Me and Tim are all good, man.
No, he'll snipe me just because I was answering him back on my own post.
Oh, right, yeah. If you know, Tim,
well, if he's going to snipe me, he may as well just do it at the beginning.
No, I don't think. Well, no, I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he should. I don't think also you would have the right as of yet. And I'm just going to say this on Tim's behalf, to say that Tim would do that, because Tim does not do that. Tim has never sniped me, because he's always been a friend. He's been a friend of mine out here on the internet, in the sense that we have a mutual ethic where I respect that brother regardless of his opinions, and I don't think he would do that. I don't think he would snipe you. And
maybe.
I want to speak in his defense, because I don't expect that kind of behavior from Tim at all.
I don't know Tim. I've never spoken to him. Or
yeah,
met him.
exactly. If you've never spoken to him, it's like, you know, when he comes, or you know, when he joins us, I would like to introduce you. That's what I tried to do. I did that on Big Dread's channel as well. I tried to introduce him. It just
is he an English guy or an American guy or what?
He's a man. He's a man on the earth, man. I don't even know. I'll let him speak for himself.
He's American.
Yeah, what up? Well, God knows what he is. You know, I'll let Tim speak for himself. Link is out there.
I think he might. I think he might be a
yeah.
Russian spy though, with a
Hold on,
really
did you
good
get-
American accent.
I gotta make sure that Tim I think, yo, check it out. I think David Weiss unbanned Tim last show, so that channel should be good, brother. Just so you know, he might be busy too, but I wanted to make sure you got the link. And but yeah, I don't like a lot of people. Oh shoot, I'm screen sharing everything, huh? All right, cool. Oh my gosh. All right, so back to the thing at hand. Let's see here. I forgot I was screen sharing and everything. Okay, cool. Let's get back to this questionnaire.
Just while you're doing that,
hold on 1 second. And then we've got all kinds. Let me see.
just while you're doing that, P-Bars, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
What have I got? What am I holding in my hand?
An ostrich egg.
Could be. Not like the moon. Is that kind of how we see the moon?
So we addressed this, right? That we don't think the moon is transparent.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been asked the question before. I've never really thought about it, to be honest.
Right.
So I don't know is the answer.
We can bounce radar off it.
What's your opinion on it?
Who?
Yours.
What's my opinion on the moon?
Yeah, transparent.
I don't know. I don't see how it could be transparent. Maybe it is transparent, but I've never really noticed it. I've never really thought about it, or not. It's not come to my attention that it's something that we should consider. I've not seen it. Do I think it's transparent based on what I've seen? No, it looks opaque. It looks opaque because it looks like it's self-illuminated to me. But P-Mars, yeah. What have I got in my hand? What does it look like?
I don't know. What, a moon? Is that what you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Well, would you say it's a ball, or would you say it's a flat disc, or would you say it's something else? What does it look like? Based on the information you can see.
It looks like a ball.
Looks like a ball. I'd agree with that. That's a fair comment. We see this with the moon, right? We see the shading around the edge of the corners that makes it look like it's got 3 dimensions to it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see what it actually is?
What, a disc?
It is. This is another angle of the same thing, and just put it next to a concave plate that just to give it a bit of perspective. It's similar sized. Does that tell you it might be a ball at that point? Or does it look like it might be something different because it doesn't conform to the shape of a ball around this corner?
Yeah, it looks like a dome now.
A dome, right? So now you've seen a little bit more of it. Now you can paint more of a picture. And now I'll show you what it actually is. There it is. This thing on the left. But can you see how you need to know more information before you can say with any certainty what it actually is? Because the first picture made it look like it was a ball. The second picture made it look like it was flat edged to one side. Now you know what it actually is. You can say,
Yeah,
oh, yeah, shit.
We have angles of the moon like this. That's how we know it's a sphere. Because people looked at it exactly like this. This is how we know it's a sphere. So I don't understand what your issue is still.
Well, do you agree that people in Australia, in relation to other people at the opposite side of the globe, see it upside down, but they don't see any more or any less of it other than a couple of %?
So?
Well, it means that if you're looking at if you're on one side of the earth over this side, and I'm over here and looking at the same thing, I'm going to see a slightly better edge on this side, and you're going to see a slightly better edge.
Dude, it means we see it from 2 different angles. I don't understand. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, but we don't see it from 2 different.
Oh my god!
We see
Dude,
it.
I can't.
We see it from 2 different angles, but we don't see anything different. We see the same thing.
Well, we have to agree to disagree because I think you're insane. Okay.
Really? Okay.
Really.
So insanity is based on the observation that we see the same thing of the moon, just a slightly different angle. That's defined as insanity. Okay.
Well, I mean, we see it from multiple angles. You want to say we don't? I can't help you. That's insane to me.
No, you're missing the point. I accept that we see it from different angles, but what I'm saying is we see the same thing. Even though it's from different angles, we see the same side of the moon. The moon is in a different angle because it's rotated like on the horizontal or the vertical, whichever one.
That's how we know it's a sphere. Exactly.
No, because I see it like that, but then you see it like that. But that doesn't mean you're seeing the opposite side of the moon. Dude, that's what it is. That's how it's represented. And somebody else will see it like that.
Hold on, let me share this. You guys want to, or let me show you the. I'll give you that one. You want to share that real quick? Forgive me to not see it.
Sometimes I just wonder to myself what these things actually have to do with the actual objective shape of the Earth. Like, is the moon a concave surface? Is it 70% a ball? Maybe you just don't know. We've never seen the dark side of it. What does that matter, dude?
Well,
do you think? Hold on. Real quick though? Do you think that a dinner plate going above us would not get oblong as it gets further away?
Depends on how far away it is.
You think it would keep it? Well, we're talking thousands of miles. It has to travel on a flat plane thousands of miles above our head. First of all, it doesn't change in angular diameter throughout that whole travel.
Well,
and then it sets from bottom up.
Well, hang on a minute. So let's just explore. So you've made numerous points there. I mean, would you agree that that's now upside down to what it was a minute ago, right? My hand was at the bottom before.
I wasn't watching, but really, this is just a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with anything.
Well, it does, because P. Mars was making the point that we see the moon from different angles, which I do agree with, but we see the same thing. It's just rotated slightly. So you see it one way on one side of the Earth, and I see it around the other side of the Earth, like this way, but we see the same thing. It's just rotated slightly. You get a little bit...
Exactly, yeah, it goes exactly with the sphere model. What do you mean? What's the contention?
If you think about it, if it's supposed to be orbiting the Earth, you would see it at 90 degrees to my 90 degrees, and we would have a totally different angle. But that's not how we see it. We see it flat planed, and we see it basically Catherine wheeling across the sky. That doesn't mean that we're seeing around the side of the ball. If it was a ball, and you were looking at it on one side, and I was looking at it on the other, you would see basically a variation of around 45.
We're not seeing the other side of the actual ball, dude.
Exactly.
You're just, it's total misconception here.
No,
you can bring up a picture of like I mean, obviously we're talking about an object that's 200,000 miles away, and yes, it does flip from hemisphere to hemisphere.
Yeah, but
so this is exactly everything that we see, that we observe, is exactly what we'd think to observe on the sphere model. You guys have absolutely no debunks at all.
Hold on, though, Tim, check it out, though. Did you see what's up, brother? Did you see the picture that he put up with the square and the circle and the images against the wall? The idea of what is truth versus. Do you mind pulling that up again, Anthony?
Sure.
Like, because here's the I mean, if we were gonna look at the, some of this stuff, it just reminds me of this. It's like we can talk about there's two different ways to look at Polaris even. There's two different ways to look at a lot of this information. And I think that's all we're doing is begging the question and making conjecture. What I don't like is when people then go off.
That's terrible. You shouldn't admit that you're completely being fallacious. That begging the question is a fallacy, first of all. So you're begging the question. You're trying to improve your arguments on a fallacious argument to begin with, which is just polishing a turd. Seriously.
Well, no, but what we're proposing is that we don't know what these suckers have told us, man.
Well, I looked up real quick, right, about this moon shape, and the terminator of the moon, the boundary between the day side and the night side as viewed from Earth, is always arc-shaped. Only spheroids could show such an edge in any orientation. So
no, but hang on. Have you actually tested what you just said? Hang on, you just made it.
Yeah, you do this every time. No, you do this every time, Anthony. Seriously, every time someone says something like an observation that you could go do yourself, you just dismiss it by that.
No, I haven't dismissed it. Whoa, hang on. I haven't dismissed it. I've asked, has anybody actually tested it? Because I've tested that and I've seen what the reflection of a light source on a sphere does. Now, does it do what he's just described? The answer is no, it doesn't. How do I know? Because I've tested it. It doesn't do that. If you shine a light onto the sphere and then look at the shadow of it, it doesn't do what they've just described in that whatever paragraph you just
So
read.
do you know, I didn't read anything, but do you know what umbra and penumbra is, first of all?
Sure.
Okay. So do you think that the moon phases have anything to do with the shadow of the Earth?
No, I think the moon phases are somewhat magnetic, caused by the sun's position, the proximity of the sun in relation to the moon.
Why do you have to resort to such word salad nonsense that you can't justify in any possible way? When really we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater with this whole flat Earth thing. Like, you guys really need to go back to the heliocentric model and learn it, because there is a lot to learn. First of all, it's very intricate. Second of all, and third of all, it's complete misconceptions because of depictions and things like this that we see on conspiracy videos. That's all it is, guys.
I don't know. I mean, to me, brother, it looks like there's a lot to be talked about with some of this, especially like yo, Tim, you could agree, at least from the fairness of the idea of looking at it, like, you understand how certain people have differing opinions on the governments at play right now, and like the stories that we've been told. And it's not that even like I think that government is bad, right? I mean, I understand that like government has to rule over the monsters, you know, the humans. So therefore, it's like there is this need for it. But these particular fairy tales, as I cite them, I have a hard time justifying, because I look at it like, hey, maybe we're better than this, brother.
But Issa, the government has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude.
Well, no,
You
but
know,
check it out like this. The conversation has brought, if it is the truth that it is a sphere, brother, we will get there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but I say you've been on so many different panels over these, year and a half or year that I've known you. Like, I've been on panels with people that literally get explained things, and then they go and talk their nonsense the next day, and they learn nothing. They just completely deny everything. And what we see is just the heart of dogmatism. And really, who cares what you guys believe? I really don't care that you guys believe the Earth is flat. But in the face of being objective and being truthful, I will say what I think, and it's not flat. There's no evidence for flat at all.
Well, yo, and you're entitled to that, especially on my channel. And I would hope you know, brother, that that's not my attitude. You know, like you said, it's like I've learned well enough to maintain a semblance of neutrality, and also at the same time keep my opinion, you know, close to my vest. You know,
You try to be, you almost try to be, but I mean, you can go and watch yourself like the other night with Matrix Decode. The Matrix Decode, first of all, let's
I
talk
agree.
about him real quick.
I handled that poorly. And my
Let's
respect
just say this guy
and
has
yo,
been,
Anthony, can you mute or something? Because we're getting a wicked
yeah,
echo.
this guy has been in, this whole thing since the beginning, like since the Dubai of 2014, late 2014 and stuff. Like, he was on the Baller Skeptic with John LeBon. He was very, very dogmatic towards this idea for a long time, but he did observations and he said, hey, it seems as though there's a curve, like boats are going over the horizon. And that's a very contentious point with you, where you're trying to get people to concede that point when really it's like it happens.
Yeah,
Like,
but hang on. Let
it
me
does.
let me share some of my experiences with the boats over the curve thing. I've been viewing a particular structure near where I live for the last 3 months. It's 518 feet tall, and local to where I live, I need to get about 30 miles away before it disappears behind the curve of the Earth. I've been viewing it from different locations in different weather conditions, and I'm not seeing curve. I've got evidence of it. I've got it during the day where it looks like there may be curve, and I'll concede that. Yeah, maybe it does look like this curve.
So is this
I've
over
also
water
got,
though?
yeah,
And how high are you above the
I've
water?
varied it from like 30 feet down to like in front of the waves. Actually, Sean Hofford wanted me to dig a hole and put my camera in it. That's how close to the water I was. And I'm not seeing evidence of curve. I'm seeing stuff during the day that indicates it could be, but if it's curved by day, it needs to be curved by night too. And I'm not seeing evidence of that. There's no evidence of flat. Well, there is evidence of flat. There's a lot of it, but I mean, I'm thinking that maybe you think there's no evidence that you've seen that it's flat, but that doesn't mean evidence doesn't exist. I've got shed loads of it.
Yeah, well, I've heard it all, dude. I've been around. I've debated this topic for 2 years now, over 2 years. So I've heard it all. I've heard all of the claims, dude,
Well,
and none of
have
them
you done?
hold any water.
Have you done any observations yourself to test it?
Absolutely.
So what kind of buildings? What have you done? What have you done to test it?
Well, actually, when I was at the ocean, there's this amazing thing that happens when you look west in California. As the sun rises or sets, rather, it actually gets obstructed by the Earth. It's not actually going into the flat Earth. Like you may think so, but it's actually getting obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No,
Okay, and you compound these things with things like astronomy, where if you had any idea about astronomy, you wouldn't be on this subject. You wouldn't be thinking, oh, maybe it's a cylinder, maybe you were looking through hallways and all this nonsense, dude. Seriously, I've heard you, and I've heard some of the things that Sly Sparkane has come out and talked about regarding you. And I don't know why you're so dogmatic and ridiculous about this point, like a lot of people are. I mean, we do have conspiratorial biases, and I totally understand that. But as far as just completely neglecting like astronomy or the angular size of the objects in our sky and trying to logically compare that with what would happen on a flat plane, just, like, I don't understand why the fuck we're still doing this. Why are we still doing this every day? This flat Earth Groundhog's Day. Okay, it really does separate the wheat from the chaff as far as the objective skeptics out here. Go ahead.
So if I showed you evidence where the angular size of the sun did change, would you accept that it might possibly happen, or would you rule it out?
Did it have a solar filter on
it? Don't know is the answer, but it was taken in dry conditions at altitude.
Okay, so you actually just saying that, you not even knowing if there's a solar filter on it, means that you're not up to par with this whole thing. You're not up to speed with this whole thing.
No,
because,
but I'm sure you can.
It does matter.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can see with the glare of the sun. If the glare of the sun gets significantly changed, then you would assume that it's naturally getting smaller.
The point is if you're going to observe the sun, you're going to want to use a solar filter. You have to, okay? But as far as the moon, you're not going to need it as much because it's not such a glowing object, obviously. But this is optics 101, dude. Seriously.
Well, so the answer to your question would be no. You wouldn't accept evidence unless you knew whether a filter was being used or not, right?
I would say that if a solar filter was used, and we have one video where there is some question to the angular diameter, I would question it, first of all. And second of all, then I would say, well, I've seen a sunset 1,000 times, and it didn't go further away on a little flat plane. It actually just got obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So am I to take one piece of evidence and throw out the whole fucking globe model because of it?
Okay, so if we take that logic then with regards to when you say it has to have a solar filter on it, if we accept that, would you also therefore say if somebody's done the curvature calculations and not accounted for standard refraction as per the Metabunk site, you would therefore throw that out as well? Because that's applying the same logic.
Well, not really, because now you've just thrown in a completely new factor, which is atmospheric conditions, which basically is very nominal. And that is why when you do observations, you don't go and do one observation and then do another observation 6 months and say, hey, look at these differences. You actually do it several times in a week, say, and you do take that kind of variable into effect if you really want to get really tricky with it. But I mean, like I said, it's pretty nominal unless there's some really wicked shit happening, like a inferior mirage or superior mirage or something.
I absolutely agree. It is nominal. I mean, you should get relatively consistent results, but for minor variations here or there. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, minor variations here and there, would you agree that if you got the predictions for what the Earth curve should be based on your height and your distance and the maths that they tell us it is, could make a reasonably accurate prediction for what you should see as per the heliocentric model? Is that a fair comment?
I wouldn't say the heliocentric model, just with an observation of a lighthouse, but I would say the shape of the Earth, quite possibly, yeah.
I would agree. If you know your angle of if you know your altitude or your elevation in relation to sea level, and you know the distance that you're looking away to your object, you should be able to make a pretty accurate observation, hypothesis, prediction, call it what you will. But then when you go and do the observation and you get something totally different, question whether you've kind of fucked up in terms of the distance, or does it make you question the maths?
Well, let me just real quick say they gave us those maths. So, like, who are you contributing to the knowledge of the math that we supposedly know and have?
Well, we're told that the circumference size of the Earth, we're told the diameter, we're told all the details that we need to know, and some clever person's put it all together in that either the Metabunk site or in the other one that people normally use. So if you know your variables, and there's only two, it's the elevation and it's the distance to the object that you're looking at, you should be able to make a reasonable prediction based on that maths as to what you're expecting to see. And when you go there, if you see what you're expecting to see, then you can go, shit, it must be a ball. But what happens if you do that observation, knowing what your hypothesis is meant to be, and you get something totally different?
Well, first of all, this is a theoretical question, a hypothetical.
No, it's not.
Rather.
It's not. It's not. It's based on evidence. Hang on, it's not.
For me, if I was to go out, you're saying if I was to go out and make those observations, what would I do? So it's a hypothetical for me even to answer that question.
It's based on my experience, and I've got evidence that goes with it, which I'm collecting currently. I'm waiting to re-verify it because I'm not going to, like you say, one piece of evidence isn't going to be enough. I'm re-verifying the evidence that I've captured because I don't believe what I saw the first time I've done this and the second time I've done that are consistent with each other, because I did one in the daytime and one at night. But if the Earth's really a ball, they should be similar, but for a little bit of variation here and there. But by day, it was totally different. By night, it was like night and day. That's how different it was. So my question is, if you do the maths and you gain your hypothesis and you know what you're going to look for, and when you get there, it's significantly different, not a little bit of variation here or there that standard refraction may be able to talk away. If it's completely different to what you were expecting, you're left with a position where you're like, shit, what are we looking at? And then you have to question stuff because the hypothesis that you made before you did your observation isn't right. The maths is not working out to the reality. So then you've got to ask, well, why not? Have I made a mistake? Am I 30 miles away? Or am I actually 23? Am I at the elevation I think I am? Well, how do you measure your elevation? You kind of rely on Google Earth.
Well, that's why you do, obviously, that's why you do multiple observations.
If you look at the evidence.
I was cutting out there. I thought you stopped. That's why you do multiple observations. And it's kind of like looking at the Chicago skyline. If you were to look at or go there yourself and see that there's obstruction, I'm being called. And you know, you can see 100 pictures that show obstruction. And then one time, like Joshua Nowicki goes out there and there's some crazy shit happening. And you can see what looks like more of the buildings, but really it's just transformation from a superior mirage. I mean, it wouldn't completely falsify the hypothesis just because one time, you know, you have crazy atmospheric conditions. And that's why I'm saying, like, that's why they build lighthouses tall and have a light on it so that the approaching boat can start to see the light from afar. And that's what height is. If it was flat, they would just put it on the ground.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that most lighthouses are around about 150 feet?
Yeah, they really range, but yeah, around there.
150 feet's not that tall for a building that you need to see beyond the curve of the Earth if you're a ship that's maybe 15 or 20 feet off the surface of the water.
Well, I'm glad that we're talking. I'm glad that you're actually adding in those variables. Like, well, you know, these people are going to be on a boat. Obviously, they're going to be 6 foot high or whatever, and you know, obviously, I mean that's why they have like the crow's nest too. Like, you could a dude up in the crow's nest would start to see that first, compared to the people down at the bottom of the boat, and it's as simple as that. These are simple observations that just corroborate the globe Earth model, and astronomy just completely annihilates it. Dude.
Yeah, but what about if they knew this though, Tim? What about if they knew that the air pressure, the level of the change of the atmosphere would allow them to see further? What if they knew that part of the atmosphere plane, as I might refer to it? When they went up to the crow's nest, they knew they could see farther because the air was thinner.
Which is exactly my observation. That's the evidence that I've got. When you change,
like those gentlemen, those seafarers of old were wise dudes. and they deserve all the respect in the world. And I think some people think that we out here and on the flat earth side of things look at it like any of them were disrespectful. Like I have utmost respect for those gentlemen. I just think also that they would have known that much, and even on land, it's like, the higher you go, the farther you will see on a flat plane, and the farther you will see on. I mean, I don't know how you guys can justify that. That to me, I have a hard time. But maybe those gentlemen went up there because they knew that the atmosphere was thinner. Like they knew that the atmosphere was thinner.
But we're not talking that much of a thinning of the atmosphere
Well,
being
yeah, you ever
100
see?
feet
Hold on, man.
as opposed to 15 feet.
You know how high? Well, true. Okay, 15 feet maybe, but you know how high those ships used to go, man. Like to ride on the top of that thing was no joke, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you say that you respected, what they thought, what they knew and stuff. I mean, that's how they, you can't neglect how they use the stars to navigate our Earth. You can't. You have to understand that they were navigating with Polaris. And if more people lived in the southern hemisphere, they would have done the same with the Sigma Octantis.
Right, but they didn't, because even Sigma Octantis now has been not even. I mean, I find it's deplorable how much information is on it, because it's like nothing and like moot at this point. And like
there's billions of stars in the sky though, dude. Some of them just have a name like NA7751, and that's it.
Right. I mean, I agree that there's. I mean, I don't know how many listed stars are there.
There's more stars in the sky than there are grains of sand on a beach.
Yeah, well, okay, that's what they say, but I want to know how many stars. How many stars have we identified? Because granted, we have a celestial sphere, right? Okay, so check it out. No. It's 1,000 million stars is what their astronomers. Okay, no. Astronomers estimate. Okay, and let me see here. Let me see. Forgive me. How many stars have been named and identified? Forgive me. I'm jumping to it. Few hundred. Check it out. Few hundred only. Stars are named in different catalogs in different ways. Some use Greek letters followed by numbers. Say Alpha by a number. Say Alpha Leonis. This is brightest star in Leo. Other use HD. So they've only identified a few hundred is the answer here. And so it's for us to say that there's there's trillions and millions and billions and trillions is ridiculous if they've only identified hundreds.
There's really no need to completely name the sky. I mean, it was mostly about
but you don't think that they
constellations.
Hold on, brother. You don't think that they would if they could? You don't think they would name every single one that they could see?
It would be completely pointless to name billions of stars.
Well, how about this then? Wouldn't we be coming across new stars as we travel through the galaxy, or is it just the celestial spheres traveling with us? Like, I have a hard time wrapping my head around the idea that we're traveling through and the stars are staying the same, and yet the idea is that we've only identified 100 after hundreds, 999 at the tops. That we've identified throughout our course and spinning and spiraling and traveling through the galaxy.
No, more are identified, dude. If you go look at Stellarium, there's more than 100 stars up there. Trust me.
No, Jada, how many stars are identified? It says 100. It says I'm saying 999 because, and I'm going heavy for you. It says few hundred only. How many? But
I know you live in the city, but dude, I think that you go out sometimes, like in the wilderness or something, dude. Look at the stars, man. There's a lot. That's not in question.
No, but I'm saying, but really, is it? Have we counted them? Like, if I count, it's one of those old things. It's go dare try.
Well, there's a difference between detecting them and naming them, and there shouldn't be some kind of correlation between the two, in my opinion.
Maybe, but I think there's also like a lot of heavy duty skepticism coming and then saying that there's 100,000 million. If we've only identified so many.
We've only named so many, dude.
No, but we would have identified every star that we possibly could have, right? Or do you doubt those?
There's no logic in that.
There's no logic in identifying every visible star.
Well, visible star, I could go with that, but I mean, still, we're talking millions. You'd have to name, but obviously, a lot of them are not visible. So,
Right, but how many stars are we really seeing in the sky, man?
millions, dude.
Yeah, I
Well,
There's
agree. It is millions.
they're saying they've only identified so many, man. I think they would identify every new thing they've got. What are they doing with all that stuff? They'd be identifying freaking like everything. They'd be jotting everything down in case it happened twice, once, ever.
Well, you
Right?
know,
no, they're plotted. They're just not named in the fashion that you expect them to be, or whatever.
okay, well, let me ask you this then. With regards to the constellation Octantis that goes around Sigma in the southern hemisphere, when it was first found in history, there was 4 of them, but now there only appears to be 3. So one of them's either fell off the face of the earth, or died, or whatever, or for whatever reason has become that dim that we can't find it anymore. But when it was originally discovered, Octantis had 4 stars. It's now only got 3. Is that going to be classed as an anomaly?
I don't know. That's a factoid that I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I learned that recently by looking into planispheres. It was originally reported as 4, but now there's only 3. Yo, that's my tea call. I'll be back in 15 minutes, maybe 20.
Cool.
So yeah. Yeah, what up, brother? How you doing, too?
Not too bad. Just rendering this shit. It's taking a couple hours.
Nice. Yeah, we were going through this cool hard logic.
Did you happen to go and look at those John LeBon videos I talked about?
No, I hadn't, brother. Which one? Yeah, can you link him to me again, brother? Link him to me. I'll check him out.
It should be in your Hangouts. It's a
Okay.
4-part series by John LeBon. It's really good. It'll answer a lot of your questions about the curvature math and stuff.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I have a hard time though, man. It's like I took my own footage. I caught too many anomalies with the waves and stuff. But I think I'll definitely look into it.
It's just because you're sharpening your arguments, right? It's just to
I agree, yes.
because you keep a lot of the flat Earth misconception is not understanding the difference between seeing the actual curvature of the Earth and seeing the curvature due or seeing obstruction due to the curvature at the ground. It's like this just thing, like a mental block they just can't understand.
Word. Yeah, I'm checking out this channel Q. If channel Q, if I were you, Issa, I'd be more concerned with what I'm doing. Is that a threat, dude?
Sounds like it.
Is that a threat, bro? So that's channel Q, making threats. Right, channel Q? You want the link? Come in and talk to me. Anyway. So yeah, we were going through this 5 questions. Let's see here. All right. So what's up, Tim? Bring me back to the ball. What do I got to do? What do I got to do to be back on the ball?
Study the history of astronomy and study astronomy very deeply and the latitude system and how those correlate. And just logically try to deduce how that would ever work on anything else than a sphere or a very spherical cylinder or something.
Hold on, explain that to me again.
Like I said, astronomy, the history of astronomy, and latitude system. It's an absolute killer. Absolute killer. Because we can all go and figure these distances out if we really wanted to. And figure out things like the differences between being in the northern and southern hemisphere. Because I mean,
Well,
I understand there's people that oh yay, Bro Sanchez and all these other people that are coming on, but what's unfortunate for me, and that's why I'm quitting this whole ridiculous thing, is we've now reverted into some kind of infinite regress where we just completely talk about, 2 years ago, Eric Dubé kind of stuff, where we don't know that there's a southern celestial point in the south. We only think that there's a north in Polaris, and I mean, this person thinks that we can only see. We all see the same stars. I mean, we're all running around repping each other. Yeah. But it's reverted, dude. It's a joke now. Total joke.
Yo, what up? Who's that, Dominique?
Yeah, that's me. How you know that?
I could see your name.
Oh, how's that get on there?
You're all right. How you doing, love? What's your name on that? Check.
What's up?
Nice. Hold on, let me see who's coming in here. Who we got in there now?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Warlock? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Oh, nice, Clive. Oh, that's you, Clive. Got it. Okay.
It's me, Clive, yeah.
Gotcha. Is that you also, the Warlock, or no? Is that somebody else?
No, I don't know who that is.
All right. How you doing, Warlock? What? Saying hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is that you, Warlock?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
Yeah, we got you, bro.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man. Okay, yo, so Clive, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, I was really wanting to answer Anthony's nonsense about the angular size of the sun changing, but he's gone now, so.
He'll be back, I'm sure.
There's plenty of stuff out there. I mean, Wolfie 2060's got some good videos of which show definitively that the sun doesn't change size when it travels across the sky. Being a pilot, he's also got some nice shots of the curvature of the Earth from a commercial aeroplane. So it's
What
all
altitude?
out there. Sorry?
What altitude?
I don't know. He's over 30,000. I think he flies higher than.
There's like, Timmy, can you address that with seeing a curve? You would at least give us that you'd have to go up to 100.
It matters your field of view, first of all, because if you're talking about an airplane, obviously you're going to be looking most of the time, unless you're a pilot, looking out just a little porthole basically. But if you have a good field of view, and man, it's got to be like a spy plane almost, in my opinion, because really you can take it into Photoshop and draw a line pretty much on any of these, a perfect line, and it's not perfectly flat. So.
But there's plenty of balloon footage which shows the curvature. Some of it can be attributed to fisheye lenses, but not all of it. And also, if you understand anything about how fisheye lens works, you'll know that any line which passes through the center of the lens is not distorted.
Yeah,
exactly.
True.
Good job.
True.
Yep.
But did you see what he said? It's like you'd have to be at like a certain altitude to be able to detect that limited amount of curvature at the tips. The point is that I would have to question, and the question would have to be raised, is that how did your friend, who can get a picture that nobody else seems to be able to get without some kind of a
pilot?
Yeah,
he's a pilot.
Okay,
for a
right.
Start. Yeah.
Right. So he's not a photographer. So he's like, so it's not like it's like he maybe had the shape of the, there could have been other things, because we're pretty much as someone who opens up, and we'll take Team Flat Earth if need be. I look at it like, if you're gonna propose that this guy's catching at 30,000 feet, then that would be like, that would discredit, it's
It says he's routinely flying at 45,000, which is quite a lot higher.
45, really? Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah.
So
I put a link in the side chat if you want to have a look at it, and it's from
right, but it's still right, but you'd have to get up to 100,000 feet before I'd even consider there being any curvature.
Well, yeah, but there's plenty of curvature shown from balloons at over 100,000 feet. So it's
But you can also take a theodolite though. Hold on. You can also take a theodolite and test for inclination. If you're so inclined, and that would be, it's obviously different than seeing the actual curve, but it is evidence of the sphere.
There is no curve.
Well, there is. You
That's
can
cute.
see it. Just sitting there saying there's no curve doesn't Doesn't make any difference.
Maybe I
does
ought
it?
to clarify.
Yeah, Dominic. Yeah, if you'd like to
You might
clarify.
say Dominique, but I'm Channel Q.
Forgive me. Oh, how you doing, love? Cool.
Okay. So let me just also say something back on this point of view. Okay, with that Metabuck calculator, it's one of the things you have to calculate besides your observer height and your distance is your point of view. It asks you that. And that picture, no matter what calculations, no matter how absurd you make them, the picture at the bottom of the calculator never changes. The diagram remains the same. So the diagram is not showing you your calculation. It's just showing you what the calculator is going to give you as a example. So you can't look at the picture and think that that's your digits that you put in, because it's not your digits, because the picture never changes. And you got to put your point of view into that calculator too. Because the more of the horizon that you can see horizontally, from left to right, the more chance you have of seeing curvature or seeing obstruction from curvature.
Yeah.
Because you don't actually see the curvature from the ground.
Right. So okay. So this is my point. Actually, I've been saying this is okay at 100,000 feet though,
What you
right?
see is the things on the ground not being able to be seen because of curvature. You don't actually see the curve. You just see shit that's on the ground that you can't see because something's in the way. And the something that's in the way is the fucking curvature. It's fucking simple, dude. Excuse my language. Or don't.
Yeah. Very nice. Thank you.
So you don't consider that's interesting. I see it in another way,
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so it's like 'cause if I'm at 100,000 feet, right, and I'm seeing a little bit of curvature, right?
Okay. Have you been at 100,000 feet and seen a little bit of curvature?
Can we agree that that's kind of a
This is
standard?
going to be like an analogy for
where would I be able to detect the curvature, in a picture that, let's say if I can get a picture from 100,000 feet and it looks flat, wouldn't it be agreed that it still looks flat at 100,000 feet?
Yeah, but you can't, not unless there's...
Well, no, check it out. Well, I'm just saying like this. If at 100,000 feet there's a little bit of curvature on the ends, right? Then we would all have to agree that boats aren't going over the curve at the beach, right?
Why?
It's not so simple. I mean, there's a lot of things that you got to take into factor, like what kind of camera it is, what kind of lens it is, what kind of
you're comparing different aspects of the curvature.
How high are you? How far is the distance that you're observing from you? This, it's not just I'm going to look and I'm going to use my eyes and I'm going to look real far and then I'll see it. And if I don't, it's not there. That's like the same philosophy of drowning witches in a river. Okay, honestly, it's that absurd. It's more important to take into consideration how big of a space you are able to see from left to right, how far away you're trying to look, how high you are from the place that it is that you're trying to look at. And then you're not going to see like a line going in a rainbow in front of you on the ground. What you're going to see is the shit on the ground that you can't see. And then you can estimate how much of that you can't see. And that tells you how much curvature you are witnessing. It's
hold on. You get all. Do you take all of your observations through the calculator, and you let that supersede your own senses?
When I am trying to calculate things that supersede my own senses, yes, I do, because I'm not a moron. Because I don't want to walk around thinking that if I can't see that a witch is a witch because she fucking drowned, then she wasn't a witch. But if she you know what I'm saying? If she's not a witch, if she drowned, she ain't a witch. But if she float, she a fucking witch. Tell me what that is. So then we're gonna burn her. So that's like what you're doing here. That's all this is. So if I
you sound like one of Brenda's friends
and sense something that is beyond the ability of my eyes to sense, then yes, I will use mathematics and a calculator because I want to make sure that my mathematics are correct.
How about this?
And a calculator can be proven to be a trusted instrument because I know if I take 2 pencils and 2 more pencils and then I count them, I get 4. And if I put 2 plus 2 in a calculator, it's going to give me 4. So I can trust it. You see how it works? I mean, the world is not that bad.
So you don't trust.
How paranoid do you have to believe? Do you have to be to believe that the Earth is flat? How fucking paranoid? I want to know. That's the degree I'm interested in hearing.
Who says?
Where do you get these
paranoia
images?
that is required in order to accept?
Yo. Hey, love.
Tell me.
Hold on. First off, okay.
Some people are sick of it, dude.
Okay, I got a troll for you.
Look, love.
I got a troll.
Look, love.
Here's a troll.
Look, No one is saying the Earth is flat over here. Okay, we're merely addressing the conversation. Is
Whatever.
that clear?
You can't experience curvature because you're not trying to. You're not
Love,
trying
love.
hard
Check it
enough.
out. Check it out. How about this though? When I go to the beach, it looks flat, right?
Yeah.
Looks really flat. And when I go on an airplane, it looks flat.
If you were the size of a fucking speck of dust and you were on top of a beach ball, you would think the Earth was flat too.
Are you
You
sure?
would only see flatness.
You
Because
sure?
that's all you can. Yeah. And you want to get a telescope, you want to get, a P90 out. Yeah, sure. You can go and you can experience the curvature. And then you experience the curvature with that camera and you deny that you've experienced it. I don't understand that.
I don't know why you think why do you think I've observed? All I've experienced is it looks optically very
Well,
flat.
I don't know why you're having a flat Earth hangout if you haven't experienced any of these
things. It looks
things.
like we got to understand, when I wake up in the morning, it looks so flat to me, and I'm just like, wow, it's just so flat to me.
So,
and so what?
what?
Hold on. I'm not talking about how flat it looks.
So, the
Because
small
point
world
is
is
that
flat and the bigger
what I'm
world
saying is
is
like this.
flat.
No, check it out. Hey, check it out. Regardless of your calculations, right? I've come to accept. Please mute whoever is. What do you call it? I've come to accept that I trust my own senses over outside of people that.
So Isa, tell me, Isa, when was the last time you saw an electron?
It's the most disgusting thing that you could ever eat.
Dominic.
If you're eating poison because it tastes bitter.
Channel Q. Hold on one second. What was the other question, brother?
I was just going to say, when did your senses reveal an electron to you? I mean, do you not accept electrons because you haven't seen one?
I'm not the one who has a problem not accepting.
No, I'm saying to Isa, not you.
Sorry.
Isa's the one who's saying he doesn't trust anything he can't perceive with his senses.
Did I say that? You
did. You just did. You just said.
Did I not say? Forgive me.
You just said if you can't see.
Hey, dude, listen. Are you putting words in my mouth? I said, look. It looks really flat. Okay, well then stop talking because that's what sounds like what you're doing. Listen, listen. What I said is that it looks flat. I've come to trust myself. I did not say that I don't trust anything outside my own senses or whatever for my own.
Except when it comes to curvature of the Earth.
Brother,
we can measure the curvature of the Earth.
How about this? What does it matter to you whether or not someone thinks the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. It's funny.
How about this? Okay.
I'm trying to understand how anyone can maintain
a
level of dumbness.
But you know what? It's not going to make. Check it out. You're not going to make an effect on the world about your opinion about what fucking SpaceX is doing, right?
I don't have
whether or not.
I just have what's happening, which are facts, which are verifiable. You guys on flat Earth, or whether you kind of constantly deny that you believe that the Earth is flat, but then neither do you believe it's a globe. You've got nothing. Flat Earth has got nothing. Just
you notice how
paranoia. They got paranoia.
Hey, excuse me.
That's true.
It's true, man. Excuse me. Look, there is the idea of the right to the freedom of thought. Are you familiar with a man's inalienable rights, like unalienable? You can't, you know what I mean? Like men are given these rights.
Right to be completely insane.
Hey, listen. I'm having a conversation. Do you know about that concept?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, rights are something that people confer on other people. There's no such thing as a.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because if there were no people, we'd have no need for rights.
So are you a fascist? You trying to tell me what I can think?
No,
is that right?
No, I'm not.
Are you trying to tell me? Hold on, no. Are you trying to tell me?
I'm just telling you that rights.
No. You're trying to tell me that you and your people can put rights on me and tell me what I can think. Is that correct, dude?
Well, no, you just told me what.
Hold on, no. Hold on.
You just no.
Dude, are you not trying to paint a? Hey, brother, this is my court.
Let me speak. Give me a chance to speak.
Hey, listen, dude, this is my court. I will have you be quiet right now, please. This is my court, bro. Yes, dude. Obviously, you don't know definitions of words very well. Go look it up. Court. Anyway, the point is this, brother. You're in my court, okay? So please show me some respect. Now, if you'd like to say something, please continue.
I'm just saying that rights are something that people invent in the same way that they invent every other social concept. If there were
but that would be your negative outlook, right?
No, it's not. It's just a fact.
It's a fact to who?
How can rights exist without people?
Brother, have you ever heard
any rights in the jungle?
Excuse me. Have you ever heard of the interpretation of the law?
The law is a social construct.
Do you think that do you know what the definition of law is?
Understanding the definitions of words.
Yeah, because words are everything. Words are
Like,
how
I'm
you,
not
words
you.
are the tools with which you
Interpretation
might
of the law
think.
is not like something where you
Listen,
just
love.
take the law
I
and mean whatever you
understand this
want it
might
to mean so that
beyond
you can
this
be
Love,
right.
love. That's kind of
Listen,
insulting. You
this
know?
might be beyond what you're ready for in life. Maybe you should move on away from this conversation, okay?
It's definitely
Yeah,
beyond.
no. It may be not for you.
Absolutely.
It may be not for you.
It's not.
Okay, so please
You
don't.
make a
Well,
lot
why
of
would you bother
assumptions
those of us? Why would you
based
bother?
on some
Hold on,
premise
hold
that
on, no,
you
hold
have
on.
some like
And this gets to
golden
listen,
key
sweetheart. This gets to my point.
that is
What
it's
right do you think you have? Hold on. What right
Celebrates.
do you think you have to come over here and try to tell me what I can or cannot think?
I live in a free fucking country. You're in a public
Are
fucking
you sure?
forum, and you gave me the fucking link, and you
Yeah.
asked me.
And
my
what right do you
fucking
have to
opinion.
tell me what I can or cannot
That's
think?
why I think I got the fucking right.
It's
All
her
right.
inhaling
Okay.
the water. It's
You're
her
welcome
inhaling
to. You're welcome to
the
the court. You're welcome to the court.
It's because
You know
she's
what I mean?
retarded. She's retarded.
Well, you guys can have that out if you like now.
And there you go. That's the final flat Earth argument, isn't
Yo,
it?
look, and
Everything's
that's fine. And you, hey, brother, and you can laugh at it.
Oh,
And
the
it's
Kurt's
okay.
retarded.
Hey, brother,
Man,
and
gravity's retarded.
you can, hey, brother, you can go over there and laugh at us with your little crew of whoever.
No,
else
come here
is
to laugh at you. It's funny.
I know, but you understand, like, it's like actually, like, I don't know why you think you have the right to come and tell me what I can or can't do or think about or talk about. And because of that,
I just disagreed with you.
Are you sure? No, you said no.
I disagreed with you. You told me that we had rights, and I told you that that's just a construct of man.
Weren't you putting words? Didn't you start off by putting words in my mouth, kid?
No.
You sure?
No, I'm sure. Positive.
Yeah,
Play it back.
I'm
Play
not
it
too
back.
sure. I don't
Play
have
it
to do.
back.
What do I owe you anything to play you fucking anything, dude?
You're the one
Who are
making
you?
the claim.
Listen,
You're
dude,
the one.
listen, brother. I'm the one holding down my court with my friends over here.
Yeah.
And if you got, and look, if you got, if you and you look, dude, if you and your little, like,
See, this is what
like,
happens when you start losing the argument. You just shout.
Brother,
scream
we
and
haven't
shut
lost the
people
thing.
down.
Show me the curve of the earth, asshole.
I just
Seriously.
did. I just put the link.
Showed us
Where?
the curve of the earth. You
Put the
guys
link
show
in
us
the
the
side chat.
curve of the
Show
earth.
it to me.
Ain't there.
Show it to me.
Every day, every
It's in the
picture.
side chat, man.
Look, I can see the top of a building, but I can't see the bottom. But I'm not going to talk about
Where's
that.
your curve?
Oh, and we're going to track the moon. But then we tracked the moon and found out, oh, shit, that's going to blow this whole FE thing out of the water. So we ain't going to track the moon no more.
Where's your curve? 5 atoms, is that you?
Yeah, so it's in the side chat. There you go. There's a link.
I got you.
Go look at it. It's right there, and I've set it.
We're gonna. All right, this is the undeniable proof for the curve from Clive Adams. Everybody.
Let's try a hypothetical.
Hey, what's up, Brenda? How you doing?
Of the discovery of the curvature of the Earth to Clive Adams, because, like, it was discovered like a long time before this.
No, actually, but you didn't know anything about that because you don't like books, do you?
Let's try a hypothetical. Suppose we're in the living room, and you're standing in the living room, and somebody else is standing behind the couch. You can't see their legs. Why can't you see their legs?
Here's the curvature.
Why can't you see somebody's legs if they're standing?
You have to move along a bit. I thought I'd captured it at the time when you start to see the curvature. There you go. Oh, look, it's curved. Wow,
Yeah,
look at that.
curved.
Look at that curve. Amazing.
Wait, but how high is he?
I don't know. He says about 45,000 feet.
Yeah, about 35,000 feet is when you can start seeing the curvature.
Right, but boats aren't going over the curve at the beach then, right?
Of course they are.
What do you mean? Why not? You don't see many boats at 45,000 feet.
Oh, no, I got to be this high to see the curve, right? I got to be this high to see the curve.
No. You've got to be. Do you know what a hula hoop is? Have you ever seen a hula hoop?
Are you retarded? Yeah, of course. Who doesn't know about hula hoops, dude?
Well, I don't know. I have to check because you're not showing a lot of knowledge so far.
Well, bro,
you get a hula hoop, okay, and you kind of put it over your head so you look at it sideways on. Do you see a curve?
No, it would look like a straight line.
It would look like a straight line, and that's kind of what you're seeing.
It depends what perspective, yeah, but what angle it was.
You can see that's what you're seeing when you're looking at the horizon from the beach, yeah? You're seeing it sideways on, but you're standing on a slight hump. You're standing on the top of the curve. So anything going away from you is going to disappear behind that curve quite quickly, within about 3 miles, I think, if you're pretty close to sea level. And that's why ships disappear, hull first, mast last. Even the ancient Greeks, over 2,000 years ago, they worked all this stuff out without telescopes or scientific instruments. It's not rocket science, you know. It's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, if you're standing on a hill and you have a friend who walks away from you down the hill, you'd see them go over the curve. You'd see their legs disappear,
check it out there.
their feet disappear, their legs disappear, their chest and then their head would disappear. The same thing happens with ships.
You gotta have the perspective too.
That's not perspective. That's not perspective.
Sure?
No,
Are you
it's not.
sure it's not
Yes,
perspective?
yes, I know what perspective is, and that's not.
Oh, what is it? Can you explain it?
What is?
Perspective.
It's the illusion that parallel lines
Hey,
converge
Barbara
on
was
the
going to
distance.
explain it for us. I
Brenda.
want to hear Barbara explain it for us. Hold on.
Brenda. No, you can't even get a name
Perspective.
right.
Well, we only just met the other time. Yeah.
It takes him a long while to soak up simple facts.
Yo, wake up, man. Wake up. I don't know what block you grew up on or what like shithole you came out of.
Perspectives.
Chill the fuck out.
Perspective is the apparent size and the angles of lines that make something appear to be distorted as it gets closer to a horizon.
Can I just put my
Just like it happens at the beach, right, Brenda?
No, that's not the same
Oh,
thing.
they're not at the beach now. Okay.
So like railroad tracks appear to converge
Brenda?
at the horizon. That's perspective, but in fact, railroad tracks don't converge.
Oh,
And
Brenda.
now the desperation sets in.
Hey, Brenda.
Brenda,
Anthony wants to say something.
explain some perspective.
Just a quick one for you. You were asked, can you explain what perspective is? And I don't disagree with your comment, but there are ball earthers out there that believe that perspective is known as, quote, mathematical equation, unquote. And that quote comes from a guy called Sean Hufford. And if you can't give the mathematical equation for what perspective is, according to him, you don't know what perspective is. Now, I disagree with him, but he's a baller. Now, if he was in here now, that's what he would say. If you don't know the mathematical formula for perspective, you don't know what it is.
What's
So
the point of that?
I just wanted to put that into context because
It's not
we all know what
context
perspective
at all.
really is.
Perspective is easily describable by maths and can be explained and predictions made.
Yeah, but
And none of those predictions or explanations explain how the Earth, how the sun disappears behind the Earth's horizon when it sets. It's not.
Well, it does. It does. I mean, I can deal with the boats.
No, it doesn't. Don't be ridiculous.
It does. Just because you don't accept it doesn't mean it's not explained.
You don't know what perspective is, do you? Do you understand perspective?
Well, it depends on what
Why
position.
do railway lines look like they come to a point in the distance? Why do they?
Yeah.
appear to get,
But in fact, they don't.
why, if that happens, does the sun not change radically in size as it disappears into the distance?
Well, it does if you gain altitude.
No, it
if you look at it
doesn't.
from above.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Well, it does. There's enough evidence out there to
No,
show
there
that.
isn't. There's no evidence.
So if
None
I
at all.
showed you a sun doing exactly
Well, if
that,
I showed you a video of the sun not changing size, would you accept the fact that it doesn't change size?
if it was outside of the lowest density, the highest density of the Earth, yes.
What do you mean outside of the highest density of the air? The sun's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, but the light that we.
Your friend jumping off a bridge.
Hey,
How do you account for the sun anyway?
in what way?
Well, what is it?
As far as we can see, it's a ball of light.
Well, what is it made out of?
I have no idea. They tell us helium and hydrogen.
Hydrogen, yes. Well, we know it's made out of hydrogen, right?
Well, in my experience, hydrogen explodes with a bang. I've never seen hydrogen go like on a slow burn.
Mm.
So where does hydrogen come from?
The hydrogen's not burning. It's called nuclear fusion. It's a whole different thing.
I know what they say, but it's still
Well,
hydrogen.
It's measurable. We can measure it. We understand. We can measure with chromatographs and spectroscopy. We know what's happening.
Yeah, if you burn a piece of copper in a flame, you can then measure. You can then detect with with spectroscopy what the composition of any material that burns is, and you can detect that from far away. And that's how we can know, for instance, that the sun is made of hydrogen. So we can know. You can know that. You can know what the the filament in light by analyzing the light that comes from them,
So let me
whether or
ask
not
you,
what they're burning.
do you remember the Hindenburg disaster?
Yeah.
Do you remember what the Hindenburg was filled with?
It wasn't filled with hydrogen in a fusion reaction.
It was filled with hydrogen.
So well, that didn't slow burn, did it? That went baboom.
Yeah, that's hydrogen burning in oxygen. It's a completely different thing. You're just showing your complete misunderstanding or lack of knowledge.
There's no oxygen in the sun, so how can it burn? There's no oxygen on the sun, so how can it burn?
Well, maybe you could tell me. Maybe you could educate me. If someone could explain.
It's called fusion. We have the military has bombs that work that way.
But fusion's not hydrogen, is it? Fusion is
it is. That's what in fusion, hydrogen fuses to form heavier elements and releases energy.
If I Google search for the phrase
are you telling me that in 2016 you don't know what fusion
is? That it's actually turning into helium. That's what's happening. It's called fusion. The hydrogen atoms are so close and moving so fast that they're very hot, and then they're just, they turn into helium. That's
when they collide, they fuse together and they release a huge amount of energy. It's all sort of related to E equals mc squared relativity.
The sun only has so much hydrogen, and when that burns out, then it's going to start burning up all the helium that's settling at the bottom.
Okay, so
hydrogen that's all frictionated and.
Okay, so let's just say that you've convinced.
Frictionated. Hold on, is frictionated a technical term?
That's not a word. I shouldn't have used it.
Frictionated. Got it. Just checking.
It's like
I hadn't heard that.
There's
one
a lot of
relationship
friction
to
all
nuclear
the hydrogen is moving really fast.
Frictionated.
And it's making it very warm and very hot. And when it reaches a certain temperature, hydrogen turns into helium, and that's what's happening on the sun. It's fusion. That's what it is. The acceleration of the atoms. It's about speed.
I'll be honest. I have no idea what the sun is, and I'm quite happy to accept that if that's what you say it is, because I don't know.
Why don't you? I don't understand why you don't. You can know.
To find out all of the
sun rotates upwards, and then the sun rotates.
You're roboting really bad.
Spurs, you're cutting out too hard, bro.
I don't know why you
got 2 channels. Oh, no, okay, good.
Anthony, I don't know why you think you can't know what the sun is made out of.
Well, I've read what they tell me, but that doesn't mean that I know or understand. It just means I know.
Well, sure, it can, because what does it mean to you to know something?
Depends on what it is. If it's something that I value, it's important. If it's something I don't value, then it's not.
I didn't ask about importance. I asked you, what does to know mean to you?
It depends on how important it is. If it's something that's important to me, then it's important.
How do you? Yeah.
Is in difference to what you don't know. How do you define the term "I know"? Like,
so I missed the first half of the question.
How do you say definitively, "I know this" versus "I don't know this"? How do you separate?
Well, at the first instance, it's based on your own empirical observations and experience, right?
Okay.
And if you don't have your own first experience, like first-hand experience, you're left with trust. You have to trust somebody else's. And then you have to trust that that person is both honest and got integrity.
And that's how the peer review system works. And that's why science is a system of peer review papers.
The mechanisms and the techniques.
Hold on. Do you know the credence? Hold on. Do you know the
credo? Apply them yourself and actually, improve the range of your own senses. And that.
Yo, hold on. Cool. Yo, hey, hold on 1 second. I just want to read this quote because I think we should read it before everything. This is the.
Is this going to be the same one?
Yes, actually, it's going to be the same one. Just to remind us that this is like the foundation of science. Is this notion? Okay, this is from Al Hazen. The seeker after the truth is not one who studies the writings of the ancients and, following his natural disposition, puts his trust in them, but rather the one who suspects his faith in them and questions what he gathers from them, the one who submits to argument and demonstration and not to the sayings of a human being whose nature is fraught with all kinds of imperfection and deficiency. Thus, the duty of the man who investigates the writings of scientists, if learning the truth is his goal, is to make himself an enemy of all that he reads and applying his mind to the core and margins of its content, attack it from every side. He should also suspect himself. I'm not finished. He should also suspect himself as he performs his critical examination of it, so that he may avoid falling into either prejudice or leniency. Now, what was that?
Do you agree with that? Is that your credo also?
Because you have fallen into exactly what it warns you against, because you haven't critically thought. You haven't been a formidable enemy against this subject, because you have not immersed yourself in what your enemy knows.
Well, you're here, right? You're here, right?
Know that they know that the moon is made of basalts. You don't even know that that's what they say. You're asking us, what is the moon? What is the moon made of? And it's and there's scientists who have said that it's made of basalts, and so you're not even a formidable enemy.
It's made of moon rock, right? It's made of moon rock.
So you are actually
it's made of regolith.
Of what you just read is warning you up. If you want to be able to trust your own senses on a greater scale, then you have to employ greater techniques.
I feel sad for y'all, really, if anything. Man.
No, do you submit to argument and demonstration?
Am I not?
I don't think you are. No, you do not submit. You do not submit to argument and demonstration. Submitting to argument then would be that you accept once a
hold on. And the one who submits to argument and demonstration in my own gathering and in my own mind, I would submit it to argument. And this is what I've discovered, is that all I found is a bunch of argumentative lunatics that defend this pathetic model of the shape of my home and my Mother Earth, and you are disrespecting a blasphemy to it. How about that?
Isa, let me ask you this.
I don't hear anything about blasphemy in the quote.
I hear it in your voice. Your blasphemy.
There is no blasphemy. There is no blasphemy in science. There is no blasphemy in science.
Isa, let me ask you this.
You're lying, Isa.
And that's all you've got is to call me a liar, you fool. You little
that's what you just
ignoramus. And you and your little minion. Yo, you little fucking minion.
Name, that's it. You've lost the argument, so you call
Calm down, Kisa. All right. Calm down. Order.
Thank you, Tim. Yo, go on, Anthony.
Isa, let me ask you this. If somebody was able to prove to you, with credible evidence, that the Earth did have a sphere shape to it, would that change your mind?
Of course.
It would change mine as well. If I saw real evidence that was credible that we lived on a sphere, or axial rotation, or gravity, if anybody could show any of them three things to me that was credible, do you know what? I would love to join.
What is your standards of credibility, though?
Yeah, you just disbelieve everything. I mean, I don't think credibility is a good standard. It says to submit to argument, and in my mind, that means you submit to a logical demonstration of an argument. If the logic turns out one way, then you give up your belief, no matter how emotionally attached you are to it, and you accept it.
Right, now that's a fair comment, Brenda. But 2 points about that. One, I gave up on the sun, did I not? And two, when I've gone out to check for the curvature of the Earth to verify the science, I failed to verify up the science.
Yeah, but that's a failure on your part. That's a failure to understand the equipment that you use.
Maybe it is, but that doesn't mean it is.
It does, because thousands of people have done the work.
Have you done
it accurately? Why do I have to? Or do I have to get up in the morning and rediscover everything from the invention of fire?
So
no,
you're in a
ridiculous.
Yes,
I can see the sun go below the horizon and rise from behind the horizon every day.
Right. So can I.
I can see ships disappearing below the curvature of the Earth. I can understand geodetic surveying, so that I know that you can't survey the Earth without detecting the curvature. I can understand the magnitude of the Earth, that it's so large that I couldn't possibly see it with my eyes, and I don't expect to. And it's ridiculous for you to sit there and say, I can't see the curvature, so it doesn't exist. That's just pointless. That's not rubbish. What I said. You are.
That's not what I said.
I can't see it with my own eyes.
There is a fairly simple test that anybody can do to verify for themselves that the Earth is curved. They're fairly simple tests. Well, sure. One way to do that would be, for instance, to lay down, for instance, near a beach or any place where there's a large flat vista, and watch as the sun sets. And as soon as the sun disappears below the horizon, to then stand up. And when you stand up, you will see the sun again. And the fact that you can see the sun set twice, once by laying down and then again when you stand up, shows that the Earth must be curved.
Okay, let me respond.
That's just geometry, right?
Let me respond.
I mean, because if I lay down on a hill and a friend walks away from him, and the moment his head disappears below the hill, and then I stand up, I can see him again. That shows me that the hill is curved.
Let me respond. And I need to do this without interruption, so please let me speak. I was recently speaking with a guy from the Metabunk website called Mick West. And I asked him, how did you prove that standard refraction was a thing? And his answer was, we see it in the stars when the stars are going towards the horizon. And I said, in what way do you see standard refraction? And he claims that the stars slow down as they go towards the horizon because of refraction. Now, he claims standard refraction is the reason why the stars do what they do. Now, in my experience, the stars get bleached out by the sun or the light pollution towards the horizon, so I can't really check his claim. However, the sun also goes towards the horizon, and according to Mick West, would be subject to standard refraction. And if that's the case, the effect that we would see is that when you stand up again and change your elevation, you're altering your line of sight through the dense layer of air that we're in. And therefore, according to Mick West, what you're seeing the sunset twice is actually a demonstration of standard refraction. However, I disagree with him, and I don't think that's what we're doing. But that's what Mick West says.
The only reason that you can see the sun again is because it's disappeared behind a horizon, and as you stand up, you're changing your point of elevation so that you can see a little bit further over that horizon. There's no other explanation for it. It's not perspective.
I agree.
The fact is, when you see the sun setting, you're not seeing it set. You're seeing it about 30. I can't remember how long it's about 30 seconds or a minute after it's set, because refraction is allowing you to see beyond the curve.
I agree that the sun appears to set when you lay on the beach, and I agree that if you change your angle, your elevation, you see it again. However, the question that I'd ask is, how did you distinguish that you were not negating the effects of standard refraction, and you were seeing through the curve, roll around the curve?
Because standard refraction wouldn't explain the fact that you see it again when you stand up.
It does, according to Mick West.
Well, if you were to jump in an elevator at the Empire State Building, assuming you could see the horizon, and they're quite quick, those, and get up to the top of the Empire State fast enough, you'd see the whole sun. And I don't think that would be anything to do with standard refraction.
I agree with you.
And all right, so you're going to say that boats reappearing over the horizon if you stand up as standard refraction?
No, but here's the thing. When the curved Earth appears to be flat, standard refraction is the excuse. But when the sun sets behind the horizon, standard refraction is negated and said it's not true.
What do you mean when the Earth appears to be flat, standard refraction is the excuse? You've lost me there. I've not heard that one.
If you look through any of my last 10 or 15 videos where I've been doing observations of buildings behind the curve that doesn't appear to be there, they all argue it's to do with the standard refraction. Now, whether that's right or wrong is a moot point, and that's not my point. What I'm saying is, when it appears to be inconsistent with the maths, standard refraction is used.
Yeah, but you've just agreed. You've just agreed with me.
Going down behind.
You've just agreed with me that refraction allows you to see a little bit further around the curve of the Earth. You there? Because you were breaking up a bit. I can't.
Yeah, he's probably breaking up. Yeah.
He's gone. Yeah.
Yes.
You can hear that.
I don't know. You're breaking up.
I did it in contrast. I didn't do it in.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Anthony.
My point is, can you? Am I back?
You back now? Talk for a sec.
No.
Yo, go. I tell you, if you unconnect,
Refresh us.
Yeah, refresh.
Hello.
Spurs, you're out too. Who's that? Yeah, what up?
What, am I breaking up still?
Yeah, a little bit, man.
Am I back?
Yeah, you are kind of back. What's up? Now you're gone.
Am I here? Or am I gone?
Well, I heard you say it, but I don't know.
I think I might be back. My point was, Clive, I wasn't saying, I agree with you, standard refraction is a thing, but if it applies against the curve of the Earth, negating the curve of the Earth to make it look flat, it also applies against the sun setting. You can't have it both ways.
I'm muting myself. It does apply when the sun's setting. Doesn't, but the fact that you're standing up and seeing the sun again, there's nothing, refraction won't have anything to do with that. All it means is that what you're seeing is not the actual sun.
Do you understand how Mick West describes refraction on his website?
I don't know who Mick West is, or I've not seen that. I do understand refraction. I know how refraction allows you to bend light so that you can see further around the curve.
I understand that too. I agree with you. But do you know how he describes it on his website? He describes it as 7/6 of the diameter of the Earth, which means that if you were to change your elevation, you would compensate for the apparent sunset.
I mean, I don't know Mick West's qualifications. I don't know whether he's an authority qualified to comment on refraction or not. But I do know that refraction doesn't explain the fact that if you stand up after watching the sunset lying down, that you see it again.
And refraction doesn't explain the Earth looking flat when it's supposed to be curved either.
All that refraction does is when you can see things that you wouldn't normally expect to be able to see in certain conditions, because refraction bends the light so you can see over the curve.
So they say.
No, it's just a fact.
There's a video for, you can watch the sunset twice. You can watch it on the beach, and then you can take the elevator to the top of the world's tallest building and watch the sunset again. And that's not refraction.
You can do it with a drone too. It's really good.
Yeah, but Anthony, you're explaining it wrong. Why they're confused? Because you see it again, but it's always eye level. The horizon is always eye level. If you
if you measure the horizon, it's not always eye level. It changes by such a small amount when you're rising.
Due to visibility.
No, it's not due to visibility.
What do you mean? Go to Weather Channel and it'll tell you how far you can see, right?
No, he's talking about the horizon.
Talking about eye level, not how far you can see.
Visibility is a part of how far you can see, right? Derper.
Well, if you can see the horizon.
And we're not making it up. It's on the fucking Weather Channel. Come on now, wake up, people.
Yeah, we're awake. I think you need to understand.
No, brother. The problem is that I think you're
putting
awake.
Words into my mouth.
Brother, dude, God knows what's been in your mouth, dude. Look, dude, I don't want to fucking deal with like the headache of irrationality, man. Forgive me. I'm trying to create a place for intellectual discourse.
You've got to give
You may not fit the bill.
I come here for entertainment. I go other places for intellectual discourse.
We can admit that. Well, Brenda, you are more than welcome here. You got a song after you already. Like you're. Yep. Brenda.
I think you need to sing a song about Clive.
Clive, don't make nip. Yeah. It's gonna be this. It's gonna be.
I mean, Spurs is even telling you that he's not saying what you think. Let's figure it out. He's the guy who said it. You carry on and you imagine what we're all saying.
It's gonna be this. Oh, nitpicky Clive. Oh, nitpicky Clive.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing, though. You guys change with the wind. You don't like it when someone has got a fact.
When you talk about
don't change.
No, but here's the thing, though, Clive.
Comes alive.
My view on it is you can't have standard refraction when it negates the curve of the Earth, but you claim it when it deals with the sun. You can't have it both ways.
Nitpicky.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Someone's playing a guitar quite badly.
It's kind of good though, because it's nitpicky Clive. Lay it on us, Nick. Or Clive.
Right.
Nitpicky.
Sorry, Anthony, you were saying. I don't know. Anthony said something. I couldn't hear what he said.
I'll sing some more if I got space. Watch out, because it's nitpicky Clive.
I think Anthony's
talk about
broken.
Stop with a mad minute. I was just saying, Clive, that I don't think it's fair that you can claim standard refraction to negate the non-obviousness of the curve when it appears to be flat, and then not allow it when the sun appears to do different things when it's setting.
I'm not disallowing it. I'm just saying that it doesn't have the effect that you think
Clive,
it has.
why did you make science?
It does according to Mick West.
Science and make all the rules and the facts of the way things works just to make this guy not make sense when he's making this claim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Mick West, and I don't know what Mick West
Why
said.
did you do that with science?
But you should know Mick West if you're going to argue about.
Why should I know Mick West?
Because he's the
West,
authority.
the leading world authority on refraction. I don't know.
He's supposed to be the authority.
See,
Physics,
that's one of the
explains
differences.
it.
One of the differences, they always appeal to authority and said people in authority.
Oh,
And we just
Brenda.
appeal to reason and logic.
Brenda, we already figured that you're blind to corporations, or at least some of them, right?
No, that's not true.
Oh, you sure?
What's refraction got to do with corporations?
What's refraction got to do with corporations?
Yeah, put it in the song. Go sing in the corner, man.
Nitpicky Clive.
I hadn't realised quite how mad you are.
It's called having creativity, Clive.
No,
It's
not.
all good. It's all good, brother.
Wow.
It's all good.
All right, order.
Oh, wow.
No, there's nothing wrong with creativity.
Yeah, but that's not it.
That's just great thing to
But
have.
we don't need creativity when it comes to making rational arguments and things.
But as you say, Brenda, there's not much rationality in this house.
No, but it's okay. I appreciate being given a chance to argue my case, and that's why I enjoy coming to places like this. It is to sharpen my wit.
Nice. Yeah, well, welcome.
And to crush my enemies and hear the lamentations of their women.
There's plenty of rocks to sharpen your wit on here. These people think that a brain is just a weight to exercise their necks with, I think.
And to drink the tears of the flat earthers.
Yeah.
Nice.
I enjoy that. It's a delicious beverage.
Don't listen to their songs though; they really hurt.
Yeah, right. You might become a flat earther if you listen to me.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna make. Oh, no. Brenda said it's not gonna happen, but we'll see.
Where'd Dominique go? She was very good. I have no idea who Dominique is, but she was doing an
Channel
excellent.
Q. Yeah,
She's doing an excellent job.
Oh, Brenda.
Excellent. I have no idea.
Guys are just arguing out of anger. That's all.
Dominique was fucking terrible.
Angry argument.
She was great.
She's passionate, right, Brenda? Oh, Brenda. She likes some corporations, but not really the other ones.
Have you figured out that the United States is not a corporation yet?
Or according to Title 28, it is. As long as you're referring to Title 28, it is.
No, it's not.
As long as you're referring to Title 28 and the rest.
It's like trying to tell a slave that it's a slave.
Oh yeah, because Brenda likes some corporations, just not other corporations, because she thinks that those corporations are bad. Yeah, got an iPad in her hand and a McDonald's bag on the counter. That's all right if you eat it sometimes and drink a little bit of wine and a little bit of wine, and some cheese and some intricate somewhere out there language to get up on the new disease that came out in Russia. Did you hear about Donald Trump? Did you hear about someone else that's on TV? Because if you did, you could probably get along. Probably even sing this song.
I guess it's stage name Kruger, isn't it?
What's that? What happened? It's nitpicky
I was
class.
just saying, this is the Dunning-Kruger show. It's quite interesting.
Nitpicky Clive came from the South. You an American? Because
Do I sound American? For fuck's sake,
he
don't
don't
give me yeah.
See how nitpicky is everybody? Oh, nitpicky Clive, he comes alive. And flattered discussion is online. Yeah, nitpicky Clive. Do you guys not understand how we kind of look at things a little differently than you?
Yeah,
I
you
think
do it by not looking at things at all.
Right, but Brad,
I don't mind somebody looking at things differently as far as being artistically or in terms of poetic poems or songs or art or music or any
Well,
of
what
those
about
things.
evidentially, Brenda?
But then, yeah, then it's more of a problem when we're talking about facts and reason and what is or what isn't the case. Then that's more of a problem.
But what about evidence? You didn't mention evidence at any point then.
They don't know.
I didn't. Why did I need to mention evidence?
Because you need evidence to make decisions based on conjecture or arguments.
Yeah. You need evidence to make decisions based on.
She doesn't make her
reason.
own decisions. That's the problem.
I do.
what's up, Warlock? How you doing, brother? Is that you?
Evidence is simply a fact, like
exactly,
like the fact that a pencil falls when I drop it. That's an observation. It's observational evidence for the existence of a phenomenon we call gravity. It's heavy because.
But hang on. How do you know it's evidence of gravity?
It's an observation from which it's the observation of a phenomenon that we experience.
And that phenomenon is explained by gravity, and there is no other explanation for it which works apart from gravity.
Okay.
It's called the theory of gravity for a reason, right?
It must be
theory.
I make observations that the leaves move, or that the grass moves, and that phenomenon. I would call that phenomenon the wind, and then I would have ideas about that would account for why the grass and the leaves are moving.
Brenda,
why did the apple fall from the tree, Clive? Why did the apple fall from the tree?
Sorry, you have to say that again.
To get to the other side of the road?
Why did the apple fall from the tree?
That was funny.
No, Brenda. And why did you?
That was funny, wasn't it? Come on, that was funny.
Order.
It was.
Brenda,
that was funny.
Why did you stop talking? Why did you stop looking at the wind? Why did you wonder? Why did you stop wondering? What happened? Did you meet somebody that started telling you that everything was this, that, or the other thing? Or would you not continue your wonderful own personal line of questioning? When was that stamped on,
Let me ask a couple of questions, Brenda. How do you know that the wind even exists? Can you see it?
She knows because she's married to an astronaut.
You can measure
the wind is a phenomenon that I observe that occurs around me all the time.
But how do you know it's there?
I can feel it when it blows my jacket. I can see it when it blows leaves and grass.
You see the wind?
Bits of paper. I see the phenomenon, and I infer from that there is a phenomenon my language calls the wind.
And that's fine.
Which is simply air moving, right?
Sure. Yeah, I get that. Now, what about love?
Love?
Yeah.
Love is a feeling. It's an emotion of attachment and connection that I might feel for another person or human being.
But how do you know it's there, though?
Because I feel it.
Right. So the wind is something that we feel, and love is something that we feel. Have you ever felt gravity?
Yes, I do all the time.
How did you feel
it? If I stumble and I fall, I feel the effect of the gravity as it pulls me to the ground. I feel the effect of gravity when I try to lift up my leg or my arms.
Okay.
They're heavy.
How did you contrast that?
Exactly, they're heavy. Good answer.
How did you contrast that feeling of gravity against the feeling of the density of the environment that you're in?
I don't even know what that means.
That's the problem.
No, I don't think it's a problem.
No, that's the problem.
Literally,
density is a property of matter, isn't it? It's just a simple property of matter. It's the amount of matter in a unit of volume.
So if you drop your pen to the floor, you let go.
What's density got to do with the price of figs?
If you drop your pen to the floor because you let go of it, you observe the pen falls, right?
Right. Correct.
But how did you contrast or distinguish that it wasn't density, and how did you know? Therefore, how did you know it was gravity that made that happen?
Because gravity is a property of mass.
Right, but
gravity.
but so is
I
density.
would say that gravity causes all things to fall, as we say, to
Okay.
the ground, whether
right.
they are dense or not.
If a
So
thing
how
has
does
density,
how
then
does
it has
smoke work?
mass, and mass is
Right.
given weight by gravity.
But the
Weight
apple
is
on the
effect-
tree is the perfect thing. That if you talk about logic and reason, if you're sitting by a tree and you see a small apple and this doesn't fall, you should be confused. Why isn't that small apple falling, but the big ones are falling? Logic should tell you that the apple is
Spurs, I
too
think
heavy
that tattoo
for the
of yours
twig.
is
That's not
infected.
logic.
It's making you ramble, man.
That would be logical.
No,
You wouldn't
it
think
wouldn't be logical.
you wouldn't think something is pulling the apple to the ground. You would think the apple is grown. That would be logical.
I would think that the apple
is
is ground. I don't know what that means. What does it mean for
Grown.
the apple to be ground?
To be grown, it's grown, fully grown.
Grown. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so logic
What
would tell
about
you. So logic would tell you the
Logic?
apple is too. Yeah, well, logic would say it's grown, it's large, it's going to fall. You see smaller apples on the tree and they haven't fallen. So logic would tell you they're not ready to fall yet. Not that something's pulling it.
Well,
They're just not
logic
ready.
wouldn't tell me any of those things. I think maybe experience might suggest to me that a fully matured, grown apple will eventually fall, right? And an immature green apple is not likely to fall. But that's not logic. That's empirical.
Yeah, it's all about the
that's
color. We
empirical
figured it out.
evidence.
It's all about the color.
If you're saying that the apple, the smaller apple, is being pulled to the ground,
What
why
are you
doesn't it
going
fall?
on about?
Well, I can see that the apples are being pulled to the ground because I can see that the entire limb of that tree, which is full of apples, is weighted down by the weight of all the apples on it.
Keep saying again the weight.
Yeah, not the gravity.
But they're not falling because the stem is holding it onto the tree branch.
Yeah.
Right.
So if gravity were true, the very end of a branch is so thin and light, this would be pulled to the ground.
Well, yes,
This is
you can see that.
That does never happen.
Yes.
That never happens. Branches grow up.
I grew up with apple trees.
I've never
we had a
seen
whole
branches.
orchard.
I've never seen branches grow downwards.
The tip of
branches go up.
The tip of the apple.
Here comes the tag team.
The tip of the branch of an apple tree holding apples bends furthest to the ground. So yes,
because of weight.
Yeah, not because of gravity.
But as soon as you release that heavy apple from that branch, the branch pings back up.
Yeah, you do know what weight is, don't you? Weight is a force which mass experiences due to gravity.
You keep on saying this invisible force, but we're trying to show you that as the apple gets heavier,
well, show me
the branch goes down.
Force, you like magnetism.
This is very simple logic.
Flat earthers love magnetism.
Apple falls.
Mate, you don't know what logic is. Can you even spell logic?
Yeah, but why on earth would anybody sitting by a tree see an apple fall and use their logic to think something has pulled that apple to the ground?
Because they're fucking clever.
Why haven't conquers any fruit?
Why would I think?
To the ground?
Why would I
they
think?
They fall to the ground when they're
why
ready.
Would I think
they're
logically? Why would I think logically?
Well, logic tells me that when fruit is at their maximum weight, they will fall. That's what my logic tells me.
Well, logic doesn't tell me that. Experience tells me that. Those are two different things.
Spurs, why does
I wanted to know why? If I wanted to know why the fruit fell, if I question that, why did it just fall?
I would have
for the tree.
Logic won't tell me anything.
Think,
what I need to do is
something magical has just pulled it to the ground. I wouldn't think that. That's illogical. Over to you.
You're done. You're just as thick as two short
Spurs, why does a pencil which floats in water fall at exactly the same time as like a screwdriver which sinks? Why do they hit the ground at the same time when you drop them? Why do they fall at the same rate?
Because they've got the same qualities of air resistance, the same attributes.
What?
They're both subject to the same air resistance, and because of their shape, they're going to fall pretty much the same.
Air resistance. What does that have to do with it, though? They're different densities. The pencil should fall slower. After all, it floats in water.
Yeah, that's right. It's got you there.
No, because
these are vastly different. You said that the reason why things go down is because one is denser than the other, right?
That's right.
Like for example, I used to snorkel right here off the coast. I'm in Southern California, and the water is really cold here, so I have to wear a pretty thick wetsuit. which makes me really buoyant. And so I have to put a weight belt, and I set up the weight belt to make myself neutrally buoyant in the water. So by playing with how much weight I add to my weight belt, I could either make myself buoyant or I could make myself sink. And not only that, I could make myself very slowly float up, completely neutral, or very quickly sink to the bottom, depending on how much weight I add, right?
Okay.
So why is it
Figured out
that
what an anchor does. Good job.
If it's all buoyancy and density, why is it that objects that are vastly different densities fall at the same rate?
Because they reach maximum.
They don't fall at the
velocity
same rate. You
because
drop
there
a
is
fucking
property
feather and a screwdriver, and you
that
find out which one
Yeah,
falls
no matter
faster.
what.
Yeah, but the feather is producing a
I
lot
want
of
to say something.
aerodynamic
I can
drag.
answer this question. I'd like to answer it. I got back in on the call. So here's the answer. So it's called maximum velocity. Objects, no matter their weight, no matter their size, no matter their friction, no matter what they are, they're all going to, if there is no motor and there's no muscle causing any other sort of adverse inertia or positive inertia to the object that is falling, it will reach maximum velocity, and all things will fall at a rate of maximum velocity. Now you have to drop things from a very high place in order to observe that happening of saying like a feather and a pencil falling at the same rate of speed. You'd have to drop them from very high because both objects would have to have time to reach maximum velocity because it takes time. You have to fall for that long. And if there's no motor and there's no muscle, like people are saying things about butterfly wings, well, yeah, there are no muscles and there are no motors in water. Water is, it's a victim to gravity. It has no choice but to follow the laws of gravity. But a butterfly has a choice. It can use its muscles to create a negative inertia to pull itself against gravity and then therefore control itself. Same
Dominic,
as
do you know what inertia
and you have
is?
muscles also.
Can you define inertia for me? Because you're using it in a very strange
inertia
way.
is what we call the power that is emitted by an object in motion. That's what we call it. The whatever object it is that is in motion, its speed, the power of its speed is called inertia. So it's the same thing if I have two objects collided together that are going at the rate of speed, they will both stop each other because they have equal speed. But if one of them is going slightly faster, it'll push the other one in the opposite direction it was going and in the same direction as the one that was going faster. Do you understand? That's inertia. That's the power behind the velocity. It's just a word that we use to describe what we observe when we see objects in motion and their ability to transfer motion to another object or to what's the word I'm looking for? Make the motion equal to where they stop. Okay, so that's inertia, and maximum velocity is a part of that. So if you're going to go to a very high building and you're going to drop two objects, eventually they're going to begin to fall at the same rate of speed because that is the amount of force that gravity actually has on the objects. And that's when you get to witness gravity doing its job. And that's when the butterfly can fly away, but the water can't. It's because the water has, except for when it's going, it flowing and it has waves and it has tides, it has no choice but to obey gravity. Whereas as a human being with a very complex muscular structure, I have a lot of choice to disobey gravity. I can jump. I can climb up a ladder. I can jump out of a parachute and float down at a rate of speed that is more comfortable for me. Okay.
So you're
basically you made a point. Water won't fly away anytime soon. Okay.
But water is not propelled, right? Because a dead butterfly doesn't fly.
I could take water and I could put it in a hose and I could put it under high pressure and I could spray it 150 feet straight in the air. I can do that with water if I put it under the right conditions. So even water can defy gravity.
You have to exert work to quote unquote defy gravity. You're not going to do.
I have to exert some sort of inertia, some sort of velocity, some sort of power of velocity. Yes.
Order one at a time. Go ahead, Dominic.
Still doesn't. First of all, dead butterflies don't fly. You have to exert force
because
they're
I could pick up a dead butterfly in my hand and blow it off my hand and it would float. Yes.
Yeah, it will still
because of the property of inertia.
Dominic, hold on.
I can blow the dead butterfly and it'll float.
Yo, Dominic,
defy gravity.
Dominic, yo, please. Dominic,
check
it out.
How it is.
This is my court. Hey, love. Look, this is my courtroom, please.
I don't think she can hear you, Isa.
Well, I think she can. Listen, please, just hold it down. Thank you very much. Epistemology, you were saying something, and please let him continue. Regardless if you disagree, you can disagree afterwards, please.
Well, my next question was, okay, so if a pencil and a screwdriver, okay, we'll agree that they might have different terminal velocities at what their ultimate speed is going to be when they're given a chance to accelerate to their ultimate terminal velocity, which is based on air resistance and aerodynamic properties.
He's breaking.
But ultimately, why do they when I drop a pencil and I drop a screwdriver, which have vastly different densities, why do they accelerate at the same rate, and what dictates what that maximum acceleration is?
Gravity. I know you don't like that answer, but that's the answer. That's the power of gravity. Gravity has that much force on all objects, regardless of their weight. Gravity isn't stronger on some objects than others. You just don't have the inertia, the muscle power to move it. So that's why you get a crane to pick up a car. When you can't just drop a pencil and a screwdriver off of a short, drop. It has to be very high for you to witness the two objects falling at the same rate of speed. But once you get to the right amount of height and you let them fall for the right amount of time, you will witness this. But it won't happen in every occasion. You can't just drop two objects out of your hand and expect to witness that. But if you go to the top of the Empire State Building and allow the objects to fall for a long enough period of time, you will witness the actual amount of force that gravity has on all objects. On all objects. Water,
or you can drop
Well,
them in a vacuum.
the force of gravity doesn't change. What actually is changing is the aerodynamic properties are going to, as the object goes faster and faster, the force of the aerodynamic drag,
the rate at which the objects are approaching the gravity.
Yeah, and you can remove the atmospheric effects by dropping them in a vacuum chamber.
And what happens when you do that?
A feather and
then you have no air. Then you have no turbulence. There's no air. There's no turbulence.
Right, but
a feather
it shakes because there's an air pressure there, so it flies above it or below it, so the plane doesn't shake anymore.
So what's the answer?
Because a feather and a boulder will fall at the same rate. That makes perfect sense.
Yes,
Correct.
they do. They do. We can see it.
Yeah. So it's not about just mass.
But you have to drop them from a high enough point so that they have time to reach maximum velocity.
Yeah.
Then they will.
But if you take the air out of the box and you put it in a vacuum, they both fall at the same rate. So it's not just about gravity.
No, that is gravity.
That's air resistance.
Of course it is. Huh?
No, it isn't. It's air resistance. No, it's not.
Resistance
Why is it gravity?
to what? There's no air.
Exactly. Yes. So when you put the air back in, it falls at a different rate.
So,
well,
Anthony,
it's the only variable.
Because of air resistance, it falls at a different rate.
Exactly. That's the
force. That's what he's saying. That's what Anthony's telling you.
So what we're discovering is that there are many factors that
we're not discovering.
Figured into why things fall at the rate to which they fall. It's
all right, let me go back.
Complicated, question. It doesn't have just a simple answer. You have to take a lot of things to be concerned about a lot of different aspects of what is going on in the experiment. You can't just say it fell, therefore.
Hey, Dominic, please, please pay attention when the rest of us are talking.
I am very much.
So Dominic, so it sounds to me like you agree with gravity.
Yeah, she does.
Oh, okay.
She's describing terminal velocity in an atmosphere.
She's describing terminal velocity, which was what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I go back to my pen argument from before? Spurs Kilo stood on me and then went off on a tangent. So I asked when we dropped a pen, it fell to the floor, and I asked Brenda how did she distinguish that it was gravity that was affecting the pen rather than the density of the pen in the environment it's in? How did you work that out that it was one or the one but not the other?
You broke up so much, I have no idea.
We removed the environment, right? We removed the air.
How did I determine that it was gravity?
Dominic, that might be you if you want to reconnect. Or, it might be you.
Doesn't sound like Dominic can hear us.
I can hear Isa and whoever just said it doesn't sound like.
Maybe she doesn't want to hear us.
But the one guy with the Earth picture with the clouds in the sky, he breaks up a lot. I can't hear him.
I'm not hearing him breaking up.
Am I coming through okay?
Yes, we hear you. But yeah, Anthony, it comes down to it's gravity because objects of different densities still fall at the same rate.
Because
hang on.
We know it's gravity. We know that it's gravity because objects of different densities do fall at the same rate.
Yeah,
So
that's
therefore-
the proof. That's the proof that it's gravity.
You guys are so
So-
fake. It's unreal.
Hang on,
No,
hang on,
it's
hang on,
not.
hang on. So you accept that it's gravity. That means, therefore, you reject that it's density, right?
Right. Density has
Gravity
nothing to
has
do.
this. Gravity has
So-
the same amount of force on all
Hold on, one at a
objects,
time.
regardless of their.
Can Anthony address Brenda? Because we have an order. We don't want a gang of 3 against 1.
No, it's
Anthony,
really hard for the continuity of the point because I keep getting stood over. So the pen falls on the floor. You decide that that's gravity. I say it's density. You make the assertion that you have to reject gravity. You have to reject density if you pick gravity. But I want to know why you reject the density over gravity.
Because Anthony, if it's
I
density,
don't.
we should expect. If it's density, we should expect. Go ahead, Dominic. Mobile bug.
But let's just go with Brenda.
It's gravity because
Can't just
if
keep
it
jumping
was
up over on me, epistemology. Yeah, be fair.
because if it was density, then it wouldn't change when we remove the atmosphere, the air.
Sorry, I got kicked again. Anyways, I don't
Well, it's
reject.
probably your
Hold
mobile.
on, Dominic. We all got kicked. They're talking 1 second. Dominic.
Mobile phones have this. Mobile phones and Google Hangouts have this tendency to drop the connection. It's not getting kicked or getting sniped. It's just a bug with the Hangout. There's little you can do about it. It just happens. So
back to the pen. You've ruled out that it was density of the pen in the environment it's in favor of gravity. And
right.
I want to know...
So dense objects sink in water, and not dense objects like wood would float on water. Right.
Agreed. So if the pen fell to the floor,
if I remove the water, the dense object and the piece of wood both fall.
Correct.
Right. And so a feather floats to the ground, and a ball does not float to the ground. I remove the air, and they both fall to the ground. Therefore, that's gravity and not the density.
No, it isn't.
You understand? You understand the comparison? It's a direct.
You
It's a direct
understand you sound
analogy.
retarded?
If you change the one variable you change by removing the air is the resistance of the air against the thing that's falling, how can that then be argued to be gravity?
Because gravity is what's left when you remove the other variables.
No,
Just like
you just
when I remove the water, a piece of wood that floated before will now fall.
All right, so let me ask you this then. If you've got the same vacuum chamber, you removed all the air out of it, and then you sprayed helium into the gravity chamber, what would happen? Would it fall?
I don't know.
Yeah, the helium would fall. It would. In fact, I can even show you a video of that exact test.
I didn't hear what your answer was. You broke up.
I said yes, it would fall to the floor, and I can even show you a video demonstrating a helium balloon where the air gets pumped out of the chamber. The helium balloon falls down.
Doesn't the helium balloon fill the chamber?
Well, they don't evacuate all the air out of it. They just remove enough of the air to where the density of the air and the density of the helium is the same.
So what does that tell you about removing the air?
It tells you that buoyant force is created by gravity pulling the air down, and which is heavier, which is more dense than the helium, which creates a buoyant force, which is why gravity is in every equation for calculating buoyant force.
That's right. My buoyancy doesn't work in zero gravity.
Otherwise, why is it that when you start pumping the air out of a chamber with a helium balloon in it, at one point the helium balloon loses all its buoyancy and sinks to the ground?
Because you've removed the air that it was once buoyant in.
Exactly.
Gravity, that's a reflection of buoyancy.
The fact that you say exactly, it speaks to...
No, it is.
So hang on. So what you're basically saying is if you get a fish and you remove the ocean that it once swam in and it fell to the floor, that's gravity?
That's gravity,
buoyancy?
yeah.
No, you've removed it. It's removed the buoyant.
It's buoyant in the water. It's buoyant in the water because the action of the water against the surface of the object is enough to counter the force of gravity pulling it down.
No, it's buoyant in the water because it's
That's
less
what
dense.
buoyancy. That's what buoyancy is.
Less dense.
How does buoyancy know which way is up and which way is down? It's only gravity that tells us which is up and down. Without gravity, there is no up and down. Without gravity, if you put your pencil in water, it wouldn't know where to float to. Would it float left, right, up, down? It's only gravity.
Yeah, and I know what the claim is, but
It's not a claim. It's a fact. It's a provable fact.
It is not a fact.
It is a fact. It's a provable fact.
No, it's not.
Anthony, have you seen this video here? I'm going to post it in the side chat for you, where the guy has a helium balloon in his van, and he's showing how when he hits the brake.
Hold on, F. Can you just screen share it from where you're at?
I can't screen share on this machine, no. If someone else wants to screen share, though, they're more than welcome.
All right, cool. Let the regular. If you want to come up here, like we'd prefer it if you can, like to come where you can screen share next time.
I know. I'm sorry, but I can't.
What's your policy on screen sharing? Because sometimes your channel might get flagged.
Yeah, no, I'm really trying.
You might get DMC'd. You might have your channel taken away from you.
Yeah.
Well, I've got it on now. If you can keep it going to me, this guy's got
Okay. So you see,
a pendulum.
So he's got a pendulum in there, and it does what you yourself experience, which is when you hit the gas, it goes backward, just like you feel your body get pulled back when you accelerate forward, and when you hit the brake, it goes forward.
I say, can you screen share them?
Yeah, go on.
Anthony's sharing the video.
Yeah.
Click on Anthony.
Gotcha. Where's Anthony? Oops.
So what you notice is you'll notice that the balloon works backwards. When he hits the brake, the balloon goes backwards. When he hits the gas, the balloon goes forward. Because the air, he's basically creating, because Einstein tells us that gravity is the same as being in a state of acceleration, in a frame of acceleration, that it's indistinguishable from acceleration. And when it's in the car, the acceleration of the vehicle pushes all the heavier air to the back of the vehicle when he's accelerating, or to the front of the vehicle when he's braking. And
so you're illustrating.
Hold on a second, Anthony. That's producing a buoyant force on the balloon, which is exactly what we see with. What we see, when it comes to gravity. It's the acceleration of gravity that's producing buoyant force, which is why in the equation for buoyancy, there's always the G. There's the gravitational component for calculating buoyancy.
But let me ask you this: if this is gravity over buoyancy, the air in the car is heavier than the helium inside the balloon. Agreed?
Correct. Yes.
So when he accelerates and the balloon goes forward, the heavier the air that's in the car, the heavier air rushes to the back of the car, pushing the balloon forward. Right?
Right.
So why are we not seeing buoyancy? Perfect illustration of buoyancy. Why is this claimed to be gravity?
You just described it.
Gravity is acceleration.
No, I described buoyancy, not gravity.
Gravity is acceleration, and buoyancy is the way that fluids of different densities manifest in an acceleration field, in a gravitational field.
What you said, Anthony. Just say what you just said again about the air in the car. Went straight over their heads, or they're being ignorant.
Well, Anthony perfectly described what we're seeing in the car. He understands what's going on.
So
yeah, we don't disagree about that.
But it's the interpretation of what we're seeing. It's the interpretation of the evidence that's the issue, right?
Well, why is it when you take away the acceleration field, there's no more buoyancy in the direction of front to back? The balloon just goes straight up. But when you add acceleration in one direction or the other, you create a buoyant force. That tells you that buoyancy is acceleration, and we describe gravity by acceleration.
You honestly believe this is a representation of gravity?
What other explanation is there?
It's a perfect illustration of buoyancy.
Yeah, buoyancy is caused by gravity. Are you not getting
caused by acceleration?
No.
Gravity is a force. Gravity is a force which is exerted on the air. Now, what you're doing with the car is you're replacing the acceleration of a force due to gravity with an acceleration of the car. That demonstrates buoyancy. And what it's showing you is if there's no acceleration, if there's no force, then the balloon doesn't move. There is no buoyancy. That's what this is. What this is.
No. What do you mean? There's no buoyancy.
There's no buoyancy from gravity. We're talking about buoyancy in the left to right. Sorry.
Can I just finish? When you look at that, when the car's stationary, the balloon's straight up. Yeah.
Yeah, but you said there was no force.
There's no force there now, is there? Forget about the fact that. Forget about up and down. We're up and down doesn't count in this example. We're talking left to right.
It absolutely does.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Can you listen? Can you let me finish? Okay. what this is illustrating is you're talking gravity's left to right, okay? You're replacing gravity with the movement of the car. Do you understand that?
Yeah, the inertia, I get it.
Right, so gravity's left to right, okay? Up and down up and down doesn't really exist. It's like there's no gravity side to side, is there?
Respectfully, sir, you are deluded. You are not.
Right.
You are misrepresenting.
No, I'm not misrepresenting. What I'm trying to show you is that what this experiment is trying to show you, all right? What this experiment is showing you is if there is no gravity, there is no buoyancy. There is no buoyancy because the balloon's not moving. When the car moves, then that's creating a force, which is what we're we're substituting for gravity, and the balloon moves. It appears to float away from the direction of the force.
Right. Let me know when you're done, because I'm ready to respond.
Well, respond. I mean, it's pretty simple.
All right. You said there was no buoyancy, right?
There's no buoyancy.
Why is
let him finish, Clive?
Why is the balloon holding the string taut?
Yeah, but we're not talking about actual gravity. What we're doing is this is an analog. Do you know what an analog is? It's a representation of something.
I know what an analog is. The Emperor's New Clothes is a brilliant analog.
Yeah, we're real fucking sick of analogs.
Okay, well look, if we took the car into space,
but like I gotta see, like, yo, seriously though, you don't understand.
Okay, if you took the car into space, the balloon wouldn't stretch the string. There would be no gravity, so there would be no buoyancy. That's not a very practical experiment. So what we do, because we're intelligent human beings, is we think about the problem and we find a way to represent that in a simple, reproducible analog. And that's what this experiment is. It's simple analog.
We're ignoring the gravitational versus buoyant force that's exerted by gravity. We're ignoring that in this experiment. We understand that buoyancy is what's pulling that balloon taut, but what we're saying is, can we create buoyancy in another vector? Not just in the vector created by gravity, but in another vector, we're going to create a buoyant force. To test the theory that buoyancy is created by acceleration. We're testing the theory that buoyancy is created by acceleration. And because we can't escape, there's no easy way to escape gravity, right, other than putting this guy in space.
Right. But what you're actually doing,
what they're complaining about is the fact that the balloon is buoyant when the car is at rest, and what we need to explain to them is that when the car is at rest, it is within the Earth's frame of reference at that point, and the buoyancy of the balloon
Are you trying to prove
is held
general
up.
relativity also in this one too? Is that like seriously? Like,
yes, that's what's happening.
Yeah, that's
relativity.
Dude, look.
Relativity applies. Applies to the car because it's a reference frame.
Right, relativity.
And so when the car moves, then we're creating a new reference frame.
Oh my god, dude! Wow, you bought it all, huh?
Well, why? So what's the problem with that?
It's because you're just telling me that the Emperor's got
fantastic some real estate on the moon.
But he stood there in the nude.
Yeah, literally.
You're gonna have to explain that one, Anthony, because
we don't have to explain anything anymore, actually, guys.
Well, I mean, we've tried to make this. I would make this as simple as we can for you, and you're just obviously not able to comprehend really simple stuff. Go back to your guitar, right? So.
Okay, I'd hope you feel like that you found you said your piece and all the beautiful things, and you would find your way to leave, because in a way, because it's okay, we've done this.
We're kind of doing okay.
God bless, but bless. It is my channel. That's all good. But yeah, I'm just sick of hearing the rhetoric of what it seems to me actually intellectual servitude.
Yeah, what you're doing is not understanding
exactly what
facts.
it is.
And when you can't understand simple facts, you get angry.
Look, brother. What you listen, it's tomato, okay, dude? So look, it's like you have the rights to your opinions, I have the rights to mine, no?
Yeah, but
no, you don't.
Opinions mean nothing.
Hold on. Are you telling me I don't have the right to my own opinion?
You can have as many opinions as you like, but don't expect anyone to give a damn about them when they're wrong.
Have I asked you to give a damn? Did I ask you to put a comment in my chat?
I don't care. Okay, I'll put a comment in your chat if I want. If you don't want me to, then ban me. Fair enough.
I don't do that, brother. Look.
I am selling property on the moon.
Hold on. Yo, Clive, no disrespect, brother. I really am trying to. I don't want to ban anybody. I want everybody to feel welcome here in a certain degree. I just feel like, yo, and I thank you for the conversation today. I hope, you know what I mean, you're more welcome back. It's just like, you know,
it doesn't further anyone by just coming in and calling everyone deluded and,
we're not
shouting and screaming when simple things are being explained to you.
Look, brother,
you don't gain by that.
Brother, it's not that. We're just sick of hearing people that don't really want to think about these things, but will just accept.
What?
Can I just go through a couple of questions with Anthony on the balloon thing?
It depends on how many times. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But it depends on how many times.
You know, in a science experiment, right? And I'm going to pull a quantum eraser independent variable John thing here, but you know, there's a dependent and independent variable in any science experiment, right?
Could you just do us a favor? Just move your microphone a little bit further back because you're dead loud compared to everybody else.
Am I loud, really?
Yeah.
The mic's actually very far away. It's in a laptop that's like 3 feet away from me. I'll try and talk a little quieter. Is that better?
I think you're you need a better mic, to be honest.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me okay though?
It's a bit tinny, but you are loud compared to everybody else.
Tinny is.
Well, maybe Isaac can turn me down because he can turn me down in the console.
Nah, I don't have that right now. Go for it.
But I was going to ask you, so Anthony.
Yeah.
So in that experiment, right, when we're looking at the buoyant force created in the front to back direction in the van, right, we're ignoring gravity versus buoyancy in the up and down direction that we traditionally see it. We're just focusing on what's happening what the force is happening left to right on the balloon, right? And
yeah, but
hold on a second, Anthony. Hold on, let me finish here. The density in the car is not changing. The air it's the same air that's always in the car, and the helium in the balloon, it's the same density helium that's in the balloon. There's no change in the density of the air in the car and the density of the helium. The only thing that we're changing is we're adding and removing an accelerative force, right? That's our dependent variable. That's what we're changing is we're adding and removing acceleration.
Agreed.
And when we add acceleration, we get a buoyant force. When we remove acceleration, we get no buoyant force.
No, but hang on. You already had a buoyant force because the string was taut. I would agree with you if the balloon was...
There's no buoyant force in the left to right direction.
The correct way to do that experiment is to put enough...
There's buoyancy being created in multiple vectors once the car is accelerating or decelerating. There's always the buoyant force that's going against gravity. The up and down buoyant force, that's always there, because we can't remove that easily in this experiment unless the van was like, free fall around the Earth.
Disagree. No, I disagree. All you have to do is get the right combination of helium and air to make that balloon sit in a state of equilibrium. Then do the experiment, because then you do have no buoyancy, and you've got
but then you wouldn't produce buoyancy left to right either, because whether you
that's the problem. If there was genuine no buoyancy was an issue, the balloon would stay exactly where it is.
Buoyancy. So you're misunderstanding buoyancy now, because what happens when you get the balloon neutrally buoyant, that means that the density of the balloon matches the density of the air in the vehicle, and therefore acceleration in any vector would not produce a buoyant force. Look at the equation for buoyancy.
Exactly, that's the problem. You're using an experiment starting off with buoyancy, but claiming that buoyancy doesn't matter from the start. But it does.
No. This is a mischaracterization of not understanding buoyancy. In order for you to produce a buoyant force, you have to have something that's a different density than something else.
Right, but your whole premise is that gravity says that.
Why is it when the vehicle accelerates or decelerates, right, which is still a form of acceleration in one vector or the other? Why is there a buoyant force being produced in the left to right direction?
It's not being produced. It's already there.
If it's already there, then why doesn't the balloon move until the vehicle starts to accelerate?
Because there's no wind.
And because the string's holding it stopping it from moving.
No, but you're still not explaining why is the balloon moving forward or backward when the vehicle accelerates or decelerates.
Because the air around the balloon is more dense and it pushes the balloon the opposite way because the air itself is heavier. It's pushed. If you go forward,
but that heavy air is going to the back. That doesn't happen until it's subject to acceleration, correct?
Oh my God, dude. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's the moment of the turn.
So when we describe gravity as acceleration.
No. Gravity, this isn't a representation of gravity. This is a representation of buoyancy. The only difference is
when that vehicle is accelerating, it's simulating the acceleration caused by gravity. Except in this case, it's acceleration that's not caused by gravity. Forward to back, acceleration caused by the vehicle, not acceleration caused by gravity.
All right. Where does this force of gravity? Who is pushing this force of gravity? Where does this force come from? It doesn't just come out of thin air. You can't explain those things. You can explain the force of the car and all those things, but gravity, you can't compare it to the car because we can explain why the balloon is moving.
We don't have to explain what creates the acceleration caused by gravity.
Well, you have to.
No,
Yes,
we don't have
that's
to.
the problem you have. You do have to. That's the problem you're going to have. Your face.
Epistemology. Let me ask you this.
So hold on a second. So birds, they don't understand aerodynamics, but they can still use the air to fly, correct?
No, birds absolutely understand
their advantage. They can still use the air to their advantage.
No.
Birds understand aerodynamics, right?
No. Birds absolutely understand aerodynamics. That's why they can jump on a
Oh,
thermal.
really? You think a bird could design an airplane?
No, what a bird can ride
Have
a
you
thermal.
ever talked to a bird?
On an aeroplane.
When's the last time you had a conversation with a bird?
Exactly. So how do they understand aerodynamics? Do they know maths?
You don't need to perfectly understand a phenomenon in order to use it to your advantage.
Well,
right?
you're making this claims.
Like
Of course, you need to understand
humans,
it.
before humans knew about molecules, right? They were using fire for thousands of years before we knew
Tangent.
before we knew. No. This is going on your point of that we need to perfectly understand a phenomenon in order to take advantage of it or to explain anything, right? So,
hey, man, you're the one that brought birds up, not me.
So before we knew about molecules and what actually produces fire, that it's a molecular reaction, right?
Yeah, but the point here is that you're comparing this car.
People were using fire.
You're comparing the car's acceleration.
Epistemology. Let me ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
In the balloon experiment we just saw inside the car, if the balloon was filled with a perfect mix of helium and air so that the balloon was maintaining its position without going up or down and it was truly neutral, what would happen when the car went forward?
The balloon, it would act as if there's no acceleration. It would still stay in the middle. If it was neutrally buoyant, where it's just floating in the middle of the car, neutrally buoyant, then whether the car accelerated or decelerated would not make a difference.
That's the point. The point is that buoyancy only works when there's a force, and the force is gravity.
I didn't hear a word what he said. Then he broke up really bad, unless it was me.
Well, the important thing is you cannot produce a buoyant force if you don't have two mediums of different densities.
Exactly.
There's no buoyant force.
So by having a buoyant force in the first place, you're not testing gravity. You're testing buoyancy.
But in the car, we've got a medium with two different densities: the balloon and the air, the helium-filled balloon with the air. But there's no force created in the left to right direction unless the car is accelerating or decelerating. You don't actually get the buoyant force in the left to right direction until you apply acceleration. That's the whole point of the experiment.
But
you have to apply acceleration in order to get a left to right buoyant force.
So talk me through the forces that affect the balloon when you accelerate from a standstill. What actually happens with the air?
Because the air has inertia. Because the air has inertia, and it wants to resist acceleration.
Yep. So what happens to the air?
It gets scooped up like you're running your hand through water, right? You get a pile up of water on your hand when you run your hand through a bathtub or something like quickly, right? You're going to get a bunch of water accumulate on the front. So what you're having an unequal. You get air that's going to accumulate to the back of the car. You get an increase in density in the air at the back of the car. So there's more density at the back of the car and less density at the front of the car.
Now, I agree, absolutely. What you've just said there is absolutely right. Now, if you've got the balloon in the middle that's held on a string and it's in a position where it's denser at the back, but it's less it's more buoyant at the front, what do you think is going to happen with the balloon?
Yeah, it's going to move towards the direction of less density.
Well done. You've just explained what density and buoyancy is. Nothing to do with gravity.
Except for the fact that this only occurs within the frame of acceleration, which is what gravity is.
Well done, Anthony.
What we're doing is adding in, because what you're saying, if it's just density, then we shouldn't have to create an acceleration field in order to create the buoyant force.
But how do you force the air to the back of the car without the acceleration?
Exactly. That's why there's no buoyant force in the left to right direction without acceleration, and which is why there's no buoyant force when you're in free fall in space.
It's the chicken before the egg, man.
In space, there's no buoyancy because there's no gravity. That's why we're telling you it's stupid to call it density when you need to have acceleration.
Because you've been to space, right?
You have to have an acceleration.
I was about to say this. Space.
You have to have an acceleration.
You have to know where this gravity is coming from and what space are you talking. You haven't proved a vacuum.
Epistemology.
Trying to dodge. But Anthony, it sounds like you perfectly understand the experiment, and you understand that you need to have that acceleration component to create density, to create buoyancy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But the problem is you're not seeing that it's a representation of buoyancy. It's not gravity. I can't understand how you can't see that.
Because all that we're doing in the car, we're not changing the density of anything in the car. All that we're doing is we're adding and removing acceleration, which would be the same as adding or removing acceleration.
What it's showing you, Anthony, is that there cannot be buoyancy without a force of acceleration.
But there is buoyancy because it's held on a string.
Yeah, but the buoyancy.
Yeah, whatever.
But the buoyancy in that direction is caused by acceleration due to gravity, which is why all equations that calculate buoyancy have a g, which is gravity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because these guys think the Earth is spinning. That's what the problem is. They think it's spinning.
No, these guys have been indoctrinated by science that doesn't exist.
Well, if you want to get onto it, we've beaten this one to death. Let's talk about the Atmos effect, which shows the Earth is spinning. If you want to talk about spinning Earth.
Take a break, Clive.
I don't think you're going to really understand.
Hit it, Isa.
Nitpicky Clive. Nitpicky Clive. Oh.
Man, if only you could sing, you could be a star.
Damn it.
Oh, it's Nitpicky Clive. And if you talk to flat earth, Nitpicky Clive comes alive. Don't you nitpicky, because he likes his socks just how his mama made them. He probably irons his shirt.
Bye.
And don't really think much, because it's Nitpicky Pete. Oh, as long as mama said it was cool with Nitpicky Pete, because he didn't have to think that much. Oh,
I said.
Yeah.
Well, your songwriting's about as good as your understanding of science, maths, physics, and logic. Pretty crap, man. Listen, crap.
It's just crap. It's all crap to Nitpicky Pete, because after living a lifestyle,
I've got to say, man,
of never leaving home, Nitpicky Pete had to recognize that it's a form of nihilism.
I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, he's lived a life for like what, 60 years now. That's hard to break.
I'm saying never, still folds his socks, just like Mama told me.
I broke my programming, but I know it's a sphere because I do research.
And that's P. Morris. P. Morris, don't tell me you know Nitpicky Clive.
Well, I want to try and help Anthony understand what's happening here. Anthony, do you understand? You know the yin and yang, right?
I said, let the man speak.
Oh, forgive me, Nitpicky Pete.
You're familiar with yin and yang, I'm sure, right?
Nitpicky Clive.
Yeah, I'm familiar with yin and yang.
You get very
So the way yin and yang work, right, is the yin and yang define each other. You can't have yin without yang, right? The white defines what the black is, right? That is what we're talking about with buoyancy and gravity. You can think of buoyancy and gravity as yin and yang, right? Because they define each other, right? So you can't have one without the other. That's why when you say it's not gravity, it's buoyancy, it's kind of hysterical to people who know what these subjects, who have
all right, so
these subjects.
Let's test your knowledge and understanding of it, okay? You talk me through what's just happened with the helium balloon in the car. You tell me what you think's happening.
What do you mean, like?
We
just went over this.
Yeah, we did, but I want you to tell me. I want you to explain.
Why do you want to do this? Are you trying to embarrass me?
Because you're telling me that.
Hopefully,
you're telling me that
does it.
Don't embarrass.
You're telling me that I don't get this, so I'd like to know. Yeah, but
think about what's density, right? Density is mass in a volume, and mass is defined as an object's ability to resist force. Gravity is basically just the force of acceleration.
Right.
So gravity and mass define each other, right? We measure mass with gravity, right? So how are you saying mass exists and gravity doesn't exist? It sounds hysterical and ridiculous.
Okay, so let's just bear with me then. So you just talk me through what's going on here. You tell me what's going on, because I obviously don't get it. So, and epistemology wasn't able to explain.
The force of acceleration is causing the air to go to the back, which creates a buoyant force that pushes the helium balloon, which is less dense than air.
Right, that's exactly it. So you got the same point that that epistemology got. But why does it go forward? Because what's happening?
Because the buoyant force created by the acceleration is pushing a denser air mass to the back of the car.
You are right. The denser air is being pushed to the back of the car. That pushes the balloon forward because the denser air is rushing to the back, and it's creating a horizontal buoyancy force. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I'm going to go hit my buoyancy density bone. See you guys later.
One down, one to go.
If you pick a class, you pick a class. Oh, you're still alive.
So, what I'd like to do at this point, I sir, just hang on.
Yes, sir.
Epistemology, I know you've left and you've not got the right to respond because you're no longer in the chat, but I'd like to just say, although we disagreed, thank you so much for that video. I'm going to use it a lot because what you described, even though you believe it yourself and you think you understand it, you don't realize you're actually showing buoyancy, but it's being done on the horizontal axis, and that's all it is. It's got absolutely nothing to do with gravity whatsoever. It's a perfect example of buoyancy over density on the x-axis. So thank you so much for it. I'm going to use it a lot now. It's a really good example, but I'd like to know if you could repeat that experiment using a neutrally buoyant balloon. Then let's see what happens, because that'll kind of shit all over
what would happen. Nothing, because buoyancy only works. Buoyancy only works when a force is exerted. Without gravity, you have no buoyancy. And that's what it demonstrates, but you just don't have the brains to grasp that simple little fact.
No, you just believe it.
Funny. No, I don't believe. It's just very simple stuff. It's very simple stuff.
I agree. It is very
simple. And I would have thought even someone as simple as you could grasp that, but it's just not going to happen.
You just lost your own argument by making it personal.
No, I haven't lost my argument. It's not personal. It's just the kids in the car understood it. I mean, how old are they? And you can't understand it. What does that make you, man? That's embarrassing.
All right, so Spurs Chemo, let's see your view on it. Do you think that represents gravity, or do you think it represents buoyancy?
Oh, for God's sake, bloody snake skins have got brains in any shape or
form. These guys have just got claim after claim. And when it comes down to it, you get what Clive is giving us now.
What you get is you get facts, and you get owned, and it gets pointed out when you just don't have the brains to understand simple facts. It's not.
Wait, what about my books? What about all these books?
Yeah, do you know what a book is?
Hey, Clive, do you consider yourself someone who appreciates Socrates?
I've never met him.
Well, no, but I mean, like, just historically, like, as one of the founders of,
Socrates was a philosopher. Philosophy, I'm with John Cleese on philosophy. It's about as much use as two men hitting each other with rubber chickens, but you carry on.
Okay, do you know what? That's the best thing you've ever said, Clive.
Yeah. Socrates, he said, I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing.
Well, he knows language.
But you know that how gravity works?
No, I don't know how gravity works, but I do know the fact.
You said you don't believe it. You say you don't believe it, right? You say you don't believe it.
No, I do believe it. It's like, do you know how electrons work? You're using a computer.
No, I'm talking about. I'm just saying. Do you understand, like, the like, I guess more the thinking man's thought right now?
I mean, what I know is what works. You know, this stuff works because without all this stuff, you wouldn't have any of it. You wouldn't have your guitar, you wouldn't have your internet, you wouldn't have your TV.
Hold on, are you a scientist or something?
No, I got a degree.
Hold on, let me answer. Hold on. Are you a scientist?
I've got a degree in chemical engineering, so I wouldn't call myself a scientist, but I have basic maths.
Okay, right. So you're not like, what about the stars? How have you ever, like, do you own a ship?
A ship?
That's what, or do you fly a plane?
I used to do gliding, but that's not something you don't do a lot of navigation.
So like, no. So you can understand, like, where I'm saying is, like, if you don't really know about those things, you'd be kind of out of your element to speak on them. You might speculate that what Wikipedia tells you is true, and that's cool. But the point is like, if you just go ahead and just believe that, and have never been actually out or tested it or been on a boat out, you ever gone deep sea fishing?
I believe what works.
Have you been out? Have you ever been? Yeah, have you ever
I've
been deep sea
sailed.
fishing?
I know a sextant doesn't work on a flat Earth. I know enough about the basic maths.
How would you not? How would you say a sextant, brother? I don't know how you would think a sextant wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Well,
because sextants were used and they were used. And do you know that 600 miles is treated navigationally? 600 nautical miles is treated as flat. That's 690 miles. So when you're treating and plotting, you're not calculating for any of the supposed curve.
I don't know. I've never navigated.
That's what and for that, I mean,
but the reality is a sextant wouldn't work on a flat Earth, and it certainly would become more and more inaccurate.
You wouldn't know that because you're not.
I do know that. I do know that because I know the maths.
And you're not like Socrates, and that makes you unlike Socrates.
Well, I don't want to be like. So I never said I wanted to be like.
Yeah, no, because he's a wise man. It's evident you might not want to be a wise man.
I don't know. There's even this.
Well, historically, I tell you, if you went down to the planetarium and asked somebody if they thought Socrates was a wise man, do you think they'd say he was a wise man?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, he's also one of the first people who had a cosmology.
I'm just admitting I don't know stuff. So I must
then why are you out here?
So now I'm like Socrates. You don't like it.
So you admit you don't know stuff.
I don't know everything. Nobody knows.
Right. So you don't know anything. It could be agreed. Fact from fiction. It could be agreed that you don't know anything about gravity firsthand wise. You don't.
Yeah, well, he did admit it. I experience it every minute.
No. Just because you call it that, does that make it so?
When I pick stuff up, I understand how gravity works. I understand the difference.
Why?
Between buoyancy and gravity. Because it's simple physics, man.
Simple physics and what?
Simple physics. It really is. It's like high school physics.
Well, on top of this, look at math, right? In math, you have many expressions with one result, right?
I'm confused. Who's the nitpicky one here? Is it supposed to be Clive or Issa? Because Issa seems pretty nitpicky to me.
Well, I'm allowed to be.
Yeah, Issa does hypocrisies. He's a hypocritical.
No, it's just my court. That's how it goes.
That's right, the court of hypocrisy.
You call it whatever you want to.
Critical Issa.
Brother, I tell you, are you acting up and talking shit about my court? Relax. But the point is
I'm relaxed. You're the one who gets upset.
You sure? Yeah, I get upset with ignorance. I'm like, you
must have a real hassle when you get to the shaving mirror.
Look, dude, check it out, bro.
Really angry.
I just get mad when I'm faced with constant, a bombardment of insults.
You know
what I mean? Look, yeah, it may be, but it's my court, and you can call it as you like, and you can also feel free to leave. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Well, I've been here long enough, so I will be leaving soon. But I just wanted to point out to Anthony that he's just kind of like millimeters away from getting it. He understands almost everything about the buoyancy in the car experiment. He just can't quite get home. It's so sad to see him so close and yet so far. But I reckon if he does it enough, one day it might click.
Let me respond because you've been polite enough, so I'll be polite back.
Yeah,
we see the same thing. We interpret it the total polar opposite. And that's cool. That's cool. I'm fine with that. If you think that I'm crazy for it and I think you're crazy for it back, that's fine. But at least
I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying
ask him what he needs to be buoyant against when there's no water. Like when they're in the van and it's only air, what is it that they're having to be buoyant against? What is the force that they are, diffracting when the balloon is buoyant? This is a problem. You can't have buoyancy without gravity because you have to have the other half of the equation.
What was rephrase the question? I missed the first couple of words. What did you say? What did she say?
I didn't really catch it.
I didn't. Clive, did you catch what she was asking?
No, sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
Dominique, what
She's
did you
asking
say?
You to save her from the globe.
Dominique, go on, now speak.
This balloon thing in the van. We
go
understand that you have to be buoyant when you're in water because the buoyancy.
I know what she was asking. Oh, she's here.
Can you hear me? I think I have a little bit of lag.
Yeah. Go on, I can hear you. You have the floor. Go on, speak.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to turn my phone up. Okay, so my question is with Anthony, with this balloon thing in the van, okay? So that we agree that there is buoyancy occurring, that we can experience buoyancy with this experiment, right?
Well, do we agree that it starts with buoyancy, not is created?
We all agree that buoyancy is being exhibited in this experiment, correct?
Yeah, but do we agree that it starts with buoyancy? It doesn't get created.
I don't want to be semantical, okay? I just want to say, you agree that there is buoyancy being portrayed by the balloon as being buoyant. The string is taut. It is floating in the air, right?
Correct.
There's buoyancy in this experiment with the van, with the balloon, okay? So what I'm trying to say is there's no water there, so there's no need to float on top of the water and be buoyant in that sense. There's no water. What are we being buoyant against when we are just surrounded by air? Right.
The air.
Right. Okay. So, but forward and it causes the van to move, right? What are we being buoyant against then? If the balloon then moves.
You're being buoyant against the buildup of denser air, the pressure of the air at the back of the car that's being pushed to the back of the car.
To? Because I find it difficult to know who I'm exactly speaking to. I'm
speaking to Anthony. Yeah, go ahead.
And he's breaking up. That's why I was listening to it.
Well, no, he said he said it would be the density on the back of the wall, on the back window of the gathering, most likely at the back of the at the window, and that acceleration, that movement forward, would affect the movement internally inside of that space without any wind because it was protected. And that buoyancy, if you were to take it to that, it would go back and forward in relationship to it would go forward and then back. Forgive me if it was going to go into the lighter.
So before the air goes to the back, where is the air?
It's in a state of equilibrium evenly across the car.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No,
yes,
it's at the bottom.
No, it's not.
Why is there a buoyant force pushing the balloon up?
The air is all around the balloon at that point.
Density, and the density would be at the lowest portion of it. And
the buoyant force pushes the balloon up to start, right?
Yeah, and if
so the air is denser below the balloon. And why is the answer denser below the balloon? Because of gravity.
No.
Because it's pulling the air to the earth. Oh my God.
Dominique, do you want to ask your question again? Because you haven't got to ask your question yet.
Oh, I thought I did ask it. I was just, I'm just trying to get them to understand that you cannot measure buoyancy without the other half of the equation. The other half of the equation has to be the force that would cause it to not be buoyant, which in the case of there being no water and there being air, that force is in fact gravity. It's not really a question.
No.
I'm just
No. It's not.
I'm just trying to get him to understand that, yes, he's witnessing buoyancy, but buoyancy against what force?
I think he's just saying he doesn't believe in gravity because he's like trying to be shocking or something, or trying to get views. I don't get. It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
You're breaking up.
You guys sound so pathetic. You guys sound so
really
okay.
Well, then we don't, because you guys do. Because like you're saying gravity doesn't exist, and you're saying buoyancy replaces gravity, but you can't have buoyancy without gravity. So that's nonsensical.
So pathetic.
Why is that pathetic? We did an experiment and we proved it. You guys claim to be about experiments, but when we show you experiments, you just deny them. It's no. And you say I'm ridiculous. Do you know what's happening here? People watching this think you're fools.
That's okay. I don't care.
Science degrees. Especially.
Dominic, listen. I'm going to talk to you now. Okay, just me and you. Okay. Dom, are you there? Great. So,
yes, I am here.
When the car's stationary, the car's not moving. The balloon is being held in place by the string. Buoyancy is being applied against the string, right? It's pulling the string taut.
The string would more be being held in place by the balloon, I would say.
Yeah, but it's the upward force.
The balloon is the thing that has the ability to float up. The string, if it wasn't connected to the balloon, would just fall flat.
So it's buoyancy, right? Buoyancy is holding the string taut.
Yes. Well,
great.
Yes.
So when the car starts to accelerate, do you agree with me that the air that is heavier than the balloon gets pushed towards the back of the car and causing an increase in pressure? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So when it does that, and there's more pressure at the back, that means there's more air in the back. There's more dense air at the back of the car. That means there's less air at the front of the car. That's why the balloon moves forward, because it's dense air pushing to the back, which forces the balloon to go forward.
Yes, in that example, correct. But when the balloon is not being forced by the acceleration of the air from the movement of the car, we have a different example of buoyancy. Okay,
it doesn't. It's the exact same.
the inertia that the car has put on the air. It's not the same thing.
It is the same. Because all you're doing is, by accelerating the car forward, all you're doing is pushing the air inside the car to the back, and that's creating a density
What
at the back of
happens
the
when
car.
we push air? Okay, like push air, blow with your mouth at the air, and hold your hand in front of it, and push the air, and tell me what you experience.
An increase in pressure on your hand, an increase in pressure.
Right, now, I want you to hold a piece of paper in your hand and do the same thing. Blow on the piece of paper and tell me what happens.
You increase the pressure against the paper. It'll want to push backwards. It'll want to resist.
So you're creating wind, and wind creates movement, right? On things that are buoyant, right?
Well,
like paper and balloons, right?
No, you're just increasing the pressure in front of the paper. You're pushing the paper back through pressure.
Well, what if you breathed in front of the paper? Then which way would the paper move?
If it was close enough proximity to the paper, it would suck the paper towards you.
Correct. So that's what that's basically what we're saying, But when the balloon is standing still and there's no other sort of force coming from the movement of the car, or the movement of the air within the car, what is the balloon being buoyant against?
The air inside the car. The air is the
air
thing
inside the car is all around the balloon. Above
Correct.
it, on each side of it, below it, everywhere. So what is
Agreed.
it being buoyant against? That's causing that string. But wait, they're causing that string to be so straight. Now, if I detach that string from the balloon, the string's going to fall. So what happened there?
All that's happened is what's holding the balloon from hitting the roof of the car? The string, right? So when you cut the string, all you're doing is allowing
the string being attached to the truck. Yes. The string in itself isn't holding anything. The string is the conduit between the balloon and the car.
The string is forcing the buoyancy of the balloon to stay where it is, because that balloon wants to disappear into the atmosphere. It wants to go up into the clouds.
Also, the opposite is true. Is the string wants to fall to the van floor, but the balloon is holding it in place. And I'm asking you about that aspect. Why does the string want to fall, and why does the balloon prevent the string from falling? What is there?
Because the balloon's force of buoyancy exceeds the string's mass. That's all it is.
Anthony, what if you let the balloon outside? What'll happen? It'll go to a certain height, right? And then it won't go higher. Correct. Why is that? What's holding the balloon down? Why doesn't it keep going up?
Because it'll equalize with its environment. It'll find equilibrium.
Okay.
P-Mars, do you want to tell me what the balloon would do instead, and for what reason?
I'll just tell you that gravity holds it to the earth.
The balloon,
that's what's actually happening, not your fucking ridiculous explanations for what's happening.
But you said yourself the balloon went up. So if the balloon doesn't go up and equilibrize, what is the balloon doing instead?
Well, why does it equilibrize? Why doesn't it fly into space?
It'll get to a certain
What's holding it? What's holding it to the earth? There's something holding it to the earth.
No, there's not. It's going up. So you think that the balloon would go to the floor?
Well, by your logic, it should fly into space, but it doesn't. It's held to the earth by something. Now, what is that? You're just avoiding calling it gravity because I have you in a fucking conundrum.
No, it'll equalize. It'll get to a point where it's buoyancy neutral.
Please, you're so ridiculous.
Or the balloon will burst because the.
What do you mean by the term equalize?
This guy is like a clown.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What is it going to equalize with? What aspect of the balloon equalizes with what aspect of its environment? Explain.
When you have
this idea you have.
When you have two states of disequilibrium, they will both want to naturally equalize because that's where they will naturally go.
Okay,
it's like
now explain to me what is the unequal. What did you say now? The equilibrium.
Disequilibrium. Yeah, the equilibrium.
Okay, the disequilibrium. Okay.
Yeah.
Explain to me what part of the balloon is representing that.
The disequilibrium, the contents of the balloon. It's like you know what a fractional distillation column is, right?
I don't know. I don't understand how this applies to what I'm asking you, though.
Okay, well, it does.
I just want to know I just want to know, like, what part of the environment and what part of the balloon.
He's talking about a pressure. He's talking about a density gradient, which is right, Anthony. You're talking about the density gradient. Eventually, the balloon will rise to where the density of the balloon matches the density of the atmosphere at that portion of the gradient. Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So we agree. We agree in every way, almost, Anthony. The only place, and you seem to perfectly understand why the balloon has a buoyant force. You know, why it will get to a certain altitude and stop. The only thing that we disagree about is what is creating the density gradient that we see on Earth, and what is artificially creating the density gradient in the car when it's accelerating or decelerating. Because the problem is, in order to create a buoyant force, there has to be a density gradient. The density gradient, right? That density gradient is caused by acceleration, which we call gravity. And in the car,
it's caused by acceleration, which is inertia, not gravity. It's displaying inertia. That's what you're seeing.
Dude, gravity is acceleration. It's the same thing. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, the gravity is accelerating. There's gravity that's accelerating the air to create your pressure gradient.
That's where they think they're spinning. So it's like there's enough just magical.
It seems like we're like 99% on the same page here. The only thing you can't explain.
No, dude, it's just like he's being stubborn. He knows he understands gravity. He understands gravity. He's just being a stubborn fuck.
Order.
Epistemology.
There's no in the car. We don't have a left to right pressure gradient.
Order. Everyone, please. Okay.
At the beginning.
Hold on 1 second, Anthony. 1 second. Just thank you for coming, please. Thank you for coming to order. Anthony, please speak.
At the beginning of the experiment, we saw the pendulum hanging from the ceiling of the car. When the car drove round, what force was making the pendulum move? Was it gravity or was it inertia?
It was acceleration that was moving the pendulum.
You've got a choice. It's either inertia that makes the pendulum move, or is it gravity?
When the pendulum is moving left to right, it's not gravity or inertia. It's acceleration being applied to the pendulum,
right?
Which is overcoming the inertia of the pendulum. The pendulum has a tendency to stay still if it's still, or to stay moving if it's moving. That's what inertia is, right? Inertia is that matter will unless it's acted upon, it will either stay still if it's still, or it will be in motion.
Two masses of equal force meet, they will stop each other, or one will overcome the other.
So
it's the transferred motion law.
When it's the case of the pendulum, when the vehicle accelerates, it's exerting a force on the pendulum to overcome the inertia of the pendulum, which is why it moves.
Exactly. So if it's inertia that makes the pendulum move, why is it not inertia that makes the
balloon move? It's not inertia
that
makes it move. It's acceleration that makes it move.
No, it's not. It's inertia. Acceleration is the cause.
No, acceleration is what causes something to change its state of inertia in order to whether it's going to be moving. To get something that stopped to start moving, you have to apply a force. In the case of in the car, it's acceleration that's applying the force.
So you don't think that the pendulum moving is a reflection of inertia? You think it's a reflection of gravity?
It's a reflection of force. No, the pendulum is not. It's gravity when the car is still, and the pendulum is keeping the string taut in the car. That's gravity exerting a force.
So when the car accelerates,
when the car accelerates, it has nothing to do with gravity. It's the acceleration of the car causing the pendulum to move backward, and when it's braking, it moves forward.
I agree. It's the acceleration of the car.
It's acceleration that's moving.
Wait. The car accelerates, but what does the pendulum do? The car accelerates and causes the pendulum to move backwards. The movement of the pendulum moving backwards is known as what?
It's the inertia of the pendulum.
Exactly. If it's the inertia of the pendulum that makes the pendulum move, why is it not the inertia of the balloon that makes the balloon move?
Because in this particular case, the buoyant force is more powerful than the inertia of the balloon, which is why you create a buoyant, which is what this demonstration is about. Is what you would normally expect when there's no buoyant force involved, the inertia of the object to resist acceleration, which is why, like, if you have your change on your dash and you hit the gas, right, it goes flying into the seat, right? Because of the inertia of the coin resisting the changes in acceleration, right?
Agreed.
Right. So, but in the case of the balloon, it's moving the opposite direction because the denser air will overpower the inertia of the balloon and create a buoyant force in the balloon.
Agreed.
The balloon still has inertia. The balloon still has inertia. It just has the buoyant force.
We're getting there. So with the pendulum, when the car accelerates forward, the pendulum moves backwards because of inertia. Okay, we're there. We get that. We agree at this point. Is that right?
Yeah, but ultimately, if there's no acceleration, there's no movement.
Sorry, say that again. You got stood on.
This has to do with what we're looking at, what frame of reference we're looking at, right? But if there's no acceleration, you're not going to see any movement. The movement is a result of the acceleration, the apparent movement, which is, in this case, it's the inertia keeping within one frame and the car accelerating in another frame of reference.
Yes.
Right, which is why we see the movement.
Right. So can you explain why the pendulum is subject to inertia when the car accelerates, but the balloon isn't in your model?
No, it is. It is subject to acceleration, except the buoyant force is stronger than.
So therefore, it can't be gravity.
Can we simply say that the pendulum reacts differently than the balloon because it lacks buoyancy?
No, they both do the same thing. The car accelerates.
There's no buoyant force. There's no buoyant force on the pendulum, but there's a buoyant force on the balloon.
Because
they
the pendulum
both have inertia.
Because the pendulum is more dense than the environment it's in, whereas the balloon is less dense, and that's why they do the opposite. You're seeing buoyancy. You're seeing the effects of buoyancy on inertia in that environment. You're not seeing gravity.
The effects of buoyancy on air pressure.
So riddle me this, Anthony. Why is it the only variable that's creating the buoyant force in the left to right direction, the only variable that we're adding or removing is acceleration? Yes or no? What's creating the gradient? What's creating the air gradient in the car that creates the buoyant force in the left to right direction when the car accelerates or decelerates? What is creating that gradient?
It's the air rushing to the back of the car created an increase in pressure.
But it's the acceleration of the vehicle, yes?
No, that's not what's making the balloon move.
So why do we not see a buoyant force in the left to right direction until the car accelerates or decelerates?
Because with the pendulum or with the balloon?
No, with the balloon, right? We don't see the balloon go left, rock to the left or rock to the right until the car is accelerating or decelerating.
Because the greatest force that's affecting the balloon before the car moves is its own buoyancy on the string.
Yeah, but we're creating buoyancy. We go from having buoyancy in one vector to buoyancy in two vectors when the car is accelerating or decelerating.
There's a cause and effect. What is the cause and effect? It's the acceleration causes the effect.
What is it? What is the variable that we're adding or removing? It's the vehicle accelerating or not accelerating.
Exactly.
No, that's the cause. The variable we're changing is the pressure and the density of the air at the back of the car.
How could we be changing the pressure to density if it's the car accelerating or decelerating?
Because that's what you do by moving the car
So
along.
you're saying
Order, guys. Order. 1 second.
So the faster you go, the bigger you get.
That's ridiculous, Anthony. Stop being ridiculous.
P-Mars, please respect. What do you call it? Please. Dominic, you made the point earlier that you agreed that was what density did earlier, and we have come to agreement that that's what density does. Now, granted, you guys have proposed that gravity comes into the equation somehow. We're saying that we're unsure of that definition. Is that okay?
Density doesn't do anything. Density just
okay. No, you can agree with
and then other forces react to density. Yes.
Density. And that's what we're proposing. Actually, is density is the foundation of this, and so.
But here's the thing: we're not changing in the car. We're not changing the density in any way until the vehicle accelerates or decelerates. That we create a pressure gradient in the car.
That's what we've already discussed this.
Anthony, what's creating the pressure gradient in the car is the car accelerating or decelerating. You don't get a pressure gradient until the car accelerates or decelerates.
That's the reason why the balloon moves.
Is because there's a pressure gradient created by the car accelerating or decelerating. Do you agree with that, Anthony?
Yeah, and the balloon is the opposite force than the pendulum. So you have the pendulum that's denser than the pressure, and you have the balloon that's less dense, i.e. buoyant, and that's why they go the opposite way. All right, let me put it to you this way.
Because the buoyancy allows air pressure to have a greater effect on the balloon.
There's no buoyant force on the.
Anthony, if we don't accelerate the car, right, the balloon will stay still, right? So if there's no force pushing things down to the earth, the balloon will not go into the fucking sky, right? That's all we're saying.
Right. If the car doesn't move,
what's so hard about that? I don't understand.
If the car doesn't move, the balloon is going to hold the string taut because the most powerful force on the balloon is the density that's pulling it up. That's what will happen when the car doesn't move. However, when the car moves, all the air rushes towards the back of the car, and that creates a density.
The car going up doesn't. The experiment is about left to right, not up and down. Okay, and now we're comparing the left and right to up and down is what we experience on Earth.
Yeah. So when the car moves forward,
like you seem not to be getting that.
No, it's not me that's not getting it. The car moves forward, and the air moves backwards within the car.
Right.
It's called inertia. So as the air moves back to the car, that creates a buoyant force to push the balloon forward.
Right. So you need the force to create the buoyant force. Do you understand that, right? What is creating the buoyant force?
One at a time. Calm down.
The balloon up to start, up and down. Now, if we talk about up and down, there's a force pushing down on Earth that makes the balloon buoyant and go up.
Right. Dark matter.
No, gravity.
Yeah, dark matter, because it's surrounding it, keeping everything.
Anthony, why is it that the equation that perfectly describes buoyancy requires an acceleration?
Because the equation doesn't. Right, an equation doesn't prove anything for starters. All it does
but
is
show it perfectly describes the buoyant force, and it's dependent on this variable called acceleration.
I agree with you. It does represent the reality that we see. The problem you have with the equation is it doesn't prove that one causes the other. All it shows is, it may match reality, but in the real world, does one cause the other? And in this instance, it doesn't, because it's explained easier by what I've just described. Car moves forward, the air in the car moves backwards, creates an increase in pressure at the back. That is a dense force. The balloon goes forward because of density, because of buoyancy. That's all it is. It's nothing more complicated than that.
You seem to understand this, and I don't understand why there's so much resistance to just tie it all in, because you're clearly smart enough to understand that in this particular test, it's acceleration that creates a buoyant force, which is exactly what we see with gravity, which is an acceleration, right?
But you can't prove
because for example, Anthony, why is it that on the vomit comet, when the plane is accelerating towards the ground, the people inside are weightless? Why does acceleration towards the force of gravity remove that force?
Because it's removing.
Why does it cancel out that force? Why is it that when you accelerate towards the ground, you cancel out the force of gravity?
Because you're traveling at the free fall speed, but you control.
But here's the thing:
resistance.
if you're in a high-powered jet or a rocket or something, you could actually be pointed towards the ground but still be pinned to your seat because you're accelerating at a rate greater than the force of gravitational acceleration.
Agreed.
Right? So gravity is an acceleration with a specific value.
Gravity is not an acceleration.
By the way, that value changes, right? Because things weigh differently. Do you agree, Anthony, that things weigh differently in different places on Earth? That nothing weighs the same on any one spot on Earth? Do you agree with that?
Go back to your last comment. You said gravity is acceleration. It isn't. This is what you may believe it to be. Acceleration is acceleration. That's not gravity. Gravity is gravity if it exists.
Yeah, no, gravity is gravity, but the way that it manifests to us is an acceleration. It manifests as an acceleration, as a field of acceleration.
The way it manifests to you is acceleration.
Field. Yes, gravity is gravity, but the way that gravity manifests is acceleration. And Einstein said that it's indistinguishable from acceleration.
Density is how it manifests itself. That's the issue. You see it as acceleration, I see it as density.
But Anthony, the problem though is in that car, the density is not changing. You're not changing the density until you apply an acceleration. Then the density changes where you get a density gradient. But the density gradient is created by being within a frame of acceleration.
Yeah. So you have to make the car accelerate, otherwise the balloon's not going to move
forward or backwards.
Otherwise,
there's no gradient, right? Which is why. Otherwise, density doesn't explain why there's a gradient on Earth. Why is there an atmospheric gradient on Earth? Why does the air get thinner as you go up?
Right. So, like I say,
do you know
what a fractional distillation column is?
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming that when you're talking about like an oil, when you distill the oil, you get the lighter oils at the top, and the heavier, like your bunker oils at the bottom, your gasoline's in the middle, right? Your lightest oils are at the top.
So
right?
let's take out liquids and let's replace them with gases. So you've got heavier gases at the bottom, and you've got the lighter gases at the top, which is where you'd find helium. The heavier gases at the bottom is where you'd find nitrogen. The heavier ones sit at the bottom. If you allowed them all to find their own state of equilibrium, you would see them in layers. There would be clear layers, and it would look like layers in a cake. That's what it would look like, because that's what
density
is. That's the Earth that we live in.
But Anthony, the important thing is that only happens within an acceleration field. And if you go in the vomit comet, like gasoline floats on, like gasoline or kerosene floats on water, right? Which is why when planes crash, you can see fire on the water, right?
Yeah.
Because the kerosene floats to the top, right? Because it's less dense, right? It's 6 pounds. It's about 6 pounds per gallon versus 8 pounds per gallon for water, right?
Great. Okay, I'm with you. I agree.
Right. But so if you were to mix, if you take a tube on your table and you mix gasoline with water, the gasoline will be at the top, the water will be at the bottom. You'll have a distinct cutoff line, right? But if you do this on the vomit comet, if you were to pour this same mixture on the vomit comet when you're weightless, you will not get a column. You will not get a separation. You will not get your distillation column that you're talking about.
But do you know what?
That will not happen until you wouldn't. It would just mix whatever way it mixed, but it wouldn't separate out.
Do you know what would happen if you got the vomit comet to fall in a state that's free fall? All your dense are we talking liquids or gases at this point?
Oh, it's easy. Let's do liquids because liquids aren't they're both fluids, right? So the same rules apply, right? So let's just do liquids because it's easier. You can actually do this experiment on the vomit comet.
Right. So the constant would be the speed, but because there's density.
No. The constant would be whether we're within a gravitational field or not.
No,
right?
The constant is the speed.
Whether we're weightless or not. You agree that you're weightless on? Do you agree that we're weightless on the vomit comet?
No. All you're doing is you're free falling at a rate that you're controlling. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, but if you're in free fall and you're no longer, there's no more up or down, right? You're just floating in the cabin.
There's always down. There is always down. You're negating the down by falling faster than
Hold on. I got to jump in real quick. I just have one simple question. Since density and buoyancy just describe everything on the flat Earth pipe dream, I was wondering, in America, I remember as a kid we'd go on this ride called the Gravitron. Basically, looks like a spaceship that spins you around. So, what force is that?
Centrifugal force.
Okay. No, I mean, it's centrifugal, but so you're believing in fictional forces to fit in. I mean, how do you? I guess really the question is, how do you then cherry pick some signs that you want to agree with, and then because you colloquially pretty much grab what you want and then kind of fit it into your little pipe dream. So how do you go about actually this cherry picking process? Thanks.
Well, I'm not even going to answer that because of the broad brushstroke approach you've just like kind of.
Oh, of course not. So how do you cherry pick? How do you cherry pick signs that you want to accept and that you don't want to accept?
Well, we can test centrifugal force, and we know that if you spin something like salad in a spinner, we know that the water will centrifugally force itself out.
So can we test gravity?
No, not at all. You can't prove gravity either. So you can't test gravity and you can't prove it because density and buoyancy, they're in there every single time. You can't distinguish one from the other. You think you can, but you actually can't. That balloon example is a brilliant example.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're clever enough to understand that you're full of shit and you're just full of word salads. But I really wish you luck on your endeavors. I really want you to get like the Nobel Peace Prize when you figure this whole thing out. Because really, I look around at the flat Earth, what's left of the bowel movement called the flat Earth, and it's an uphill battle. So good luck.
Bless. Word up.
So let's get back to the vomit comet, Anthony. So if we were floating weightless in the vomit comet, when we're no longer sticking to the floor, right? If we were to try and pour the, which it wouldn't even pour, right? But if you put water and gas, do you think that it would separate into columns?
If the capacity inside the plane was filled and it was filled with 3 liquids.
No. I'm just saying if you had let's say you had it in a syringe, right? Because you wouldn't be able to pour it because there's no gravity, right? But you could force it out of a syringe, right? So let's say you had a big syringe, and you poured a syringe full of gasoline and a syringe full of water into a flask.
Yeah.
While you're free falling in the vomit comet, right?
Yeah.
Would they separate by density with the water, which is denser at the bottom, and the gas, which is lighter at the top. Even though you're weightless right now and you're free falling.
They would separate, but same question. But if the fuselage is filled,
so they would separate, and then it would still go down. The heavier it would be towards the ground, even though you're actually floating in the cabin.
Well, you're not floating, are you?
Sure, you're floating. What are you talking about? You're floating when they're in the dive, right?
You're not.
When they're in the parabola,
relative,
because they're weightless. They're weightless on the way up and on the way down. By the way, that's why they're flying a parabola, right? When you're in the parabola and you're weightless, which means that your feet are no longer support. Your body's not touching any part of the plane, right? You're only surrounded by air. You're not touching any part of the plane. Okay, that's what I mean by weightless. Okay, and you have your syringe, and you squeeze your syringe with your gas and your water into your flask. Are the two still going to know which way is down? Are they still going to, where the water will still point towards whatever direction is down? If you look out the window and you look to see where the Earth actually is, or would there be no down?
In that instance, there will be no down, because you're falling at the same rate as the weight of the mass of the
Anthony,
liquid.
well, you're brilliantly answering all these questions, because that is true. There is no down when there's no acceleration field.
But why is that though? Is it because you're in a state of equilibrium with your environment, or is it because of gravity?
You're in a state of equilibrium with gravity, where you're falling at the same rate as gravity.
Not with gravity. No. You're not in a state of equilibrium with gravity. You're in a state of equilibrium with your environment you're in, because your environment's falling.
Well, your environment includes gravity, right? That's why when the plane. Why is it when the plane is not in the parabola, you're still stuck to the floor of the plane?
Why is it when the plane is not in parabola, you're still stuck to the floor of the density? Right. Because your environment is different now, isn't it?
But then why is it when it's in the parabola, you're no longer stuck to the floor?
In the parabola means it's falling out of the sky.
Density hasn't changed. Nothing has changed in the plane other than a vector of acceleration. That's the only thing that you've changed. Just like in the balloon example, there is no change in the.
You didn't get more buoyant.
You didn't get more buoyant or anything. The density hasn't changed in any way. The only thing that's changed is the acceleration caused by the parabola.
Right. So we agree that your mass of you has not changed.
Or your density or the buoyancy.
So we agree that the mass of you has not changed, right?
Your mass and density has not changed, and the air in the plane has not changed.
But the velocity that you're falling out the sky has, right?
Not just the velocity, the rate of change of that velocity.
Not so much the rate of change. No, so long as you get to the velocity.
Is a change in velocity. The velocity itself.
Yeah. But you could accelerate very slowly, or you could accelerate very quickly up to that point where you.
And that will create right. And here's the problem: if you're accelerating upward slowly, or I'm sorry, if you're accelerating downward slowly, you can still you can be lighter, but you're still going to be stuck to the plane. You're not going to be. Your feet are not going to come off until your acceleration matches the 9.8 meters per second acceleration of the Earth's gravitational pull.
But do you agree it's not acceleration that causes you to feel that feeling of weightlessness? It's actually velocity. It's the falling velocity of the plane itself.
No, it's your acceleration. It's your acceleration canceling out the acceleration due to gravity.
So if it was acceleration, when you get to the point where you get to the magic velocity and you maintain your downward fall out the sky, if it's down to acceleration, you would only be weightless whilst you were accelerating, because once you'd finished your acceleration, you would then lose the ability to be like floating, because your acceleration has stopped, but your velocity is still the same. Yeah, but they fall.
No. Your velocity is whatever the velocity you accelerated to, because while you're accelerating, your velocity is changing. That's what acceleration is a change in velocity.
But if gravity is a reflection of acceleration, once you've finished accelerating and you maintain your velocity coming down, in other words, you've equalized with your weight, your mass.
Then you're still going to be subject to gravity.
No. You're free falling out the sky until such time as you change your velocity and start coming back up
So
again.
if that plane were to stop accelerating, if that plane were to hit some type of terminal velocity where it's no longer accelerating,
you're saying that person would fall out.
At that point, you would be subject to gravity again.
No, but you'd still be free falling out the sky.
No, you would not. That's not correct. You're saying that if a plane is flying, these planes, they get to VNE, which is velocity never exceed, right? Which at the altitudes that they're at is more of a Mach number, right? But they can't go supersonic. These aren't supersonic planes. They don't have the aerodynamics for supersonic flight, right? So they max out at 600 miles per hour. So what you're saying, though, is if that plane was to stay in a dive and get to its maximum speed, which is 600 miles per hour.
If it did it in 3 seconds, you're saying that you'd only be weightless for 3 seconds.
No. Right.
I'm saying
exactly.
That's
actually true.
Wait. I'm saying you'd be weightless until such time as you changed your falling rate, your velocity falling, until you changed that and started to climb again. You'd be weightless all that time because you're free falling with the plane. It's not at the rate of acceleration, which is what you say.
If the plane is no longer accelerating, it's no longer in free fall because gravity is continuous acceleration.
That's wrong. If the plane's no longer accelerating, all you're doing is, do you agree that the acceleration is created by the angle of falling out the sky? If you want to go faster, you change your angle. You go more vertical. If you want to go slower, you change that and become more horizontal. Do you agree?
Only if there's lift involved. The angle makes no difference whatsoever. If there's no lift involved, then the angle makes, like, for example, if you shoot a bullet out of a gun, it falls at the ground at the same rate as if you just dropped it. Doesn't matter that it's flying forward or not.
Agreed, but if the bullet fell faster and you had a little ant on the bullet would fall away from the ant, would it not?
You mean if you pointed the gun down so that it's actually, it's accelerating?
You said if you fired a bullet out of a gun, it would still fall to the earth at the same rate, right? And I agree with you. It would.
Yeah, if you shoot it horizontal. Because if you point the gun downward, then it also has acceleration
coming down. So it would hit the ground quicker, wouldn't it? Because you've changed the angle. But if you change the angle and point it up, then it would never hit the ground.
No, but we're talking about the vertical component of acceleration.
Because you change the distance to the ground.
Yeah,
if you shoot it horizontal, it's a longer distance to the ground. You point it right at the ground, it's shorter distance to the ground. So of course it's going to hit it quicker. I mean,
exactly.
What's that?
You're changing the velocity of the bullet going to the ground, which is exactly what you do.
You're not changing the velocity. You're changing the distance from the barrel of the gun to the ground. When you point it straight at the ground, unless you're going to go as high away as you are horizontally far from where the bullet would eventually meet gravity and begin to fall down to the ground, which is as soon as it's shot from the gun. But I mean, if you wanted a real significant difference to measure, you could go way far out. And then you have to go that high in the sky and point the gun down at the ground. Right on the ground, shoot the gun at the ground, and say, "Oh, see, it hit the ground faster than when I shot it, towards the sun."
Here's a test that you could do if you were skydiving, Anthony. Here's a test that you could do if you were skydiving. If you had a ball in a glass jar that's sealed, right, so it's not subject to any aerodynamic forces. If it was just a ball sealed in a jar, right, a see-through jar, and you jump out of the plane, or helicopter, or balloon, or whatever, or tower, or whatever, right. You would see that ball would be weightless in the jar until you hit terminal velocity. And once you hit terminal velocity and you're no longer accelerating, even though you're still falling at 140, 150 miles an hour, which is about what a skydiver has as terminal velocity, that ball would no longer be free floating in the jar. That ball would be sitting at the bottom of the jar as if it was sitting on your table, even though you're falling at the ground at 200 miles an hour.
You would have to exceed the velocity of the ball falling.
No,
you'd have to.
The only way that you can get that ball to stay in the center of that jar is if you're accelerating at the same rate as the acceleration due to gravity.
No, if your velocity matched the speed that the ball would fall out the sky, then the ball would hover, and it would do that.
A ball will continue to accelerate. If you throw a ball out of a tower, it will continue to accelerate until the aerodynamic drag is equal to the force due to gravity.
Yeah. So that you're describing velocity.
At that point, the ball stops accelerating. The velocity doesn't change.
Correct. So if you had the ball in a jar,
which means if the ball is in a jar, which means that when you jump out of the plane, you're accelerating. You're in free fall.
Yeah.
And then once you hit terminal velocity,
continue to gain speed.
Yes,
until it interacts with the acceleration of gravity pulling on it, and then it will maintain speed for the remainder of its fall.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it won't do that. What we're talking about is the effect it'll have on the ball in the jar. When you get to the point where the velocity of the free fall matches the free fall of the ball, then the ball will start to float, and it'll stay like that while the velocity is equal. But you vary the velocity by slowing it down or speeding it up.
Forget about velocity, Anthony. It's the only thing that's going to cancel out acceleration is acceleration. You have to be accelerating. It's not velocity. There's no speed. Velocity. There is no steady state speed that you can go towards the ground and cancel out gravity. In other words, it doesn't matter if you're going 5,000 miles per hour towards the Earth, 5 miles per hour towards the Earth, 50 miles per hour towards the Earth. You're still subject to gravity. The only time where you can cancel out the acceleration due to gravity is if you're accelerating in the direction of gravity.
This is the reason. This is the reason why. This is the reason why you think it's the helium balloon is being affected by gravity, because you think that gravity is acceleration. It isn't. What is going on here is the velocity. It's the velocity. It's not the acceleration. You think gravity is a reflection of the acceleration.
You agree that you can create a pressure gradient by acceleration in the van, which you admit is acceleration in that case, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what's creating the pressure gradient on Earth? Since it's not acceleration, it's not acceleration. So what creates the pressure gradient on Earth?
The density of the air that we're in, fractional distance.
Why doesn't the density of the air in the van create a pressure gradient? Why do we have to have acceleration in the left to right direction? Why isn't the density of the air creating a gradient in the left to right direction?
Because
why does it not happen until the van accelerates?
The air inside the car is in a state of equilibrium. There's no forces affecting the air inside of the car while it's not moving. It's equalized.
Correct. And so the only way that we know of to create a pressure gradient or a density gradient is within a gravitational field.
No.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I know, and I disagree with you.
I mean acceleration field, not gravitational field. Acceleration field, of which a gravitational field is a form of an acceleration field.
So rephrase your question. The only way that we can do what, do you say?
The only way that we know of to create a density gradient, such as the density gradient that we see on Earth with the atmosphere getting thinner as we go up, or in the case of the van, where we have denser air towards the back of the van and medium dense air in the middle and the least dense air at the front, when you're accelerating forward.
Yeah.
Is caused by acceleration. So your argument that it's because basically what you're saying is that there's some kind of native property in the density of matter that can cause it to layer in a specific way. But the problem is when we apply it in the acceleration model of the van, we see that it's actually acceleration that's creating the gradient.
No, acceleration is the cause. The effect is inertia. This is why you don't get it. This is why you think it's gravity when you're seeing acceleration. It's not.
That's not what
inertia
is.
That is exactly what inertia is.
No, inertia is just a measurement of the state of an object in motion or not in motion.
To use PMAS from before when he said cause and effect, cause is gravity, effect is the inertia. The pendulum moved backwards, the buoyancy of the helium balloon moved it forwards. You're seeing inertia. You're not seeing gravity.
But in order to move things, you have to have an accelerating force.
Agreed.
Anthony,
then you can measure the inertia of an object.
I'm curious, Anthony,
prior to the accelerating force, and then therefore before the accelerating force, and then you can determine the inertia of an object. So what effect the accelerating force had on the object.
Okay.
I'm
Anthony,
sorry,
thank you.
Speaking.
Thank you so much, brother. You are doing so. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate the holding it down.
I'm curious, Anthony. They say acceleration due to gravity is approximately 9.8 meters per second squared, which, by the way, is different in different places on Earth. It's slightly different. That value is not a constant. It's not a universal constant. It changes with elevation. It also changes with geographic location. But why is it 9.8 meters per second? Why isn't it a different value? Why isn't it 20 meters per second?
I have no idea.
Why does it have a preference of direction? Why is it down?
Density,
why is it?
It's density again, my friend.
Like when somebody jumps off, when those base jumpers jump off of a tall building, the big dense concrete and steel building is much closer to them than the ground below, but yet they're still attracted to the ground, not to the big dense building that's next to them.
It's density, my friend.
But why? But wait a minute. But the building is right next to them, and it's huge, and it's made of steel and concrete.
You can't not have gravity in there. You can't not create gravity.
But I don't understand why is it that when the base jumper jumps off that building, why is he still drawn towards the ground? Why isn't he
falling through the air?
But why doesn't the building pull him at all? The building is denser.
Wow. Why doesn't the building do what?
When the base jumper jumps off the top of the Sears Tower or the Burj Khalifa, right?
Yeah.
Steel and concrete. It's very dense, and it's the closest object to them that's dense. why are they still pulled towards the earth? Why aren't they pulled towards the building?
Well, wouldn't that be my question to you? Why doesn't the mass of the building attract the small object that's right next to it?
Because the mass of the building is nothing compared to the mass of the earth, so thus it exerts the bigger force.
So the mass of the earth is the reason why the oceans.
No. And we're not
center of mass is towards
epistemology.
the center of mass.
Epistemology. We're not silly enough to ask such a question. But to your question,
that's what I'm just trying to show you why it's so ridiculous to call it density and buoyancy, because density doesn't tell you anything about why you accelerate at a certain rate, and why is there a maximum rate of acceleration. And by the way, why is it, Anthony? Why is it that acceleration that you measure as you go, like if you measured the acceleration due to gravity at the top of Mount Kilimanjaro at 20,000 feet, or in an airplane, you measure how fast something falls in an airplane versus at sea level, it's less up at the higher altitude. And not only that, things weigh less, because we know that weight equals mass times gravity. Weight, W equals M mass times the gravity, right? So things weigh less at higher altitudes, and the acceleration rate is less at higher altitudes. And this is something that you can empirically measure.
How do you know they weigh less? How do you know that they weigh less at higher altitudes?
Wolfie 6020. Wolfie 6020 did the experiment. There is the GNOME project where they weighed different objects around the Earth, and they found that the objects weigh the most near the poles, and they weigh the least near the equator, where some of the gravitational pull is partially canceled out by.
But I asked about elevation. I asked about elevation. I didn't ask about.
Yeah, but elevation would be the easiest. Yeah, you know that if you take a grandfather clock, which has a pendulum, and by the way, the swing of a pendulum in the mathematical calculation for the period of a pendulum is based on the acceleration, the gravity. That a grandfather clock will run slower if you move it to the top of a mountain versus without changing the setting on the pendulum. It will start to run slower. It'll start running slow if you take it to a high elevation or a high mountain versus at sea level, which is because it's under less accelerative force, because gravity decreases with the square of distance.
I have no idea whether that's true, and I would love to see the evidence that supports that.
I can show you the Wikipedia article about it.
That's not evidence. That's in a Wikipedia article.
Well, it also references scientific journals that show that.
It doesn't matter. I want to see a pendulum on top of a mountain.
Why don't you do that? If you don't trust, I'm not dogmatic, and so I can live in my life and believe.
No. It's not about dogmatism.
But I believe that human beings are not universally dishonest, and so when someone does this test and experiment,
hang on, it's not about being dogmatic. It's about what level of evidence you accept true when you're presented with evidence. If you accept Wikipedia to be proof of anything, then that's really bad on your point. Because Wikipedia is just Wikipedia. Maths is just maths. If I drop a ball, I want to see that it hits the floor before I accept that it hits the floor.
Anthony, can we make an agreement let's make a pact right now. So this company that did this GNOME experiment, they make a super precise scale used for scientific measurement it's a super precise scale, and I'll look up and see what the cost is of that scale. Okay. I live near the Sierra Nevada, right, which can top out at
Sorry, you broke up when you spoke. What did you say?
I said I live near the Sierra Nevada, right? So I can go from sea level to over 14,000 feet in half a day, or 11,000 feet, over 11,000 feet, right?
Okay.
And I were to take a test weight, which the mass doesn't change. It's a very precise test weight. And I take it from sea level to that high elevation, and I show that weight get lighter. Will you then accept that the gravitational field is decreasing with elevation, and that the only explanation for that is that we're within a gravitational field with decreases with elevation?
No, there's at least two other variables that change when you do that. You have a temperature change, you probably have a humidity change, and you also have a density change. So how can you prove causation?
So that would be a way that you could easily test that is I can test it when it's cold and test it when it's hot at the same elevation and see if the weight changes at all, which I don't expect it to change.
Well, yeah, but like I said, there's three variables.
Right. And we can also do that. We can do that when it's very humid. Like in Southern California here, it gets very humid at night, but it's very dry during the day. So I can do it at night and during the day, and then that will eliminate whether we think humidity is causing it, right?
Yeah, but do you agree?
And then the other thing would be the air density. And what I could do is I could put it in a vacuum chamber, and I could put it in a vacuum and remove the pressure caused by air, And then we can determine whether it's actually the air that's causing that. And then therefore I could remove all those three variables. Would you accept it then? If I do that experiment, Anthony, will you accept it then?
I tell you what I would accept. If you took that vacuum chamber and then you did it at sea level and then did the same experiment in the vacuum chamber at the upper level and showed you vac readings, then I'd accept it. Because all of the variables are controlled.
And then you would accept gravity.
Oh, I don't know about gravity. What was it we're testing?
Well, why would it weigh less than when you go up high on the mountain versus down low if you've removed all the air?
I don't think it would.
We're testing gradients and gravity.
Yeah, we're testing the gradient of gravity.
I don't think it would have any effect if you had it in a vacuum chamber, because vacuum chamber negates the heat.
But if we demonstrated that it does, would you then accept gravity?
Let me think. Does it cause gravity? Does it prove causation? Does it prove causation?
What would be the alternative hypothesis? What would be the only other explanation then?
Okay, that's two different questions. You explain to me the science behind why it would prove causation of gravity, because I don't see the connection.
Okay, so gravity we know is exerted by mass. The more mass you have, the more gravity there is, right? And
the more mass you have, the more gravity you have. Okay.
And we're pulled towards the center of mass on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
But as we go higher up, we're further and further away from that center of mass.
So proximity related to the center of the mass becomes less, therefore
becomes less, right? Because we know that gravity reduces with the square of distance. So we know that the further we get away, there's less and less gravitational force being applied.
All right, and that when you explain it like that, I would.
And on the Earth, we use the equation: weight equals mass times gravity, right? Weight is mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Right, and because that value goes down when you go high up on the mountain, we expect objects to weigh less because you've reduced the value of g in that equation.
I'd agree. So, do you also agree then, if we put it in a vacuum chamber, that would control both temperature, humidity, and pressure? Agreed.
Yes, it would.
So
sure.
I would agree. So if you showed, and you'd have to, how would you actually do this? Because you'd have to do it at least 2 or 3 times, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be able to do it just.
He doesn't actually plan on doing it.
No, but you'd have to do it because you're making the assertion that this is what you could do. So I'm guessing that you could actually do it, right?
Yeah, I actually could do it. I do have access to a vacuum chamber that I could use. A portable vacuum chamber. I don't have a super precise scale, but if you're willing to sign a contract with me on the price of that scale and be willing to front the price of that scale if I show the demonstration. And if it shows a no result, then I'll just eat the cost of the scale.
You'd have to get 3 different scales. You'd have to calibrate them 3 different times.
We'll use the same scale.
That way, I think you'd have to. I think, epistemology. If it was your claim to make, you would be obligated to get your own scale and figure it out and come with the proof.
What I'm saying is, I'll buy the scale myself. But if it ends up showing what I'm saying, it
no. You can pay for the scale,
brother. If you do that,
wrong. But if he's right, but if he's wrong, he'll pay for the scale.
Look, yeah, no. Or I'm just saying though, like. I just say like, yo, get your scale and do your measurements and bring your evidence as a natural scientist.
And the only thing I'd ask is I'd want to see the VAC readings at the time that you do the thing. So it's like, people say like, oh, I want to see your GPS. I want to see the VAC readings. So what the VAC reading actually said. So I knew it was in a state of vacuum, do the test. But the thing is, I wouldn't accept it off one set of scales and I wouldn't accept it once. You'd have to do it on 2 or 3 sets of scales and it'd have to be done more than once, at least twice.
You mean you'd want to see the same result done on several different scales to make sure it's not something quirky within the scale? Is that what you're saying?
And also on a different day, so that it wasn't done at the same day, because there might be something quirky with the day. I don't think there could be, but I would want to see verified and reliable, repeatable evidence. It done once.
Because I think to minimize the number of variables, you would want to use the same test weight and the same scale with the same calibration at the 2 different locations, so that the only dependent variable that you're manipulating is your altitude, right?
But I'd want at least.
If you're using different scales and different weights, then you don't know whether those weights and scales are the same.
I'd want to use 2 scales because one set of scales. I mean, digital scales they may be. Look at the precision gyroscope; it doesn't even detect the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, because you mean the $50 cheap Chinese toy that's made in China?
Right, I don't think I'm being unreasonable to ask for 2 sets of scales, because the weight can't change, can it?
Well, I mean, yeah, the calibration of the scale, which is why I'm saying we want to use this scale that's incredibly precise.
No, I want to use two scales. I would rather use two scales that may not be precise, because then you're getting data.
Well, if the scales aren't precise, then you'll probably get a slightly different read every single time.
But I'm not going to be.
That's my experience with cheap scale. I mean, I have a cheap postage scale that I use for like mixing things in my garage, and I get a slightly different read every single time on my desk, just because the scale has a degree of inaccuracy in the design.
I'd want two sets of scales.
Well, I mean, it sounds like your standards of evidence here are higher than you apply to your own ideas, to your own beliefs, right?
Well, they're certainly higher than relying on Wikipedia. Put it that way.
You know, like this whole thing about your denial of this of acceleration, due to gravity, which even though it seems like you perfectly understand that pressure gradients are, that these density gradients are created due to acceleration.
Two sets of scales, man. I'm there.
I'm sitting boy watching this today. Moon is high, what you gonna say?
How many videos?
I'd also say that you need two different weights as well. Maybe 100 grams and maybe 500 grams.
Globetards, they're everywhere.
Oh, they've been kicked?
No, maybe the mobile bug.
Did he leave? Or was it?
Nah, the bug. Yeah. Takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind in school. Takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind in school. 'Cause who are you? Say I can't be loved. See intent and wanting change to come. I know you know what you've been taught to know. You said you wanna be true. You said, Mama said, boy, watch your lips. Moon is high, what you gonna see? Sunshine streaks all across my chest. You never know who really got your back. I know it's down with this golden moon. I tell you, friend, I've been very scared.
Hey, Isa.
Yeah. Like y'all know. What's up, brother?
Did he get kicked or did he leave?
I don't know, mate. He might have had the phone bug, but then also some people leave when I play music too. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. No, it's down with this golden man. Tell your friend, I've been very scared. But learn your love like it's gonna die. Never know, it just might save your life. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind in it's cooling down. It takes all kinds just to get down. Don't lose your mind when it's cooling down. 'Cause who are you to say I can't be loved? Seeing pain and wanting change to come. Oh, you know what you've been taught to know. I'm doing certain I'm different. Just doing certain I'm different. Just doing certain. Said, boy, hold your head up high. Listen, Marvin speak, and I was asking why. The lights all down, you can see at night. Only alone when it's time to fight. It takes all kinds just to get around. Lose your mind when it's cooling down. It takes all kinds just to get around. Lose your mind when it's cooling down. 'Cause who are you to say I can't be loved? Seeing pain and wanting change to cool. I know you know what you've been taught to know. Just doing certain I'm a different road. Yeah. So it's good.
So go on then. What was the conclusion of that one then? Did I claim a victory by default there, or did they leave, or what happened?
Well, no, he was offering to do an experiment, but it's like he wants to like sign contract. No, I didn't kick nobody.
Did anybody kick him?
I don't think so.
So they left because all three of them left. P-Brain, P-Mars, and
P-Brain.
That just means that they're trolls, right?
I don't know. I don't know. They're just people. We're all just people, man. That's why, really, I think the culmination of this conversation for me has always come back to, as many people will make fun of me for, the idea of the rights, inherent in man to think what they want to think, And who has the authority to tell us what we can or cannot think? Even the Pope doesn't have that authority, man. Contractually.
So who might have? Who's got the ability to kick?
Who kicked him? Did he get kicked? I don't think he got kicked, man. Let me check.
I just find it unlikely that all three of them fucked off in the one go.
No, well, let's see. No, everyone left. Yeah, everyone, no, they're cool. I guess, everyone gets, we get to talk about these things, and we really come to points where, we can't really come to agreement, and we just have to accept that that's probably what we could agree upon.
I didn't think I was being unreasonable asking for two sets of scales.
No, I don't think so at all. I think anyone who's going to propose it'd be one thing if he came with already proof, evidence that he'd done it. You know what I mean? But then to get you to want to buy him a scale to do it.
I'd have gone halves on scales, and do you know what? They don't even need to be precision scales because you're not measuring the weight.
all you're doing is measuring the fluctuation between the weights. So it didn't matter whether they were precision or not. They could be shit scales. Then it would show what he was saying.
Yeah. Well, get a digital one, or I don't even know.
Do you reckon they're all outside? Do you reckon they're all outside in the corridor shouting at each other for not winning?
They're quite possibly.
They're probably fighting right now in the after hangout bar.
Hey, shout out to Jed Skeptic Media with giving me a shout out with the old Issa, you suck. I like Jed. Yeah, shout out to all the people that.
Meebug, what's the measurement of what? Meebug, what's the unit measurement of density again? Around.
Yeah, that was good. That was fun, man. Shout out to all the oh, nice Randy Rant. Big up, brother. Willock left. Yeah, Willock should have opened the mic up there more.
And then there was two.
Yeah.
So how come you've got two ices in the hang?
Oh, I have my the computer and then my phone, so I can walk around.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm not like attached to the computer. Yeah, that's pretty much how I do it.
So, Ranty Rant, are you coming into the chat? Or if you're not coming into the chat, do you want to give us a...
Oh, yeah, tell him there's that link. Or you make sure he gets that link.
The one that you sent to me in Skype?
Yep.
Okay.
So, Warlock, I don't think I've had you. I don't think we've met. The good stuff. I liked your commentary today. That was funny.
Do this at work. I do. I drive Uber in
Nice.
Cisco.
Cool.
I kind of just stay on the chat.
Word.
I've been passing out shit though. People in the car. They think I'm crazy, but whatever.
Yeah, c'est la vie. I mean, I just keep it. I don't know. I've kind of. That's why for me, it's like, okay, if I'm on YouTube or something like that, it's like I'm not out trying to like proselytize anyone to go and study anything. I mean, but at the same time, we keep it whatever. But I do ask the question. I was doing some video footage of walking around. I always ask people, have you heard of the flat earth? I got some videos on my channel.
Hey, Isa, sorry to interrupt. Can you send me that link? I don't seem to see it in my Skype for some reason.
Sure. I'm going to put it out. Tell you what, if you have that, I'd love to see how you're set up because I don't know how you're doing it. One sec. Are you in the green chat?
I am.
All right, hold on.
Or
right
is
hold on. I'll put it into the side chat here.
Sure. I got it, man. I got it.
Cool.
All right, so copy that. Rant. Are you coming in, man? Where are you? There we go. Okay, that's Ranty. He should be in.
That was a nice talk earlier. What were you gonna say?
I'm guessing you were just sat there with your popcorn then, eh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I was just hanging out. I enjoyed that a lot. That was great, bro.
It moves fucking fast, doesn't it? It goes from topic to topic to topic.
Well, yeah, especially when you get it's like they get cornered in one, or I don't know. I don't want to speak ill of people, but I feel as though sometimes people get cornered into it, and they're cornered into one spot, and then go into another one, and then before you know it, you talk. Yeah, it's like almost like for me, it comes back to psychology at some point.
Yeah, it is psychology. That's all it is.
It's like there's a Like I have to say this outright too. Like I wonder, like, you know, and no disrespect to like a lot of or whatever, but like, you know, think to ourselves, like, you know, how much of our population is on some kind of fucking anxiety medication, or like some kind of like, you know, like
depression, antidepressants,
like depression, antidepressants, fucking you name it. Never mind having a drink or burn, you know, whatever the hell they're doing. And so, like, you know, and then they want, like, you know, and then people try to assess these vast and interesting topics as though it's just like fucking having a high school education was good enough. It's like, you know, I don't know, I was raised to value education, and education became more to me than something like a degree. It became more than something like, I don't know. It took me a while because I didn't trust anyone in the education system to freaking teach me. I was like, wait a minute.
People just they just don't want to accept new information. They act like we don't know the same things they know.
Well, no, but yeah, we've all been through and learned the same things. I mean, some people more than others. I mean, you know, people may have been in advanced classes or this, that, the other, and that's so be it. And some, you know, some people are coming into the information and just considering it. And I think we're all entering into a volatile topic. But like, I gotta say, like, when I hear some people unable to at least entertain the idea. Like, if you can't entertain the idea, even like if they, because what I found is that a lot of people cannot even enter. Like, if they come in and they're just so blown away about it, it's just
they're completely closed-minded. Like Brenda comes in, you know, she's got Down syndrome. She refuses to accept logic. Like it's really annoying, is what it is.
Well, no, I
don't know how you do it.
I like Brenda because I feel like Brenda's trolling me. I feel like Brenda's smarter than that.
Brenda is trolling.
Yeah. And that makes sense. That would make sense.
And that's where I like look at it, and that's also where I take all of this with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Because I understand it's like certain people are, you know, I don't judge. It's like, you know.
Yeah, you know the film. You know the film White Men Can't Jump. Have you seen it with Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Brenda reminded me of Woody Harrelson. I don't know why. It was because the other girl, Dominique, she reminded me of what was her name now? What is Vesuvius? What was her name?
I have no idea, but just the fact that you said Woody Harrelson.
It was Gloria. Right, it was Gloria. What is Vesuvius? Every time she spoke, I just wanted to say, "What is Vesuvius?"
Like, but see, that's where I have like I value, you know, like those people. I find that I would like to think, maybe just in my imagination, that some of the people that come out here are actually much more intelligent than they lead on.
Yeah, I don't believe for a moment that Slice Barkane doesn't realize that the Earth's not a ball. He puts out that good content that he can't possibly have missed it.
You know, and I mean, people are entitled to believe what they want to believe. I mean, I think what this conversation does is it talks to a lot of stuff that's under a rug somewhere, I feel like. And that's what I think it is. And it's whether it be psychologically or otherwise, you know. So it's just like, I think of it like this is a conversation for those of us interested in it. I'm not trying to really have a movement. I'm not into that. I'm into individualism, and that's it. You know, so everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I'm also entitled to mine. You know, thank you very much, right?
You know what I
so
think?
It's like, what's that?
I think that the guys on here that come to watch what we're talking about, especially the ballers and stuff, they must be semi-awake to even be looking into this.
Yeah, but I reckon at least half of them are semi-awake, but they're blinded. I mean, if they honestly believe that was gravity being demonstrated in that car with the helium balloon moving backwards, they're either brainwashed like is it ISIS? They're either brainwashed like ISIS, or they're actually delusional. Gravity is not being represented in there at all.
At some point, everybody was brainwashed. I mean, it was only maybe 10 years ago when I woke up. And that was after 9/11. I mean, that was my wake-up point. And then you start exploring other stuff. So clearly there is a point when people do start to wake up. It's whether or not they go that bit further and take the red pill or the blue pill, you know.
And
I feel that the guys that are in the chat right now, half of them want to believe it, and half of them would rather not believe it.
Well, if
even though they're being shown evidence to prove everything that they've been told. Sorry?
If you're in the chat right now and you saw that balloon experiment, the helium balloon experiment, where the car moved forward but the balloon went forward with it, if you don't agree with me with the way I explained it, then you have to go with the gravity one. But if you don't agree with the gravity one, the way they were describing it, then you've kind of disproved gravity can't exist, because they were showing that, or they were arguing that is what gravity was, but it really wasn't. And that's not brainwashing, that's just thinking.
It's indoctrination, that's what it is.
Yeah.
If you taught something from being a very young person and that's all you've ever known, you're never going to think outside the box. You're going to believe that is the truth. If everybody's telling you the same thing, it's what you're going to believe. The thing is, when the internet came out, it allowed people to express opinions from different sides of the globe that had never interacted before. And this is why slowly this information has started to trickle out, and other things have been brought up. 9/11, you've got every kind. I mean, look at Kennedy. Look what happened there. There's the moon landings never happened. Clearly, you've got the chemtrails that are going on. You know, there's all this stuff that's going on. And if the internet wasn't around right now, there wouldn't be anything like this.
I do wonder how much of an effect Prozac, chemtrails, fluoride in the water, and general stupidity actually affects people's logical ability to think. Because sometimes they come out with excuses and reasons for why it's obtuse, and it's like, if you really believe that, then I can't even talk to you. It's like Brenda the other night. Brenda was okay tonight, but the other night she was crazy. She was talking in a way that I thought, if you've been around for years, you should not be even asking about Felix Baumgartner anymore, because that's so old now that I think everybody knows that that's wrong. But that's what she was asking, and I was like, I don't believe for a moment that you're not. She must be a troll. She must be. She's polite, well-spoken, but she's got to be a troll.
Well, you know what I appreciate about those people, and this is something I will thank all of them for, is that you displayed I have to say, Anthony, you got put to the test and passed in a most eloquent fashion tonight by these people, and that's something I can respect from those people, is that they do bring these questions that are maybe thought of by the normal, the average person out there.
Do you know what the hardest part of any discussion like that is? When it's 2 or 3 onto 1, the hardest part is not losing your temper.
Yeah, it explains to it. It's like when if you're revolving around a particular point, then
then they change topic just as you get into the crux.
Right, and that's where that'll happen too. But you'll hear that from people in general. So I always just I like a good friend of mine had a good line. I forget who it was that originally said it, but never attribute to malice. It can easily be attributed to stupidity, or ignorance.
Carlene, Brenda's also a troll, because I asked her the other night, if I presented her evidence that conflicted with her views or opinions, would she accept it? And she said no. So what's the point in talking to somebody like that?
Well, if they're going to be closed-minded 100%, there's no point in talking to them, is there?
No.
She thinks she's doing you a favor because what's going on. It's like, let me just jump in here and convince these guys that they're crazy.
So did you listen to all of it there?
Who, me? No, I got in late.
No, the guy that just spoke then, THE, is it? I'm guessing his name's the.
Yeah, I was here today and I heard her yesterday, and I think she's completely full of it.
I love that you're on your way home from work, I'm guessing. I guess he can't hear me that easily, or maybe he's driving.
Yeah, I might break it up.
Yeah, the funniest thing that I ever heard, and I say this now, looking back, I did find it funny. was when anybody mentioned flat Earth, it was the last thing I wanted to look at. I literally would see on YouTube something pop up about flat Earth, and I would think in the back of my head, what a ridiculous, retarded thing to even think about. How the hell? What the hell are you talking about? The world's round. Of course, the world's round. What are you talking about? Flat Earth? What a load of shite! Don't even go there. You know, I can see chemtrails, but everyone knows the world's round. You know, I mean, literally, it was the last thing that I actually looked into. And realistically, it should have been the first thing because the evidence is there for this.
To be fair, the guy
it's what happened to me
in that vacuum experiment up a mountain is actually a really good test. Somebody should do that. If anybody's got access to a vacuum chamber, we should do exactly that test. I would love to see what happens.
Well, I claimed Ben Nevis 2 years ago. I don't think you can call that a mountain, but it seemed like it to me.
Yeah, you know, you'd have to do. That'd be cool. You can like go out to Cali and go do it.
Yeah, let's just do some basic maths. What's the diameter of the Earth again? It's 12,000 miles roughly, isn't it?
Because Ep's got the equipment.
The diameter of the Earth is about 12,000 miles, isn't it? And if you climbed a mountain that was, let's just do the maths and see what percentage variation you would expect based on doing what they said. So let's just get it right. So the radius of Earth
on diameter of Earth says 7,000.
The radius is 6,371.
Hold on, wait. I'm getting from the measurements I'm picking up right here. It says 7,917 for diameter of Earth.
6,371 kilometers according to our
forgive me, brother.
Let's change that to feet. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's huge. Wouldn't be able to calculate it based on feet. All right.
Do it in your old way. Calculate the old one.
What's the height of Ben Nevis? Ranty, find out the height of Ben Nevis for me while I do this. So it's going to be the height of Ben Nevis divided by, but we need it in kilometers.
Right. Well, Ben Nevis is 1,345 meters.
Hang on. So we've got 6,371, and the height of Ben Nevis is what?
Put it in feet.
Well, kilometers really. I'll convert it. Give it in.
I'll give it in meters. 1,345 meters high.
Give it me in kilometers.
Kilometers?
Yeah.
What is a kilometer? Is like 1,000 meters? Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the figure?
So 1.345.
1.345. So let's just do 1.345. Divide that by 6,371. 6.1 gives us a value of, and that must have gone wrong. Clear that. So 1.345. 1.345. Divide that by 6,371. 6,371 gives us 2. It would be 2. It would be a variation of 2%. It's not even statistically significant. It wouldn't mean anything. It wouldn't prove anything from a statistic.
Are you going to try and climb Everest then? Because
just do. I don't even think that's right. Let me redo that math. I must have done that wrong there again. Hang on. Let me do it again. 1.345. 1.345. Divide that by 6,371. 6,371. Yeah, it's saying 2.11. That seems so wrong. Maybe I'm doing the maths wrong there. If the radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers and the height of Ben Nevis is 1.3 kilometers, so we need to know what 1.345 divided by 6,371 equals. Yeah, I seem to be doing the maths right, but I'm getting a stupid number, meaning that it's totally and utterly insignificant if it's the gravity of the Earth that's to do with it, because it's not going to give us a significant enough figure to prove it either way, to be honest. Unless I'm getting the maths wrong. Maybe someone can check the maths for me, because it's been a while since I've had to do forced maths like this.
So has anybody in chat got a question they'd like to ask?
Let's have a look. Let's just see, is that guy Channel Q? You said before that you'd never seen that film that I was referring to. White Men Can't Jump. It's about two hustlers that play basketball. It's a black guy and a white guy. It's a tall white guy, and Wesley Snipes is the black guy. And they hustle their way around the basketball scene, trying to make a bit of money. And they gamble money for in games, and they win good money. They win a lot of money because they basically stage fallouts to make everybody else think that they're disunited, but actually it's all a big charade. So they play the game of basketball, they kick everyone's ass, and they both go home making it look like they're falling out with each other on the court, but they're playing them, they're hustling. And Gloria is the tall white guy's wife or girlfriend, and she's obsessed with getting onto this game show, and it's really, really cool. And what was it called now? Was it called Integrity, or I can't remember what the name of the thing, the game show was called, but one of the key phrases that she says in it is, "What is Vesuvius?" And it's just the way she says it. And every time that girl spoke, it sounded just like Gloria off White Men Can't Jump. You remember that, don't you? Yeah. It was quality. Have you seen it, Ranty?
I haven't, no.
Oh, it's one of the best 90s films ever.
Anyway, where's the ballers? I want some ballers to come in. I want to have a chat with them.
I've got a headache me now, though. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, you got here a little bit late.
Yeah, it's a bit late, I suppose.
Well, no, I don't know where they're at.
I think Anthony scared them all off. There was 3 in before.
I'm amazed I didn't get sniped. What's his face?
Well, no, he wouldn't.
What were we talking about with Tim just before I went? Something I wanted to run by Tim before I went for my food. I can't remember.
Speaking of gravity, yeah. So gravity's supposed to have formed the Earth into a ball shape. It's supposed to have formed all the planets into a ball shape. So you've got the molten core in the middle, and it sucks everything into a ball, basically into a ball shape, because everything's pulling at the same mass, so it has to conform into a ball. So how come you've got hundreds of miles of flat land? Are they trying to say that sand and desert is stronger than gravity? But yet, like a rocket can't even leave our atmosphere without a huge amount of thrust, apparently. But yet, sand can withstand the force of gravity.
I don't know.
How can we have all this proven flat on the Earth, when the Earth is supposed to be a ball and it's caused by gravity?
Well, look at all the states in the US where was it Kentucky that claimed to be this flatter than a pancake, or Kansas was flatter than a pancake, and then about 6 other states came out and said we're flatter. So if you add all the flats together, you end up with flat.
Everything's flat. What's the islands? What's those islands that are flat? There's a chain of islands. What are they? Let me Google this. Let me Google.
Good times for all. Are you coming in the chat? How does stellar aberration occur without the ether?
Is it Mauritius? Yeah.
I don't think any aberration of light occurs. I think it is what it is. It is exactly the way we see it.
Oh, sorry, no, the Maldive Islands. The Maldive Islands, there you go. There's barely a foot between all of them. How is this even possible on a ball Earth? If gravity is supposed to be causing the shape of the Earth, which is to be round. If you look out and you look at Mars and you look at Jupiter and you look at Venus, they're all perfectly round. So what are they trying to say? That the Earth is like a golf ball shape? Where it's kind of round, but it's got lots of flat edges.
I honestly don't know. I think they're voluntarily ignorant to stuff that goes against their views. Do you know? I want to know why it is that they're allowed to call the flat an Earth that appears to be flat. They're allowed to claim standard refraction, but they won't allow standard refraction to explain
what was the point that they were on about before? I can't remember. Oh, bolts going behind the horizon. Is that what the point was? I'd find that completely hypocritical.
No, the reason you can't see beyond their horizon line, it's nothing to do with that. It's just atmospheric conditions don't allow you to do that.
I know,
at the horizon point, you've got a series of interactions going on there that stop you from seeing through that small point, unless on certain days when those atmospheric conditions aren't in place. So it'd have to like maybe rain the day before and got rid of all the crap that was in the air. And then the heat, it wasn't very a hot day, so the water, there was no wind, there was no tides, on those sort of days, then you can see long distances.
You and I both know that's the case in real life.
The moisture in the atmosphere caused the zoom.
Oh, you're back. The moisture in the atmosphere causes the zoom.
Yeah, that's why you lose a portion of the image slowly, starting from the bottom.
To be honest, I think there's a few things that make that happen.
Yeah, you do. You've got the refraction. You've got the refraction, haven't you? And you've got you've also got the reflection part as well. Don't forget, there's plenty of footage out there that reflects the sky where it shouldn't.
Are you in downtown LA though? Because all I can hear is cars beeping at each other.
No, I'm in San Francisco. LA is like 6 hours south.
I can just hear cars beeping and beeping and beeping. It's like quite kind of what you'd imagine American movie to sound like.
Yeah, it's like that. Cars are beeping out here. Yep. What's up?
So where's P Mars anyway? Is he not coming back?
P Mars won't be back now. He's obviously left with them two. I'm trying to work out is P Mars totally a shill or not.
I think they're probably trying to regroup.
No, they've gone picking on somebody else.
Someone that can perhaps win.
Well, no, they might be just sometimes P Mars will do his own show. Yeah.
So
what's up, brother?
As a judge of the court, then I'm guessing the fact that they left means that I won by default, if nothing else.
Yeah, I would say let's do a vote in the chat. If you think that Flat Earth won today, press number 1. If you think that the Ball Earth won today, press 2.
And please don't press 69 or treble 9 or anything like that. Just go with 1 or 2. I've earned it. Come on.
Well, you think you might have earned it.
You won't be able. Oh yeah.
Channel Q. I was being nice to you as well. What?
Oh, Twitwood. Oh, Twitwood. You're breaking my heart, Twitwood.
I cannot believe there's 2s in here when I'm the last man standing. By default, I should have won, surely. Now it's looking better. There's more 1s in there.
Well, I don't know. It's looking pretty bally to me.
That's all right.
Channel Q, you've already voted once.
It's looking pretty bally, mate. I think.
Nah, Channel Q's voting more than once. He's not having that.
Well, this is the jury here, chiming in like it matters. No, I'm kidding. Remember, everyone is our own judge. So.
I think I'm going to have to basically say, if you look at the likes and the dislikes in the actual chat, it's probably 27 each, and I think that's probably the score from what I've seen on the chat.
Yeah, it kind of looks about even, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't know how the ballers that are picking number 2 can even pick number 2 when I'm the last man standing and the other 3 left. It was 3 onto 1, and I'm still here.
Well, it's a long process to try and bring them out of the shell. Sometimes they don't want to listen, and sometimes they will do.
Well, that's why they're
halfway there because they're in the chat. They're halfway there.
That's why the courts don't rely. A lot of people, like the judge, can always take over the case. Because some people may or may not understand the proceedings of what happened at the case. Judge always has that saying, that position. I would say, I'm not gonna say anything. I thought Anthony handled yourself well today, and I think took out a lot of you know, I don't know, you got well done. Because shout out to what's that?
There wasn't a lot of swearing.
Yeah, it was lovely, and shout out to all the panel guests, you know, to the guests today. Shout out to Barbara, to Clive, or was it Brenda, to Clive, to epistemology.
Hey, Twitwit, if Flat Earth makes everything a popularity contest, bloody hell, I ain't gonna win nothing.
Yeah, shout out to what was her name? Q, Channel Q, and Timmy Osmond coming on. And now we got Jem Panda up in here. What's up, brother?
How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. How's it holding?
All right, not bad.
Lovely, lovely.
Thanks very much, Jem. Appreciate it.
Appreciate what?
Oh, well, I thought you were coming on to congratulate me then. Sorry.
Well, I haven't been listening, but I, you know, I must admit, I find all this hubris a bit, you know, it's probably misplaced if I listen back to the hangout.
No, I'm the last one standing, Jem. There were 3 of them on me, and I'm still studying.
Well, maybe they have other things to do in their life other than arguing with you, Anthony. I mean,
yeah, but they all left on the same minute when we got to the point where I said, I agree, and then they left, and I was like, hello?
Well, that's because their shift finished. Now I'm here. got 8 hours.
You got a fresh target now.
Got 8 hours of me.
Are you finished work now, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm finished now, yeah. But I've had a fucking long day today.
I was going to ask how long's your day been with it being Friday?
Well, today I had to my son lent his car, which is my car.
How is it his car?
To one of his mates who wasn't fucking insured on it, and he got it fucking impounded.
What kind of car is it?
It's an Audi S3.
Oh, gutted. So you've had to go and pay 300 quid to get it back?
It cost me nearly $1,000, mate.
Oh, so the lad that was driving, is he getting done for driving with no insurance?
No.
Why not?
I don't fucking know, mate. I can't fucking understand it. Because the thing is, the car was insured. They didn't really have any reason to take it off the road. You know what I mean? They could have left it on the side of the road. It was insured. The vehicle's insured.
Mate, my vehicle got took off me. I'm taxed, insured, MOT'd, and licensed on it. And the cop was just a twat. He took it off me in the middle of Liverpool city centre, right? Because he pulled me over on double yellow lines. That's where he made me stop, and then said I was parked illegally. And
fuck me, shit! I got a parking fine about a month ago, and I've not paid it. Fuck's sake!
Yeah, I just ignore all mine.
35 quid. No, 70 quid. 75 quid. 35 quid if I pay it off within 14 days. And I've not paid it off. Fuck's sake. What happens with that? What happens if you don't pay it?
Bailiffs.
The council will hand it on to the bailiffs, and the bailiffs will come round for it. If you can ignore the bailiffs long enough, they'll just get bored and give up.
They will. But the minute you open the door to them, you're fucked. But you don't know that the bailiffs until you open the door.
Yeah. See, I'm lucky. I live in like flats with an outer door. You know what I mean? So they've got no fucking chance here. I'll never pay parking tickets. No, I know about 3 or 4 people that just get loads and just totally ignore them, and because it's not enough money, eventually they just give up. You know.
Yeah, the worst mistake you can ever make is responding to them by letter or by email or by phone call. Once you make any conversation whatsoever, you're fucked. That's where
they load it up a bit. You know what I mean? It'll go up to like, I don't know, 400 quid or something stupid like that. But ultimately, they can only take it so far, and it won't be enough to put it through a small claims, and they give up. But to be honest, I'm not a person who gets a lot of parking tickets, but I have had 1 or 2, and I just ignore them.
No, in fact, actually, I wasn't on double yellows. I was just on, the bays where you can sort of unload. It's an unloading area.
Unloading bay. And you were parked at the loading bay.
Yeah.
Right.
I went in to go to the chemist's and get something for my mum, and I came back like 15 minutes later, and it's on the windscreen, isn't it?
Yeah, 15
mate.
minutes. Have you not got a disability badge, and then you could have dumped it pretty much anywhere?
You only get 5 minutes in a loading, and you're really not supposed to be a customer of the business. You're supposed to be like, you know, either working for the business or delivering to the business. Do you know what I mean?
I'm gutted you weren't.
Eh?
I'm gutted you wasn't listening.
Well, I would say, let me for the record over here in the States.
What have we been arguing about then? Come on, let's.
In the States, pay your parking tickets.
Let's hear it.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, pay your parking tickets.
No, cross wires. He don't know what he was asking. What they said gravity, and he's like, let's hear it. And I'm like,
gravity, is that what we're arguing about?
Yeah, it's the gravity of the situation. I've not paid my parking fine.
Yeah. Yes, that certainly has gravitas, I must say.
It can. It only gets bigger. Oh.
So, all right, and are you still doing the buoyancy and density crap? Oh, come on.
How is it gravity? So they explained it, and I was like, no, it isn't. And they were relying on it being a force of acceleration.
Right.
But it's the balloon, but it doesn't. Once that acceleration stops. Anyway, it went on and on and on, and in the end, we ended up with like vacuum chambers up mountains and all this kind of stuff. It was mad.
Right.
And then, as quick as it came, well, it went on for about 2 hours, and then poof, disappeared. All three of them disappeared.
Right. Well, I've actually been learning about some interesting experiments on gravitation.
Go on, what have you found out?
Do you want to hear a list of these? Some great names for these experiments. How about this? Hang on, let me find a good one. Hang on.
Are these experiments that anybody can do, or is these experiments that people have already done? Or these theoretical experiences?
Sorry? These are ones you need a high-powered laser to do these experiments, and a big telescope.
Yeah, lasers are cool.
How about this one? Parameterization of Einstein's theory to test time variability of the gravitational constant.
I mean, I've heard of that phrase word salad, but Christ, that's a perfect example of word salad.
Sounds like a dissertation.
It sounds like a politician's answer to like, would you like a cup of coffee? And they come out with this, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, it's just a yes or a no. Do you want a brew or not? So no matter what, it sounds like one of them.
Well, it's interesting, you see, because what I was looking at was this lunar laser range finding, which I guess you've probably heard of. Have you heard of that? Yeah. So astronauts left corner prisms on the moon, and we can bounce a laser off it and time the
retro reflectors.
Yeah, the retro reflectors, exactly. So you can time how long the laser takes, and from that you can determine very accurate distance to the moon, now to within millimeters. I know you don't believe any of it, but that's
okay. So if you believe that these reflectors were put on the moon, they can aim a laser at these reflectors, and they reflect back to within millimeters. Would you agree that light travels in a straight line then and doesn't bend?
Yeah, but don't forget, it's a large beam of light that's coming back. By the time it gets to the Earth, it's a long way. And I know where you're going. You know, they can aim the laser a second and a half in front of, you know what I mean, so that it hits where they want it to hit a second and a half.
So they can predict. They can.
But when it comes back, you've got something like I think it's about a 20-kilometer wide beam or something like that comes back. So,
is this just bullshit, or do you actually know it's 20-kilometer wide beams that the?
Well, it is what I can't remember the exact size. It may be 14 kilometers. It's quite a large size beam, and that's how they're able to. It's within the distance that the Earth rotates, within the time it takes, the 2.5 seconds or whatever it takes to bounce. I heard the argument earlier this week when I was looking into it. So,
what was the argument?
Well, basically that if the Earth's rotating and moving, and then the moon's moving, and you bounce the laser at the retroreflector, and the retroreflector, by definition, bounces the light back in the same direction it came from. Then how do we detect that light return?
Right. Yeah. So what
my argument.
No, hold on. No, we were arguing that like a week or so ago. So thank you for looking. What is this you were looking into, Jem?
Sorry.
What did you find in regards to that?
Retroreflectors on the moon. Well, the point of this, where I was going with this actually, is believe it or not, I'm sure in your case, these are actually the best experiments we have of gravity and gravitation, because you've got effectively a perfectly clean laboratory. So, for instance, when we talk about Cavendish and people say, oh, well, it could be the wind or electromagnetism or torsion in the wires or whatever.
It could be the wind.
It's a wooden shed and he had no electricity. I've heard it all the anti-Cavendish stuff. With space and two bodies.
That's like anti-Cavendish
perfectly clean laboratory with no other forces. None of that. Well, not no other forces, but none of those forces acting upon the bodies.
Sorry, can I jump in?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, mate. Yeah.
No. We were talking before about metabunk and the standard refraction. So if they're including standard refraction, that they can say light can bend, and it can bend by not just regular amounts, but it can vary, then my argument would be, well, how can they send a laser to the moon and have it come back to within a very small region of the Earth if they can predict that, but they can't predict standard refraction? And they say that light bends around the Earth, but it's going through the same atmosphere.
Well, well, I mean, obviously it's not something I'm an expert in, but I think you've got kind of a couple of different things going on there. I mean, I think that atmospheric conditions would obviously affect the return that you got from a laser. That would and does affect it. I've seen some readouts today, and it actually showed you a bad one where the adverse weather conditions were giving them a poor result, and I think sometimes it can give them no result at all. So it does affect it.
Well, I watched a documentary on the same thing that you're talking about, the reflectors, and they had never missed a single return signal from the moon ever.
Well, I don't know why, because the very first ones didn't work at all. On Apollo 11, the plan was that they started firing a laser, while Armstrong and Aldrin was still on the lunar surface, and they had two TV crews there watching them do it.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying.
It was about a week before they actually hit it, because they had a couple of problems. One, they had three problems. One, the coordinates which they'd taken over the phone, they'd taken down wrong, and they'd got a 15 instead of a 50, or the other way around. Two, the coordinates they were been given were based on their specific location, which is one of these geodetic benchmark points, and they were like, I don't know, 1,500 meters across the car park from it, or something like that, some small distance from it. And the third one was they had problems with the software, so it took them a while before they hit it. But I know they definitely get bad results. I'd be surprised if I can't believe it works every time. That's
how did they get a mobile signal on the moon? I'm sorry, I was joking. I just said, how did they get a mobile signal on the moon? Sorry.
So once they calibrated it and they had it up and running, so they'd done a few misfires to start with, but once they'd nailed it down and they'd found the butter point, they'd been able to hit this over and over. And to be fair, what I actually saw a documentary, like I say, from I forget which observatory it was, but they said that they had never missed a return.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I haven't heard that myself. It seems pretty, you know.
And they did it there and then.
Something to go wrong somewhere along the line. Do you know what I mean?
Apparently they didn't. So that would assume that light does travel in a straight line.
Or that the beam is that dispersed that they can't possibly miss by the time it gets back.
Well, it is a big beam. You know, it's
So you're saying that
several miles wide by the time it hits the moon, and several miles wide by the time it hits the Earth. So,
okay, something to look into, though.
Right. I mean, I'm no expert on it. I just, you know, I've read some stuff about it, but I mean, you know, I probably watched the same bit of video that you have. You know, I don't run an observatory or anything.
Because from my point of view, if the light travels in a straight line and it comes back in a straight line, and then you look at the horizon and you're being told that light bends around the horizon due to standard refraction, then something's not right there, because either light travels through the same atmosphere and bends, or it travels through the same atmosphere and stays in a straight line. It's either one or the other.
No, those are very different things, aren't they? Because one of them you're going up through the atmosphere, you know, which is getting progressively thinner, and the other you're looking into atmosphere, which is, you know, effectively getting, well, not progressively thicker, but you know, there's more and more of it the further you look. And the other thing I would say is that if you're bouncing you know, when you're talking about standard refraction and your doubts about it, you're comparing what you see one day with what you see another day. Whereas when they're bouncing a laser, the conditions are you know, going to be the same on its return as they were when it left 2.5 seconds earlier. So it's very different things. I don't think that the fact that they can do laser experiments rules out the idea of refraction. I mean, how can it? I mean, you know, spectacles work via refraction. I mean, it's not like it's some mysterious thing that we don't understand.
Good. I'm eating ice cream.
What are you eating? What are you eating?
Ice cream.
What flavor?
Vanilla.
Ah.
Yeah.
We're not even with any sauce on or sprinkles or anything like that.
No, man. I'm an American. I don't need those things. I'm free enough.
Well, fuck off. Those Americans invented
fresh air. No, fresh air. I just cover it with a little bit of fresh air, and I smell my freedom.
All we had here was,
and it's better than sprinkles or hot fudge.
What's this I've heard about Antonio wanting to literally have a fist fight with Pete?
Well, he seems to have turned his first fight challenge. It's now a world tour, I think.
Nice.
He starts off in Blackpool, where he gets his head kicked in by a 6'2" pissed off Irishman.
Would that be?
And he follows that with a trip to I don't know, somewhere in America. Oh, I think it's New York, isn't it?
We'll figure that out.
Fighter 6.
Where he gets gunned down in moments by Tim's AR-15.
Who's the black pill guy he's fallen out with?
Pissy Pete.
Oh, right, okay. I don't even know.
They were having a right battle last night. Well, it was actually what was happening last night is Antonio and Poncho and some of Poncho's crew were basically just bullying Pete. It was not nice to listen to, and I've heard him in ED, so
It was horrendous. I went in for about 10 minutes just to see what was going on because I saw a message in the chat and it said Antonio was getting his head kicked in or something like that. I can't remember the exact phraseology, but I thought, let's see what that's about. And I've never, when you can tell that a guy's angry because it's not so much the words or his expressions, but his eyes. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah.
Antonio was on fucking fire. He was ready for killing someone.
Well, I thought they were really unfair to Pete, and I mean, I don't like the guy. He accuses me of being a paid agent at every opportunity and an actor, and he says some pretty abhorrent things to me, unprovoked. But there's no need to treat him like that.
I only saw 5 minutes of it and I went to bed. It's enough.
Sort of ganging up on him. It was awful. It was like, high school.
You probably loved it, Jim. So you
Sorry?
probably loved it. No, I couldn't. No.
All right, well,
it was entertaining.
It's entertaining. It's I guess it's like sort of Jerry Springer, isn't it?
It's like Trump and Clinton.
Tune in so that you can hate on someone, and feel superior to them. And I thank all you guys in Flat Earth for that.
No, but without you guys, there wouldn't be a Flat Earth argument, would there?
You need the villain of the piece, don't you? And
I think
Tim and I try and
than obliged.
that role and PMAR.
You guys are more
Try
than
and do our
obliged.
job.
Do you think it'll get to the point where it'll be like a Trump and Clinton Flat Earth versus ballers?
No, you'll never find enough mad people.
I don't know. A lot of
It
people
can only go so far. This, you know what I mean? It can only ever be, the bottom barrel scrapings of the worst of the internet.
I don't know. Think about it like this.
I
though.
appreciate the patronising. I really do.
Yeah, only overnight.
I've been all right, bitch.
Yeah, but you know what though? It's like overnight, people have thought much or thought little of people, and it's like we never know where this conversation could take. It's like that's why I think it's interesting. I'm glad people are having it anyway.
I think there is, the pillars of Flat Earth that would be a big step for most people. The philosophy.
Fuck philosophy. All you need is a pair of binoculars and your fucking eyes, mate. Look out over the fucking ocean and you can see.
Well, that is the philosophy. The idea that you're
not the fucking philosophy. You just need a good pair of fucking eyes, mate.
The idea that your own senses and reasoning are trump everything else and give you greater understanding of the world than any other method of gaining knowledge. That that's the flaw in the philosophy that I'm talking about. And then you've got ideas like space is fake. I think you're going to have a job selling that one to most people, I'd have thought. All space exploration is being faked. All the launches, everything is being faked.
Show us
all the observatory,
in real time.
All those people are either part of the fakery or they're just not getting it, like you clever guys are who've never looked in a telescope. I mean, you know what I mean? I think you're going to have trouble selling this wholesale, really. What do you reckon?
Well, no one's selling it. I think more people are just. It's kind of like this.
Hold on a minute. Let me just correct the idea that no one's selling it. Now everyone is selling it. Speaking of Antonio, even he wants. Well,
no one here.
He can apparently afford his own flight ticket, so he can have a fight with Tim Osman. But he needs help. He needs financial help to take his gyroscope to universities. Even though the other night he told us he lived in a city with loads of universities.
Well, he does.
Antonio, in his video today, he'd got a Patreon link saying it debunks the globe 100% and help him take it to universities. And there's a Patreon link.
Well, you can't make any money. You can't make any money doing this.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, people will be sending him money on the pretense that he's going to take his gyroscope to universities, which, You know, and if he does, which he probably will and wants to, you know, for the video's sake, and people will laugh at him, and then he'll say, look how unjust they were for laughing at me. But thank you very much for your money.
Yeah, well, you don't make any money on YouTube. It's I think I've made 62p in like the last 2 months, something ridiculous. It's, you know, you spend more on a chocolate bar on your travels to go and do some filming somewhere. I mean, when I've gone over to meet Anthony, you know, you put
Patreon
put 40 quid in your petrol, and then you spend the entire day filming, and then the cloud comes down and you can't see fuck all, so you go home and then you do the same thing another day, and you know, you can spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds to get some footage just to stick on YouTube that you make nothing for. So
this is a Patreon link, so he isn't relying on YouTube paying him. He's asking people to donate money to him, and I think it seems to be a growing trend. We've got You've Been Exposed with their super chat. We've got, you know, Geran with his 9 ways to pay. We've got who else? Oh, what's his name? Infinite Plane Society with his chewing gum and flat earth toilet paper and God knows what else that he's flogging. ODD TV selling maps for $140 each.
Don't get me wrong, some people will try to make some money out of it, and other people will just do it for the sake of just investigating and just trying to see whether or not what we are being told is the truth, and find out for ourselves. And I think that's what like Anthony on here and myself are trying to do.
Well,
I do think there are other people that are trying to do.
I'm sure there are, but there's a, you know, if you think about it, all of those people at the top, they're all monetized to shit. They've all got monetized channels. They've got, you know, Patricia Steer's got ads running. They've all they've excused it. You know what I mean? And I think, I mean, I'm not totally anti people making a few quid. You know what I mean, to cover their internet bill if they're producing content, but I do think it does seem to be a bit of a trend now that everyone's.
How many globes are there in the world?
You're supposed to be unearthing this great, terrible lie on humanity. You know what I mean? There shouldn't really be any money involved, should there?
Well, how many globes are there in the world? I mean, you've got the globes that sit around. You've got the ones that they have the alcohol in that they can spin around, and you've got the actual globes. You've got globes that are made out of the.
How is that in any way a comparison? Come on.
Well, it's capitalism on the globe, isn't it?
It's capitalism on the globe, yeah, exactly.
It really is.
On the flat.
No, come on. You've got to leave the fantasy alone for a moment. I mean, there aren't like these two groups of people, and some of them like it flat, and some, and you know, they're each doing equal things to present their argument. There's, you know, a few thousand, you know, mostly YouTube internet people. You know, okay, it's spilled onto Facebook more a bit now, but you know, there's a few thousand of you, and there's, you know, several billion who've never even heard of you and wouldn't consider there's any argument in the issue whatsoever.
You'd be surprised how many people believe the world is flat.
And there's a few thousand of you, if that. I mean, that petition that Dave, what's his name, allegedly Dave got going in last summer. I mean, he got what, 2,000 signatures or something? His open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Things change a lot in 9-10 months.
Yeah. It had already had its. I mean, I admit there's more people in it now. I don't deny it. But there's still not very many. We all know each other. You know what I mean?
Well, I look at it like this. This is a discussion that I don't think is for the layman in a certain, you know what I mean? And it's okay. And it's okay for someone to think that I'm silly for even saying that. But like I think it's a grand discussion though. It's a discussion that I think the people that have always debated these ideas and always talked about this stuff have always been looked on as poorly, and that's why probably, you know, the leading class, or if you will, intelligent people out there, they tuck themselves away because they know that the masses are not ready for this. It's great, you know, like I think like what they have is a control system in play, and it's like, you know, it just works that way, and people are willing to accept that. And I think it's just a tradition of like Al Hazen, the quote we mentioned earlier, the idea that any of us out here that are would fight for liberty, or you know what I mean, not even fight, but like, you know, fight for the right to someone, for someone to have a voice and to have an interpretation. And you know, these are the foundations of liberty. And you know, that's really the issue for me. I think even if there's only 1,000 people that ever think this,
it's just when, like, for instance, you know, when I was a teenager, and I was a member of CND, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, and you could buy like CND badges and CND stickers and, you know, CND broken Polaris missiles, and, you know, you name it, all sorts of merchandise they had. But the only people who sold CND merchandise were the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, and all the money went to the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, to, you know, publicizing that issue. And you know, that isn't what I'm seeing happening here. You know, it doesn't seem like a, you know, a movement with a political wing, you know.
Yeah, but Jem, how do you know that all the money went for that campaign, or do you just believe it did?
Well, I mean, you're a registered charity and all that kind of thing. So, I mean, you know, certainly money could have been embezzled. I mean, but that would be a different thing, I think. You know, the point is, you know, their policy was that was how the money was spent. You know, if people, you know, people amongst them committed crime, well, I would say that would be a different issue. They're just criminals stealing money, you know.
Sorry, can I just jump in here?
Go ahead.
Good times for all to come on the channel. He made a good point. By the way, actually, he's got a fantastic channel. He's got some great experiments on there. Just thought I'd give a big up to his channel there. But he made a point. He said 100 years ago or 200 years ago, this was a major topic of interest, and there was, you know, the world was split back then. Are you trying to say that since the dawn of time, we knew the world was flat, and it was 500 years ago suggested? We were still arguing about it 100 years ago till they got the plane, and then they got the rockets that apparently went into space, and all the footage that we have are basically just from NASA. So the only things that we can be proved that there's a ball Earth is from what we've seen through NASA. That's it. Wow. That's the only footage that we have. We haven't actually physically been up there, but everybody in the past knew the world was flat. Everybody. And it's only in very recent times that they put this notion forward that the world was round.
Well, I would like to see what the evidence is, because I've heard this from a few flat earthers.
Well, look at the how about this though? How about this?
But I don't. Hang on. Let me just finish this point, Isa. I'll go ahead, Isa. Go ahead if you got something to add.
Well, yeah. No, I was going to say, to your point, is the idea that look at the Egyptian images, look at the Hebrew images, look at the way that those images, those predate any of the notion that, you know, like there was philosophy maybe in the Greeks that thought we lived on a ball, but I think that was more metaphysical, philosophical, like metaphysics, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I would like to see the evidence for the idea that this was some great debate 200 years ago or 100.
Well, how about this though? How about Joshua Slocum?
Hang on, come on, let me respond now.
I got an evidence though. I have evidence to that.
Okay, go on then.
Joshua Slocum in like 1908 debated in South. He was one of the first men to travel around the Earth to go around, circumnavigate the globe solo, sailing. Right. And he on that trip he debated a guy in South Africa, the president of the Boer Republic at the time, and debated him about the shape of the Earth.
Right. But that doesn't by any means establish it as was suggested, that it was, you know, like this hot debate that's always been going on and was going on 100 years ago, because I do not believe that to be true. I think there's all. Hold on. Come on, let me get more of a few sentences. I think there's always been, you know, no doubt there will always, throughout history, there'll have been, you know, random flat earthers pop up. And at times they'll probably have developed a following. I know there's this, you know, we see this sign, don't we, of this thing in, you know, this small town in America that was a flat earth town, you know, and this sort of thing. So, you know, I don't doubt that there have been people, you know, Robotham, of course. But, you know, Robotham wasn't, you know, he didn't have some huge, vast following. He had a few people who thought he was cool. You know, it's not dissimilar from modern day flat earth and since most of it's based on him anyway. So I don't accept that at all. I think that the account that we'd be given in history, that this was settled, you know, BC, I think is true. And I think it's, you know, once you start navigating around the world, when you've got to, you know, navigate via Polaris and use it to determine your latitude, it becomes very obvious that it's a ball and impossible for it to be flat. So I don't accept that at all.
If it wasn't a debate, if it wasn't a historical debate, how did Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, how did them three come to form if it wasn't a debate?
Well, I'm not saying it's never been a debate, but you're back to BC, aren't you? So that's fine.
Okay. Can I jump in? Can I jump in? Do you know who Captain Cook was?
Yeah.
Okay. So in 1773, he was the first explorer to have basically breached into Antarctica. Do you know how many miles he traveled around the outskirts of Antarctica before he actually got into the innards of Antarctica?
Yeah, a long way, yeah.
60,000 miles.
Right, but he, you know,
so what's the circumference of the world?
He didn't know where he was going, and he was in a sailing
ship. He didn't know where he was going. One of the best explorers in the world.
Unexplored lands. That's what he was doing. He was into the unknown, literally. So
one of the best explorers in the world, with the best crew, with the best ships, with the best navigators in the world, traveled 60,000 miles around and around and around because he didn't know where they were going.
Of course they didn't he? You know, it was unexplored.
They couldn't navigate by the stars.
If it was unexplored, how could they know that?
So they traveled by the stars. They navigated and they traveled in a against the Antarctic wall for 60,000 miles.
He wouldn't have traveled. He wouldn't have navigated by. He would have. Well, they would have used stars for navigation, but that.
Well, he wasn't the only explorer to do this. He was the third great explorer to have tried to have breached Antarctica, and every single one struggled and couldn't even actually get into Antarctica. They gave up, and they spent 5 years trying to and navigate into Antarctica.
It's a very, very dangerous place, and when you're doing in, you know,
but how big is Antarctica?
It's not an easy thing to do. You know, it's, you know, people fail that. People fail. Ships fail to make that journey now.
How big is Antarctica?
Well, I don't know. If you know, tell me.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking if you know how big Antarctica is.
I don't know.
Do you know how big Australia is, or America?
What do you mean? How big? Well, I mean, are you asking?
How big's the world? What's the circumference of the world?
About 24,900 miles or something like that.
So if Captain Cook traveled 60,000 miles,
right,
which is more than twice the circumference of the Earth around Antarctica, are you trying to say that Antarctica is twice the size of the circumference of the Earth?
Well, where's the evidence that he traveled 60,000 miles around Antarctica?
It's well documented.
Well, let's see the document then, because if it's well documented, it should be easy to find.
Have a look.
No, it's your claim. You support your claim.
No. This is
yes.
No, you have to pull up the claim.
Your claim.
Randy, pull up the claim.
You can't support. You've just said it's well documented. Show me the document.
I agree, Randy. If you make an assertion and you ask for evidence, you've got to produce it.
Okay, there's plenty of evidence out there.
I could say that. There's plenty of evidence that's not true. It's all out there. It's well documented.
Randy, take 5 minutes and go and find it. Put yourself on mute and go and find it.
Okay, bear with me.
I'm sure he did travel a long way, but what I'm questioning is, was all of this 60,000 miles in traveling around Antarctica? That's what I'm putting into question. Or was this for the entire voyage?
Here we go. If you just Google Captain Cook's Antarctica flat Earth, that's it. If you go on the first
no. Right, so the source of this is another flat earther who's
this is from Meta. Well, you believe Metabunk.
I want to see. You said it's well documented. I want to see some sort of document with a pedigree, not what because Eric Dubay said it.
Okay, this is from Metabunk, who is clearly anti-flat Earth. Okay. Right. Captain Cook's ship logs supposedly indicated that he traveled around 60,000 miles to circumnavigate Antarctica. This is from Metabunk.
Keep reading then, because it said supposedly. So
that's just one. That's just one. There is reams and
reams. Let's hear the rest of what that says, please.
Well, hang on. I'm just looking on. This is the top part. Let's
hear the rest of what that says, and then I haven't got to bother debunking you. You can do it for yourself.
Okay.
So you're not going to read the rest of it out?
Sorry, no. I'm just logging in.
Dishonest, Ranty, I think.
It's not dishonest at all.
Yes, it is because you know now that the following sentences say that he didn't travel 60,000 miles.
Jeremy, at this point, I know which way this is going to go, and I think Ranty's going to win if he's got what I think he's got.
Well, can you carry on the argument?
I've just been.
You're still trying to support your claim. Sorry, go ahead.
I was trying to find the info for you guys, and basically, from any non-flat Earth source, the 60,000 miles is in reference to the entire distance that he traveled over the multiple years of exploration that he did around the world, not about going around Antarctica. There's no non-flat Earth reference about the 60,000 miles to circumnavigate Antarctica. It's 60,000 miles for 3 years of voyages around the world, exploring and finding new lands.
Just say that again. There's no flat Earth evidence that what did you say?
No, all the references to the 60,000 miles being about circumnavigating Antarctica were flat Earth references. The 60,000 miles was taken out of context. That's the total distance that he traveled over multiple years of exploring the world.
Okay, so then we'd take a source, please, so we can cross-reference it and see is that true.
Sure, I can find you the Encyclopedia Britannica. Or actually, I'm sorry, it was the Encyclopedia. Hold on, let me see where that reference.
I'm glad you didn't say Wikipedia.
No, it's not Wikipedia.
It's Encyclopedia Wikipedia.
Yeah, I thought he said Wikipedia initially.
Let me see, pull it open here.
I believe that Admiral Byrd's voyages also had the same effect.
Here's an article from encyclopedia.com. Here, I'll post it in the side chat here, which references the 60,000 mile number, which appears in lots of other places. It says the second voyage involved a systematic search for the southern continent. Cook circumnavigated the globe, traveling west to east and venturing as far south as he could. Cook discovered New Caledonia, the South Sandwich Islands, and South Georgia. He was the first individual to travel below the Antarctic Circle, where he found unnavigatable ice, harsh winds, and no evidence of Terra Australis. By traveling over 60,000 miles, Cook succeeded in proving a negative, and his reputation for precision and reliability was such that his evidence and conclusion were accepted as fact. But if you Google 60,000 miles, like Captain Cook, you can see that's like the total of actually multiple expeditions over multiple years.
So I have heard debate referencing that kind of thing, and Jaren, to be honest, as well. Jaren's done it a couple of times too. So I'm guessing they both read the same book, or they both read the same article.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the non-flat Earth source with that 60,000 miles relating to circumnavigating.
Maybe it'll be under the heading of
Antarctica. I think it's kind of taken out of context because I guess he was looking for a continent, which they thought they were looking for some kind of, this that's referenced in this. What did they call that land that they were looking for? South Australia or land or something.
Right.
I'm trying to find just a non-flat Earth source relating to that, because I'm seeing it. The thing is, the 60,000 miles around Antarctica. I'm seeing it in lots of little blogs and forum posts and things that are regarding flat Earth. Let's see what it says in the Wikipedia article if it has a link at the bottom. I don't know if I don't think I even see 60,000 miles in the Wikipedia article on James Cook. Like I see the 60,000 miles about the Antarctic coastline on like, you know, sites like Atlantean Conspiracy and other types of like, you know, conspiracy, tabooconspiracy.com, like various, you know, conspiracy sites. I'm trying to find just a kind of a matter of fact statement.
I mean, it has to be correct epistemology because these guys are very, very particular about not just believing everything you hear. You know, they remind us of that all the time. I know they wouldn't just have taken.
I know, but equally,
I know that I've checked it carefully. It's well documented.
Jem, equally though, you could equally argue that without evidence to the contrary, it must be accepted as fact.
Here's a debate. Here's a debate where they're talking on this forum, and they actually they pull up a map.
You mean you can assert any old bollocks, and if I can't find any evidence that that's not true, the bollocks is true? I don't think
if it works for gravity and it works for standard refraction.
No, that is not.
The burden of proof is on you. The Earth is flat.
So that 60,000 miles is the accumulation of 3 voyages, and in this forum posting here, they have a map, and it shows the 3 different voyages and the paths that they took, which the total of those voyages add up to the 60,000.
Right.
That was like over 3 years, I think.
So I thought it was the 3 times revolution of the 24,000 miles. They carried on going around in circles and didn't realize.
No, it looks like he sailed all over the freaking place over 3 years in several different voyages, and that the cumulative amount being, you know, roughly 60,000, right? I think there's a large degree of probably.
I think we can reasonably conclude that we have no idea what happened on because there's not going to be enough evidence to prove it. It's just going to be hearsay.
Yeah, and the thing is, they have a hard time. They had a hard time knowing how far they were going too. So.
Yeah, it's kind of a moot point to talk about Captain Cook, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think it's useful either way. It's not useful.
Yeah. It's well, there's some good points for me today.
I'll have to come back to you on this.
Yeah.
So what's the moral of that story then, Rance?
The moral is that at one point I had read quite a lot about that, and right now I can't find it.
I think ultimately
he's just being racist.
I think the history on Cook is kind of fascinating. I think ultimately he was killed by the Hawaiians. They kind of had a change of heart about him and murdered him.
Right. Did they stick him in a pot?
No, I don't think they ate him. They weren't cannibals. I think they just had a change of heart about his.
He did something to piss them off. I can't remember what it was.
I guess, yeah.
He was a bit of a bastard. And
Jeremy, what was that comment you were just about to say? I heard the word racist.
I said you're a racist. You don't like Captain Cook because he was a Yorkshireman.
Well, I don't mind Yorkshiremen. I think every Lancashire man should have one.
So what's the deal with Antarctica now? How come we can't just roll up and just go there? Why do we have to get permits from here, there, and everywhere? And why do we have to be escorted and told where we can go?
And you're not allowed to take a shitload of fuel.
They're up to something.
You
have to be up to something up there.
You don't really. You could just go. I mean, there's nothing. The Antarctic Treaty doesn't say all these things.
Yeah, you can't. You need permits to go.
Yeah, I think they have a thing about trying to keep it as pristine and protected, and so if you don't use a permit and your government finds out, I guess you can be fined for it.
Yeah. Well, some countries have that, but some countries don't. Some countries say you have to have a permit, and some don't. So it doesn't belong to anyone. So, and you guys always go on about the Antarctic.
I believe that's only if you make landfall, right? Where if you just want to sail around it, I don't think there's anyone that can say anything about it.
Right, and I think the Antarctic Treaty, if you read it, it's a set of rules that for nations to follow. It doesn't deal with people really at that level. There's stuff about sort of fuel and military aircraft and that kind of thing, but You know, it doesn't really get down to tourists and stuff. So, but I mean, obviously, you want to go there. You have to be guided because, you know, for most people, the only way you can go there is by using some other, you know, somebody else's transport on some sort of tour. And if you're on their tour, they're responsible for you not dying. And it's a pretty, you know, it's a dangerous place. You can't just go wandering around it on your own. But, you know, you know, there's nothing to stop you. I mean, it's a fucking great big place. I'm sure you could take a boat there and find a place to land. I mean, who would? How
you can't just take a boat there. That's not how it works.
Why not? Okay, explain to me why not.
Well, I suppose technically the waters are international waters, aren't they?
Yeah, you can't just cross international waters like that. There's a military encampment set up over there.
You can do with military. With
okay, where is the military encampment, and where is the evidence for the military encampment?
Well, Falkland
Have
Islands.
you ever been?
Well, have you? So that's an irrelevant point. So where is the evidence for the military encampment?
I would guess the Falkland Islands, given that the massive war that we had over it. Gateway control.
My sister, by the way, she's a big traveler. She used to be a travel agent, but she's a big traveler, and she went down to Ushuaia or whatever in South America, and she got offered a last minute booking to go to Antarctica, which she ended up doing for, I think it was like $4,000 or $5,000 added, you know, for the cost to go down to Antarctica, and she did go down to Antarctica.
I mean, what if you go from New Zealand? I mean, based on the Falkland Islands isn't much use then.
Yeah, I don't know what the pricing is. Obviously, when you're that far south as Ushuaia or whatever, it's cheaper, right? Because you're so far south. Whereas if you live, because you got to get there first, right? But there's plenty of tours that you can take and go down to Antarctica for yourself and see the 24-hour sun. And
so it's tourism, though. That's like you go where we want you to go.
Yeah, well, sure, yeah. It also keeps you from killing yourself too, right?
But you can't explore. You can't explore. You couldn't say I'm jumping off here and putting on my crampons and just setting off and having an exploration around Antarctica.
I don't think there's anything stopping you from doing that, though. Well, what would stop you from doing that on your own, other than you better know what you're doing, or you're going to pay a heavy price?
I'm gonna find you the link. Hold on.
I mean, it's kind of like the same thing with it's the same thing with Everest, right? You have to get a permit to go hike Everest, otherwise you can't go.
I mean, I'd love to go and do it. I'd love to go and see what's over there.
You don't know, like the permit, like for Everest, you got to pay like $60,000 in permit costs to hike to the top of Mount Everest. Not including paying for a tour company to take you there or whatever. Just the permit cost you have to pay to the government. That doesn't mean that Everest doesn't exist, though, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's again, man. I'm just making coffee over here.
I mean, there is that guy, isn't there? There's a Norwegian guy that actually went to Antarctica, and then
there's two guys on ED that have worked there. One is I'm drawing a blank here.
I'm on about this guy. He made a TV show, and he basically, he did what these guys are saying. He just turned up there in a boat on his own, well, with his mates, basically.
What happened to
him? He got busted, but he only got busted when he. Hold on.
There's a military encampment.
No. What he did was he got busted because he was making a reality TV show of all this. So he went home again to Norway I think it was Norway. He'd stuck it on the TV. And then when people saw it, they arrested him.
Oh, that's when he got busted. So
I think he was charged with provoking a polar bear or something. Something
Doing
stupid.
what,
But you know,
doing what to the polar
in
bear?
I
Hawaii,
think
there's
the boat was called Berserk. I think.
in Hawaii, there's pretty huge fines for harassing sea turtles, right? If they catch you harassing sea turtles, someone sees you harassing a sea turtle, you can get in big trouble.
Right.
It's a misdemeanor with a high fine.
You can't even pick some flowers here.
Yeah, true.
Out here, if you go fishing without a permit, or hunting without a permit, and the game warden catches you, yeah, there's huge fines to pay. Huge. Sometimes it's per item.
Right.
I think Admiral Byrd was quite excited to find what was on the other side of Antarctica, but I think he was kind of shut up and wasn't. After he went on the TV and told everybody, he kind of went silent after that, didn't he?
But it's curious that none of these flat earthers have, ventured and shot the reality TV of it, getting turned back by the border patrol, the Antarctic Border Patrol, or, tried to sail around Antarctica and show the 30,000-mile ice wall or whatever. We haven't seen any of that, right?
Yeah, not many people know how to run the boats like that.
Maybe we need to get one of these flat earthers that has some money. I mean, that NBA player's got the money, right? Maybe he should front some money for this expedition.
I'm convinced that you're retarded.
Well, at least I don't believe the Earth's flat. That's always a plus.
Yeah, but why do you believe the world's round?
Because all the evidence points to it being round.
What evidence? What evidence? What visual evidence do you have?
Sure. How about the way that the sun moves across the sky?
Is that visual evidence of
the north and south?
Yeah, well, hold on. Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. How the sun goes across the sky. You don't even say, the thing is that, even in your own vernacular, we don't give credit to the notion that we're spinning. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. The sun does go across the sky, relatively speaking.
Right, that's right. And you guys,
there is no high altitude balloon footage where the horizon passes through the center of frame where you don't see curvature.
You have to belie what your senses tell you to believe.
Even the flat earthers' balloon footage shows curvature.
I can't say I've seen that.
Well, whatever. Though, I'll give him that. It's a little bit of curvature.
I'll link it to you.
Listen. I'm willing to give you that little bit of curvature at the edge at 100,000 feet, right from a picture at 100,000
No, heet. He's not getting shit. I need a wrench to post this link.
Hold on one sec. What do you call it? But you got to recognize that that boats aren't going over the curve at the beach either.
No.
Yeah, no.
It's a tough one, that, isn't it?
We've done it like all week.
I know. Yeah, we'll leave it. We'll let it rest for now. If you'd like. I won't.
It's funny.
Harping on it.
I was in another hangout with this girl who was preaching the balloon footage showing that it was flat, and I had her pick the balloon footage, and I told her that even though it was done on a GoPro or a fisheye lens, that as long as the horizon passes through the center of frame, then it will be true to whatever the shape of the horizon is. And she didn't believe me. And so we looked and we paused on a frame of the video where it passed through the center of frame at altitude. And sure enough, it was curved. And then she's like, oh yeah, but if you did that at the ground level, it would be curved. And I'm like, no, it wouldn't. So we went to the part of the video where they just launched the balloon and the horizon passed through the center of frame, and you draw a line on it in paint, and sure enough, it's flat.
Yeah, but do you know what my next question would then be? What kind of lens was used?
Fisheye.
It was a fisheye lens, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the shape of the lens is. As long as it passes through the center of frame, it will be true to whatever the shape is. And Kara did a whole video demonstrating this by photographing a checkerboard pattern with a fisheye lens.
Kara did a whole video doing what? Did you say?
If you photograph or video a checkerboard pattern, you'll notice that all the lines that pass through the center of the frame are straight. You only get curved lines when they're outside of the center of the frame. So all lines, diagonal, horizontal, vertical, as long as they pass through the center of frame, they will be true. So if they're straight lines, they'll be straight. You can see that on a checkerboard pattern where all the lines are straight. And if you look at all the balloon footage that claims to show a flat horizon, it's through a fisheye lens where the horizon is below the center of frame, so it's being bent up.
That noise in the background there. Who's making that noise?
Forgive me.
They're coming for him.
Yeah,
they're coming for him.
No, they're coming for epistemology. That's my fucking. Those are my boys.
It's like watching an American movie. It's just ace from an English guy's. Listen to hear them sounds is cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, could you get closer to the gunfire though, please? We want a bit more realism. We've done the sirens now. We want gunfire and hopefully some screaming would be good.
No, hopefully we'll. Yeah, no, I know it's not like your neighborhood.
If you could maybe be ordering a hot dog while you do it.
Yeah. Okay. I tell you, one day I'll go to Times Square for you guys, and I'll get a hot dog for you, John.
Yeah.
Could I ask a question to the panel, or perhaps to the chat? Why did they use fisheye lenses on these high altitude balloons?
One of the flat earthers, I'm trying to remember what his name was. He used a rectilinear lens, and it also showed the curvature.
Yeah, I know what that one.
What was his name, Jeremy? I'm trying to remember now. I'm drawing a blank.
Hang on, I've got him in my phone.
Initially, they did it because they're cheap, and because they're cheap, they also give you a wider field of view.
Yeah,
well, they want them because they want to see the wide view, the wide field of view. So,
but the GoPro has become the sort of standard for that sort of thing, anyway, hasn't it?
Flat earthers never show curvature.
Yeah, but if you're going to throw a balloon up that high, why would you use a fisheye lens? Why wouldn't you just put a normal lens on it?
Wider field of view, see more.
Yeah, they want the wider. But like I said before,
don't forget, none of them are trying to debunk flat earthers or prove it's a globe or for normal people, for the vast majority of us, that's proven. So there's no reason for them to consider what you guys would like when they're doing these things.
So if I was to set an experiment up that involves something like this, I wouldn't want to use a fisheye lens. If I'm trying to prove the flat Earth,
you could use a fisheye lens. You just have to remember that when you use a fisheye lens, you have to find a snapshot where the horizon is passing through the center of the field of view of the lens in order to determine what the shape of the horizon is. As long as it passes through the center of frame, it will be true to whatever shape it is. If it's curved, it'll be curved. If it's flat, it'll be flat.
But equally, you have to get high enough so that you're not seeing a small section of the circumference to denote that it's flat, but actually it's part of the bigger circle.
Well, so if it's a flat plane, there should be no curvature whatsoever.
Yeah, but if it's a curved ball, then you can perceive that it's flat if you're not high enough.
Right. Right, which is what I was saying. In that video footage, I was showing this thing about the center of frame, and they didn't believe me. And I showed them how when they just launched the balloon and it was like 20 or 30 feet up, the horizon looked completely flat. But then when it was at altitude, you could see the curvature clearly.
Did you say you'd made a video or you explained it to somebody?
I had her pick any flat Earth video. I said, you can show me any video as long as there's a portion in the video where the horizon passes through the center of frame, and I will show you that at high altitude it will be curved, and at low altitude it will be flat. By the way, it's Dwayne Callum who did the flat Earth video with a rectilinear lens. Let me find that video.
I had a nice still shot from it, but I buggered if I can find the damn thing now. Ah, here it is. Instead.
They're trying to implement a travel ban to Antarctica. They're saying that there's terrorists going on over there right now. I can't post the link. Would like a wrench.
There's terrorism in Antarctica. Come on.
Yeah, that's their new base now.
Who's saying that? Post it in the. Can you post it in the Hangout?
This is mainstream news, man. This is the Globe News.
Okay,
I'm trying to post it.
Website what's the name of the mainstream news channel that it's on?
I'll post it. Give me a wrench.
You're just a troll, aren't you?
Here's the Dwayne. Here's the Dwayne
Terrorism
Kellum.
in Antarctica.
Here's the Dwayne Kellum footage. I posted it in the side chat here. I can post it in the green if you guys want.
I've got a. Where's it gone? Shit. Right, I've got a nice still shot from it. Isa hates this.
This is a rectilinear lens, not a fisheye lens.
Can you? Could you present me, please, Isa?
Fuck me! Look how many tabs you've got open.
No, well, I always start with
memory on that
it.
machine, Jeremy.
Sorry.
I hope you got enough memory on that machine to run all those tabs.
You need an ultra wide screen.
Sometimes I have loads more than this open.
You are a tab whore.
But yeah, like I said, you find me in even the balloon footage that the flat earthers use to say that it's flat. You'll notice that they only show you the section where the horizon is below the center of frame with a fisheye lens, which will distort the image up. They'll never pass through the center of frame.
How many miles high is that?
It had the altitude there, 118,000 feet.
Yeah.
So how many miles is that?
Let me. I'll share. Oh, stop.
118,000 feet is about the same kind of height that they all seem to get to.
Like 22 miles.
How many miles? Sorry.
It's like 22 miles.
22 miles.
I think the record for a balloon, and it was a huge balloon, I think it's like 160,000 feet or something like that. The ultimate altitude record for a balloon of any kind.
You need a very big balloon.
Yeah, this was a huge balloon. The helium cost alone was over $250,000.
What? $250,000?
Just in the cost of helium.
That high?
No. Just in the cost of helium to produce a balloon as large as it was.
So they can't just blow one up at your local shop round the corner for your birthday balloon.
No. Because the problem is you need to have something that's extremely. Because the problem is the higher up you get, like we were talking with Anthony, the less buoyant force you get, and therefore the structure of the balloon itself is the weight that you're trying to lift up, and the way that scales is you need a bigger and bigger balloon to get into thinner and thinner air.
And apparently a lot of helium.
Yeah, a lot of helium.
So what makes these helium balloons pop then?
Well, the fact that they expand as they go up, and I don't know if the type of balloons that they use for this type of high altitude stuff, if they end up popping or they just reach equilibrium and then, until the helium eventually escapes and then they come back down. But
hey, that's my word. Your own word.
When they use a weather balloon, the balloon keeps expanding and expanding because of the lower and lower pressure, and eventually it expands more than the material can handle, and it breaks, and then the balloon pops and then it descends.
Sorry, now I just got people asking in the chat here, shouldn't I already know all this? But no, I'm sort of asking the questions in a way that the audience can understand too, because they might want to hear the question asked in a way that they want to hear it asked. Whether I know the answer or not is irrelevant. I'm just asking the questions.
That's fine. I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I think journalism was saying that they wanted to create some kind of super high altitude balloon to set a new balloon record or something, but I don't think they realize how large of a balloon you need to do that.
No, I don't think he does.
I suppose that you could, it'd be cheaper to fill it with hydrogen, but then that'd be pretty dangerous, right?
Yeah, are you allowed to do that? Probably,
fill hundreds of cubic meters of hydrogen.
Right.
It'd be a pretty stupid thing to do.
I mean, I saw this guy on Kickstarter. He'd got a YouTube video, because you do on Kickstarter, and he was planning on doing a high altitude balloon and then launching a rocket from it.
Wouldn't he be doing the rocket first and then the high altitude balloon?
Well, I mean, I think that's been done before, actually, sort of more professionally. But I mean, I don't think you'd be allowed to do that because, you know, you're going to have a highly explosive rocket flying around on an uncontrolled balloon.
I think it depends on what we're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about like something that's like a model rocket or something, some very amateur-sized rocket.
Right. I think the rule is with these balloons, though, you're not allowed to have anything that detaches from it. It has to be.
Yeah, I don't know what they're probably dependent on the country. And I know in the U.S. you have to file a thing with the FAA and notice to airmen. You got to issue a NOTAM in the area, and you have to look at the winds aloft and predict the path.
Right.
And there's weight. You know, there's limitations as to the weight of your payload.
Right, gents, I'm going to call it a day. It's gone. It's nearly half midnight. It's time for me to go bobos.
Bye, Anthony.
Nice, bro.
Lightweight, Anthony. Come on.
I know. It's been a long. I was up at 6 this morning, though. It's been a long day.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I
Thanks,
think
gents.
I'm gonna bail too.
Yeah,
all right.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you for coming, man. Yeah,
No
yeah,
all right.
bless.
See you soon.
Peace, everyone.
Cool. Peace, Ready, right, and Anthony, thank you.
See you later.
Well done.
Bye.
Well done today, Riley. Big up, man. Round of applause for real. Like, yo, even check it out. If anyone is conversation with F earlier, press 1. They think F1, press 2.
They're not going to get 2s now. They're not going to give me 1s now, are they?
No, we're going to win now.
Half of ones.
We've retaken the lost ground.
I'm voting 1.
I'll put 1 as well.
Yay.
Good stuff.
There you go. You've won then.
Yeah, well done, man.
Win by default.
That's one back. Yeah. Good stuff, brother.
Steve Anthony did 1 and 2. Oh, that's so cool.
Right.
See you later.
See you later.
Ta-ra.
So whenever you're ready, Isa, we'll welcome you back on the ball.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad
we're not taking every flat earther back, you know, now.
Oh, cool. Well,
some of them, the divorce is permanent.
Well, I think they people have.
It's a divorce absolute.
Yeah, it sucks. There's like irreconcilable differences between.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
With you, it's just a decree nisi at the moment.
What's that?
A decree nisi.
Ah, there you go. Nice. Check you out.
That's the first stage of the divorce, isn't it?
I'd have to look into it. I never got
can
that.
Be recovered.
Yeah. Some things can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like Pissy Pete, we're not having him back.
Oh yeah. Well,
you guys have got him now.
No, I think of it like this conversation, and also a lot of things just don't. It's like people have to remember their manners and remember of what people do take. What we've considered to be normal. Now, granted, some people are just like, Pete is the most punk rock flat earther I know, right?
Right. Yeah.
Everybody's got a problem. He's sticking to his guns. He's like, no, fuck you, you're an agent. Like, it's.
Yeah.
I told Pete to he should do his own videos.
Right.
What he believes, because then we'd have a better idea with what we're working with, because it's hard to talk to somebody.
It would be very entertaining, and incredibly unpopular.
It would be amazing.
Yeah.
I think
he doesn't really need to, though, mate. He just goes in other people's hangouts and does it there.
But at least give us an idea where he's coming from.
He rants for about, an hour in other people's hangouts, doesn't he, at a time, once he gets going.
Yeah, I don't know.
He almost destroyed one of Dell's one night. Just went on and on and on.
Yeah, some people, I've seen it here, it's crazy. Like, some people don't recognize when, you're kind of done talking to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's that going on. Like, no disrespect or whatever, but just in general, I've had that happen where you're like, okay, yeah. I don't really.
When I came in here, just as you were wrapping it up.
Not at all, actually, Jim. I always love you. I enjoy your company.
I thought those guys are saying they've won. I'm going to kick their heads in for a bit.
I knew it. Well, dude, that's why I like you, though. That's why you were like, who won?
Yeah.
I love it, dude. I would
Yeah.
be. I'm the same fucking way. You know what I mean? That's what I hear. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Was everybody happy about it a second ago? I love it, dude.
It's fun.
It's a blast, especially. I love this conversation. It's enriched just the whole thought process. Has changed. It's just interesting. I'm glad I know the proposed models from all sides of it, or not all sides of it, but from what I know. I think it's like you concretize yourself as soon as you take a position. Have you looked in, check this out. You ever seen this thing or heard of it called Hilbert space? It's it's called Hilbert space, and it's like whenever a string is in a particular state. And I was wondering if you could help clarify it for me, because I look at it like, imagine if you're dealing with, when we're trying to measure things optically, imagine if you're looking at something that is straight, right, optically, like because you can't detect the curve, right? So like it appears like forgive me, like if it wouldn't be a wave, of, let's say, like you guys argue about there's protons and all this kind of stuff and light waves. So what if it was light waves, and at any particular moment that we're trying to measure this thing, in reality, it's just a moment in Hilbert space where it's like this fluctuation of the wave. And I wonder if I'm using the term correctly. I just think that I am. But I would love maybe.
I know we have this problem with this, like double slit and these sort of things, but these things where the measurement, the act of measuring, alters the result, that's not that's not unusual, right? Like, for instance, if you were to take the pressure on your tire on your car, in taking the pressure, you reduce the pressure very, very slightly because some air goes into your pressure gauge.
Forgive me, I was looking at something. Can you explain that again?
I was saying the idea of when we measure something, the act of measuring it alters the result.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what I mean? Like when you check the pressure on a tire, it changes the pressure of the tire. So it's
the stick. Yeah. Right on.
I don't know lots about it, but that's the example that someone gave me, and that kind of seems.
That's a great example.
Mm.
That's actually a really good example, man. Thank you. Yeah, because I've said that even just about this whole discussion is that what if on Monday you're a ball earther, on Tuesday you're a flat earther, on Wednesday you're a ball earther again, flirting with a little concavity maybe.
Yeah, but I said none of it actually exist. There is no exists, reality. All of this is just a creation of your mind.
Well, that's not this. Including me, right?
I don't exist anywhere in the universe. I'm just.
I'm not that dramatic about it, Jam. But my point is that you look at it.
I'm just a series of electronic pulses in your synapses.
Only because you're godless. Okay.
That's all I am.
He's just a defeatant. That's what it is.
Well, I think
if you die, Isa, I die.
Well, yeah. What gets me, bro, is if you die, is it you that die? Like if when they bury your body, is it you that goes in the ground?
No, I don't think so. Well,
what else? So how about this? So then, if you can admit that there's a distinction between you and your body, well, you have to recognize that you are you even right now think of yourself as something, as more of like what we could call a soul or a spirit, right?
Yeah, I think you can be that and still keep a naturalistic explanation for it. I mean, the fact that
No, you can't. You can't because
when you say you, you're talking about everything that is me, my personality, my everything about me. Well, that is a product of my mind, and when I'm buried in the ground, even though my brain's there, it's no longer working, and so then there is no mind, and so there is no me in that sense.
Right, and so because everything that was you, if you can identify with being the body, was in the brain, right?
Mm.
So therefore, it would be you that's going in the ground, right? It would be all of you. And
it wouldn't be the thought processes that manifest as my personality, would it? Because there wouldn't be any thought processes.
Where were those developed, and where did they live? They lived in that thing, right? And if you're that thing, then you would be the thing that goes in the ground.
Well,
but
I mean,
you're not.
If you want to think of it that way, it doesn't really make any difference to me, to be honest. You know what I mean? It's almost semantics, not quite.
Of course, yes. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the what I figured was semantics, but I get your notion of the idea that is not you. Of course, it's not you, and that's what I'm proposing too. But I take it a step further and just look at it in this certain kind of a way, and that's what I do about it. But if, like, in the idea that if there was this element of what we can refer to as a spirit or soul, then we have to agree that we're not our bodies. We're not. I mean, like you said, it opens up a whole can of worms, right?
Well,
we're not even our body.
It's a big bonus for me, isn't it? Because I'm not expecting that, and so in my final moments, when I realize, when I see
when it's finally on BBC and
I see the axe belonging to the flat earther descending towards my skull, and I realize that this is my last moment, I'll be thinking, oh shit, this is my last moment. And then the axe will strike, and all of a sudden I'll be freed of this body that it beats me up every day. And who knows what awaits?
Fuck yeah, brother.
The worst that can happen is at least I'll be warm for eternity.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Well, I think of it. It's just too, like, this whole existence is so just fascinating. No, I think I don't know. I like that it's so fascinating that it extends all the way to the shape of the earth. But if we haven't got the ability to control even our own surroundings,
What is the worst thing?
What's this?
What's the worst thing?
The worst
that could
thing?
happen? Yeah, you die, and then you realize you were wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think like that. I always think about the best. I always think about the best thing. I always think about the most beautiful thing. If the same God that made flowers.
Would you? If you were dead, would you think, or would you just know?
Only God knows, right?
When you die, does every single thought and feeling that you have happen almost all at the same time? Like everything is there straight away, readily available? Or
how could I mean? I don't know, brother. I mean, I never, I haven't been through there yet.
No.
I would like
I'll let you know.
I'm going to follow some sort of religious belief that says that when you die, you become a rock star.
Like
there
Buddhism, yeah? Buddhism. There you go.
You go to, like, rock star heaven.
I think that's Buddhism.
And you just wander around being treated like a rock star.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
That's cool.
Yeah, I want to be I think Buddhism is a
You spend your days smashing up hotel rooms and taking drugs.
Yeah, that sounds like Buddhism.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the middle path. You know, you got the right side. You got the standard
Not so right side.
Check it out. You got the standard globe model. Then you got the left side. You got the concave model, and then right in the middle on the eightfold path, the middle way, you have flat Earth, right?
No, no, it's not like that.
You sure?
It's like you've got the left, the middle, and the right.
Okay.
That all think it's a globe, and you've got like this tiny, like grass verge at the edge.
People hoping to get a hitchhike or something.
that think it's flat. And then you've got about half a dozen blades of grass in that grass verge that think it's concave.
You have this one guy holding up a sign saying "free hugs," playing a guitar, and
deluxe hugs, $2.
Yeah,
I like that one. The one with the guy stands next to him. He's got deluxe hugs for $2. Oh, I love it. That's so funny. Oh man, what a good day. Let's see how long have we been up? Shout out to everybody in chat. Hope everyone's being nice.
We'll be back in a sec.
Oh well, 7 hours. No shit.
7 hours. You're nearly there, mate.
Whew. Wow.
You can throw us out. We don't mind if you want to go to bed.
No, I like hanging. Oh, I'm good. I like hanging chill. I'm good. And, I've been freaking. It's nice. Yeah, man. Whoa. It's good. I like providing like a reasonable platform, you know, to discuss this shit. I think it's reasonable anyway. But I would, of course.
I've been busy the last couple of days, so I haven't had a lot of time for it.
Yeah, I didn't see yesterday. When was it? We had another day.
Yeah, yesterday I didn't really do it. I'm still working on proving we went to the moon.
Good luck. Because you got to answer all those questions. You got to answer. You got to show how. Like, you know what I mean? The intricacy of how Judy in accounting fucked up the telemetry data shit.
Why doesn't Judy just stick with accounting?
Right? That's what Jeremy's that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like, what the hell? Where's Judy? And then it'll be like a picture of a poor old, like a real young girl back in the 50s.
Sorry.
And then it'll be like, you know, her picture of her 90 today and Jem going after her.
That was a leather chair, by the way, just in case anyone heard that. It was a leather chair.
What I might do is go through the Apollo flight journal and write down all of the telemetry data and then stick it in a video and put Apollo telemetry data so that you lot stop saying, oh, the telemetry data went.
Don't forget to put flat Earth on it.
Yeah, that'll get a lot of views.
Yeah.
Now we could. Yeah, what do you call it? Are you going to get the telemetry data? Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what.
Is that what you're? Hold on. No,
certainly a lot of that detail.
I just figured out exactly what you're doing. Are you forging telemetry data, dude?
Aren't there any like Apollo?
Isn't it, Jem? Isn't it, Jem?
Ain't there any
fucking telemetry data, you motherfuckers? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
you're wrong.
You fucking doing that. You're gonna fucking go do like, that's amazing. You're just genius. God bless you guys. Well done. Respect. Eightfold path, middle way.
Isn't there any moon landing reenactment groups?
Well, I don't know. Are you why are you looking to get one going on YouTube?
You have all those like, those British Army or reenactment groups or Civil War reenactment groups. We're gonna have a moon landing reenactment.
I think I might start that. I'm gonna make a lunar module.
Oh, please do it. You got to do it in the park. Yeah, you got to do it like, it's got to be like with the Shakespeare week. You know what I mean? At the end of the Shakespeare week, it's like the moon landing play.
You're gonna have like this.
little bit like in what do you call it? The
Oh, please
like,
don't do that.
Independence Day, and then you have the Civil War reenactment, and then you'll have the moon landing.
No, somebody's in a moon costume. Yeah, like singing a song about like Buzz Aldrin or something.
No, they'll have the ground control to Major
No, fuck
Tom.
that. That's played out. No, it's too played out. It's already too played out. They'd have to come in with like, you know, like it's gotta have like all that classic, like, you know, TV show, like the I Love Lucy shit, like with like what's it, the Honeymooners? He's like, I'll send you to the moon. You know, like check it out. But yeah, I guess you could do
Fund it.
Forgive me for cursing on it.
Yeah, I mean it's space related and ground control. You know, it was all actual people, as opposed to now where it's all artificial intelligence shit. You know,
I'd love to see the moon landing reenactment in the park. Oh my god, all digitized, like with like lasers and shit.
Yeah,
it's like
lasers.
the best idea ever. That is.
Yeah.
Lasers reflecting off the moon.
Check it out here. Check it out. Somebody's dark matter costume.
One of those costumes that doesn't reflect light.
Yeah, somebody's the sun, like
moving
smoking.
forward in history, we did the Cold War instead of the Civil War now.
Or not, like, yeah, somebody's Kennedy. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh gosh, who's gonna be the full guy?
Out of the moon.
Who's gonna be the full guy?
Oh, dude, the fucking moon landing renaissance.
Oh, Pete Shea could be
moon landing renaissance. Dude, moon landing renaissance festivals. With like, you could ride a rover, pretend you know what I mean? They could film you and put you in like slow your speed 2 times, so it looks like you're on the moon.
Yeah. And then have the front screen projection and everything, and then take a picture, a snappy of it, and then print it out, and you have to pay like I don't know, $20 to get a little picture of it.
That'd be great. The Moon Landing Renaissance Festival. Are you going?
Flat Earth, the theme park.
That'd be the Moon Landing Renaissance Festival.
I tell you what, if you did a Moon Landing Renaissance Festival, I bet you there would be more people who attended that than there will attend the Flat Earth conference.
The fake conference,
easily.
Yeah.
Easily. Like, yo, easily.
People fucking love Apollo.
Love the moon landing. Fucking love that shit. Their fucking psyches. Their psyches are built on that shit. They're fucking.
I haven't seen the moon for a few days. Have you seen the moon?
I haven't looked, to be honest.
I haven't really been looking.
Yeah, I've been looking and I haven't seen it. Like, I saw it with Jupiter like a week ago, and now it's gone. I don't know where it is.
That cheating bitch.
That cheating bitch.
Sorry with Jupiter. Is that what you call him now?
Sorry with Jupiter. Now she's fucked off. Man, I'm gonna have to travel the world to find a celestial body like that.
Oh no.
I think, at the risk of sounding racist, Jupiter definitely sounds like a black guy.
He's got a rep.
I know. Is he the guy after you've been exposed?
What's that?
Is he the guy after you've been exposed? Is that Jupiter?
I have no idea. I was just joking.
There's a guy called Jupiter, or is it Judge Dredd?
Oh no.
Yeah, Judge Dredd and Judge Judy should hook up.
I don't know. I heard about that. That angry girl Mars.
Would you like to hear my impression of Mark Taylor?
Go on then.
Oh, my name's Mark Taylor. I'm going to eat some pies now. How do you know the Earth is flat? How do you know the Earth is flat? How would I, sir?
You gotta sing with it though. Can you sing with that voice?
It's not. I don't think it's a singing voice.
Hey, baby. I know. It's Jupiter, baby.
I know. It's Jupiter, baby. I know. The Earth is flat.
Oh, God. You're not playing us out, are you?
I think it would be a good subject for a song. Sort of, you know, the love triangle of the Earth, Moon, and Jupiter.
The love triangle.
Yo, how about this? What is it? What was it again? The love triangle. Or what is it?
Of the Earth, the Moon, and Jupiter. You know.
Yeah, check it out. The Earth,
the
Moon.
moon.
Check it out. Hold on, Jim. The Earth, the Moon, the Earth, the Moon, Jupiter, and me.
Well, wait. Wouldn't the Earth be you?
That's a love rectangle.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just you're watching.
A love polygon or something.
Well, no, you're telling the story of it.
Well,
Telling the
it was
story of it,
the
right?
moon and the sun and the moon fell in love and got married, but then
they had children.
Found they were incompatible. They were like night and day.
The sun preferred a black man called Jupiter.
So the moon got in a relationship with Jupiter.
And then the sun was asking the moon one day why you haven't come back and returned my calls, and the moon's story was full of holes.
Well, I've got duck in orange sauce, so.
Oh, Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese.
Chinese, mate. I ordered some Chinese.
It's Chinese, yeah.
I had a Chinese tonight, yeah. Some egg fried rice, chicken balls, special curry.
We should probably see what the chat's doing. Because
and some duck noodle.
I bet they're not very entertained.
No. Are you not entertained?
Might just close a few tabs.
Well,
oh, that's a chat room.
Yeah, you have like so many tabs open. What are you running? A laptop or something?
No, a PC.
PC, oh.
A proper computer.
A proper computer. Was that like 4 GB RAM, yeah?
I can't remember what's in this one. I think it's 6.
Oh, mate, you need to be running like 16 or 32 GB now.
Yeah.
These days. For all the video games, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We've got a big audience, so there can't be a lot else on. Because we're crap.
Yeah, it's all good though.
Snack says he thinks I might know good Tom Jones.
Tom Jones? You're not even Welsh. Are you Welsh? You're not even Welsh.
I'm actually related to Engelbert Humperdinck. Very distantly.
Yeah. That's not good enough.
Well, he's from the same stable as it were, as Tom Jones. Same manager and all that.
I woke up in the morning.
There's no more drama from the poor artist. It's a bit of a shame.
So, Isa, what are your thoughts on the dodo Earth?
Oh, what's this? What, I missed it. What is it?
I'm not really sure.
It's extinct.
It's some peach shape thing that he's come up with.
The dodo Earth. What the fuck? Pete Shea come up with something?
Yeah, apparently the shape of the dodo bird is significant. It's a sign or something.
Patrick.
The real shape of the Earth.
Who's this guy? Patrick.
Hi, Nathan.
Oh, it's Nathan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Pete also thinks you're Nathan, right?
A lot of people think I'm Nathan.
Who is Patrick? Oh, he left. No, he isn't. Patrick Marston. Who's that?
Oh, what's that? What is this? Yeah. What's up, Steve?
Well, that was beautiful, man. More than a PMARS. That was brilliant. Oh, Patrick Marston. Fucking hell, man. I looked right through that. Didn't even click.
Yeah. Oh, so what's the dodo Earth then? Oh yeah.
Dodo.
What's up? Do you guys believe that there's like that dinosaur they found in Canada with the
some scientist people?
No, forgive me. They found a dinosaur, and they found some archaeologists in Canada allegedly found a dinosaur, and I guess it was like one of the best, most well-preserved findings. I was curious if you guys were interested in that.
Is it cold in Canada?
I don't know. You know, I've never been to Canada, but the word is it's pretty cold.
So, could be true then.
Oh, I'm just saying.
I mean, like, do you subscribe to cryogenics, and like would you like to be frozen so that you could be unfrozen in the future and come back to life again?
Would I
or not
want to do
life
that?
again, but live? Yeah.
Well, actually, I think of it like if they could, like, you know, imagine if like you couldn't die. Imagine
Yeah,
if,
that would be
like,
pretty
you know,
sweet. But imagine cryogenics for a moment.
Yeah, no,
Can
I
you
think
send
I think it's.
He's in
Either
already.
way, I think I don't know what I think about it.
Oh, sorry.
That's anyone's personal, opinion. You know, I personally, I don't know. I wonder sometimes.
But okay, well, cryogenics is a thing depending on who you ask. But if it's really cold in Canada, I don't know, man. Could be true.
Well,
What is it they found exactly?
A dinosaur here. I'll look it up and find it.
Usually it's mammals that they find frozen, like mammoths and saber tooth.
Hold on. Let's see. Canadian dinosaur, and it was like let me see. A perfectly petrified Canadian dinosaur still has its skin.
Wait, what did you say? Was it scared?
Now here, I'll show it to you.
Was it? Wait, did you say petrified?
Right.
So
it's not
fucking. Oh my god, man! It must have been fucking. Oh my god, were its balls inside its
Hold on, so this
body
is
when it was found?
This is
fucking scared.
National Geographic, right? You know? So this is like.
Have you got the link?
Okay. Present. Yeah. 1 sec.
Represent. Come on.
I'm presenting.
Just right.
My computer is mad slow though.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe because of
Oh,
that.
blimey, look.
Hold on.
Then my
Let me,
bandit. My
Just
bandit.
well, that's all I've got. You owl.
Okay, hold on. Hey, what's up, Nathan?
Good man. Last year we did this, Jeremy and I. We had to prove to some tossers that we weren't the same person.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Wait, did you have to do it? Why'd you have to do it?
We just had a chat on Antonio's channel with each other, and the main reason I did it back then was to prove that I'm not him, and vice versa. So we just chatted about what's the Gem Panda from? It's from a game, Second Life.
Second Life. Yeah.
We had a chat about Second Life. You know, it's just a conversation, but just to prove that we weren't the same bloody person, which is ridiculous. Because if anybody's watching this and is English, it's blatantly bloody obvious.
Yeah, I know. But if we listen to an American, like if you're like, I guess younger, you just listen to any American, and just go, oh, they sound exactly the fucking same. But as you grow up, you kind of catch their voices are different. You know, as you go up and down the country, the accents are different.
And you know, I never say the Earth's flat, so
yeah, I mean
that's a good way of telling.
No, you're just Nathan's soccer camp. You never talk at the same time. That's the problem.
To interrupt me, Jeremy, so that people know that it's definitely.
Yeah, there you go. See,
yeah,
look,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Keep
look,
speaking.
You never talk at the same
Yeah,
time.
I'm going to talk over you now.
No.
I need to get a blazing round that, and then that'll fix it.
Too difficult. You're irrational. Most 99% of the subjects you cover. I'm actually in agreement with most of what you said, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
You
At least
wait
we
till
can
the
agree on
video comes out, then you'll fall out with me.
When what video comes out?
My moon video. I'm making this video about.
God, dude.
Oh yeah, he's making up telemetry data too. I can't wait to see it. Him and P. Mars are over there like, I know what would get him is that telemetry data.
Just punch away at a calculator.
That's why P. Mars is out of breath. He's over there typing away, just turning, take the
crunching the numbers, man.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
What's with this chat? So there's like a side chat on this. I've come in through G+, and all constantly going past me is like, I don't know, Tim Osman and P. Mars. They're just like, are they part of the hangout but just not joining? What's the score with that?
They have the link, and they were.
There's like a group chat that runs at the back of this, so anyone that's joined is in the group chat. Like that's the thing that happens with any hangout, pretty much. And so it's almost like a group chat where anyone who was in Hangout can chat with anyone else who wasn't
invited.
I see, like the side chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But with lots of people.
Yep.
And it goes on forever.
So the group chat is anyone who is currently in the Hangout, and the other, or the side chat.
Anyone who has the link, and is in the call. Yep.
Basically, yeah.
Yep. And yeah, this is awesome, man. I'm honored to have both of you guys on here. You know.
Good, you should be.
Thanks, man.
No, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, like
I see Spurs. I thought I saw Spurs a minute ago.
Yeah, Spurs was on a moment ago. He's got a nice tattoo on his back now.
Has he?
Yeah, he's got a. Well, he's a fan of Tottenham Hotspurs, so.
How do you know he's got a tattoo?
Well, his avatar's got it.
Oh,
that's his back, right?
Okay. I wonder what the hell he was on about.
It's a dodo, is it? Is it a dodo? What is it?
I don't know, man. This dodo thing. I've seen Pete Shea say it, and yeah, man, it looks a bit bird. But so what? Why is everyone up in arms about it?
What is it, Nat? Tell me what it is. I don't. All I keep hearing about is this dodo. But what is he saying? That the flat Earth map is the shape of a dodo? Is that?
I think so. That's it.
Right.
Basically it.
What?
Right.
Airs. I mean, so what? It looks like a dodo. But so what? Why is it?
Yeah.
Staring him at you.
All right, Nathan. Hold on. Okay, Nathan. Do you drink urine? Do you subscribe to urine therapy?
I've done various things with urine therapy. I would say I'd advocate it. Yeah, if somebody was to come to me and say X, Y, Z is wrong, I'd say yeah, look into urine therapy if you've tried other things and they've not worked.
Have you done it yourself?
Yeah, I've done it. Says my wife.
But you drank it.
I've drank it. I've done various different things.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's even then it's like, yo, that's.
I know, but I mean, okay, so doing it every single day.
No.
No, just do it every now and then.
No, I've experimented with it. I mean, the things that were most successful.
It's not like flat earthers made it up, dude.
No. No. But I mean, drinking it like pretty much like every day.
No.
As a thing, that's surely not good for you, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert in urine therapy. I mean, the person that I spoke to the most about urine therapy was someone called Dina Walker, and she was very, very useful, very, very knowledgeable. But there's loads of people. I mean, shitloads of flat earthers do it, and they just don't talk about it. So the meme is correct, and the people who are seriously into it are the ones that you would least expect, and they won't talk about it because they know they'll be ridiculed. People like me who just I don't know how to play with it. We're the ones that get ridiculed. I don't give a shit. You know.
I mean, I can understand drinking it for like just to get rid of an issue, like you have like a bug or something, and you drink urine and it goes away. And you don't have the symptoms of the bug or whatever the symptoms you had, which you were complaining about, yeah? And you stop. But drinking it all the time, and surely, like, you know, having something every now and then in moderation is fine, but doing it all the time isn't good for you.
Well, I'd agree with you. I mean, the first thing that Dave Murphy was explaining, and several others who are also into the urine therapy far, far more than I have. I mean, you're not keen on hearing my success story. The only success story I've got, and it wasn't even me, it was my wife, but I will get to that. But the first thing they said was that it's got to be clean urine. And by that, what they meant was, if you've got a diet of beer and fags and burgers and pies, and you drink urine, it will be horrible. You know,
yes, but and not only that, you've also got to keep yourself well hydrated. So if you've only just got up in the morning, you haven't drank for like 7 hours because you've obviously been asleep or whatever, it's going to be extremely...
I got to say this, though. I got to say this. I'm not trying to really discuss the finer points of anything to do with urine therapy. You know what I mean?
Okay, you don't like it.
Well, it's not that it's just something that it is. It's just it is. No, and I know, like, you know, I'll let. I mean, if I would make one last comment on it, I would let Nathan explain, as I'm sure he wants to, how it may have helped.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, well, the only success story I can give is my wife, who used not her urine, but her child's urine, baby urine, which is full of stem cells. This is like a well-known thing, and she used it on a stretch mark. And basically, our daughter was a couple of weeks late, and she'd rubbed in, throughout her whole pregnancy, she'd rubbed in butters and oils and coconut oils and you know, bio oils, you name it.
Oh yeah.
Remained perfect, perfect until the last 2 weeks, and then it just went all to hell in a handbag because she just got massive inside my wife, and so suddenly she's got all these really bad, nasty tear marks all over, and it looked like minging. And she used baby urine on it, and it's now all but gone, you know, as a result of it. And she's, you know, people go, oh, well, have you compared it to other bits? It's like, well, yeah, she's got other bits of her body that she hasn't put it on, and they're still there. So I would say yes, there's a definite improvement on account of the fact that it's got repairing agents inside it. So that was a success story. So, and it wasn't a surprise to anybody I told it to when I recounted it back to the people who do this and know a lot more about it than I do. And I would say that the reason for that success story spans back to clean urine. You know, when you've got a baby, all she's eating is breast milk. It's not going to be full of burgers and fags and booze. You know, it's not going to be like my urine, which would be foul. Do you know what I mean? So it's the people who do this tend to be clean living vegans that are on a nut and, you know, fruit and veg diet, and have got very, very clean lifestyles to begin with, especially in terms of their diet. And yeah, those are the people that would advocate it. But would I advocate it to you or me? Probably not, because I've got a
I mean, maybe if I've like hydrated myself and I've drank a lot of, you know, I drink water or something, then maybe But
All right,
like,
all right. Everyone can
anyway, yeah,
research.
but let's
Yeah,
change the subject. Shall we change the subject?
Moving swiftly on.
Moving on swiftly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anything, but I wonder even how far are we?
Information from this is probably Gem Panda. I mean, he's told me everything I know about the subject, and speak to him for a bit.
What's that? Sorry.
You're in therapy.
Okay.
Oh, you're in therapy. Oh, yeah. Well, I think Nathan's just taking the piss there.
Probably.
I had to get one of those in.
Yeah.
Already
someone had to say it.
People who would never really admit to it. So, you know, I've already put your cover in for you, Jeremy. It's okay. No one's going to quiz you.
Oh, you're pissing him off now. All right.
I pissed in a bottle on a bus once. That count?
He didn't drink it, so no.
No, I was going on holiday and I got the bus from Nottingham to Gatwick. Fucking hell. It took fucking hours. I think I got on the bus at 10 to 2 in the morning and it got there at about 9:30 or something.
It takes as long as the flight would take to get a bus.
Man, it was
like,
a
from
nightmare. You know what? We went in January and it had snowed really badly, so it took even longer. It took so long. Anyway, where you got on the bus was opposite a nightclub. so me and my mate, let's go in here. So we went and had about 2 or 3 swift pints in this nightclub. Came out, got on the bus. Hey, we're going on holiday. Got about half an hour down the road, absolutely bursting for a wee. So,
what a laugh.
Empty bottle and did it in that.
Those were the days.
Oh yeah, those were the days.
That's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
I think the guitar helped it as well.
That's when they would let you on an aircraft when you were drunk.
Wait, they don't do that anymore.
No.
And belligerent.
I remember smoking cigarettes on a plane. Those were the days.
Yeah.
To get this, the air quality was better when you could smoke on planes. So
yeah,
it reduced the cost for the airlines to recirculate the air quite as often now that they don't have smoking on flights.
Right.
Air quality is below the standard that it was when they had smokers on flights because they had to air so much more. So you get now than you ever did, and it really shows, man. I remember flying, man. I hated flying. It was horrible. I mean, from this perspective, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic and glorious that you can fly at all. But being inside, like the inside of a, I don't know, can of cashew nuts. That's what it felt like, inside a fart can, basically. Just horrible. Just people's farts. That's all you could ever smell. It's horrible.
That's true, isn't it? You do fart a lot on a plane. I know I do.
It's the air pressure.
Makes my flight.
And the inside of your body has to try and get.
And also because almost always an aeroplane flight for me almost always involves a cooked breakfast at some point during the day preceding or immediately preceding the flight. So that means you've consumed it. You usually consume some baked beans. And that helps things along a little bit.
Really?
A little bit.
You can't go on holiday without a cooked breakfast, Nathan. Come on.
I was never flying on holiday. I mean, I'd be flying from one international destination to another international destination. The chances of me having a cooked breakfast in bloody Beijing or somewhere, you're eating duck's feet, deep fried duck's feet.
Right, yeah, I guess so.
That's your breakfast. Like, ugh. I was thinking, that's nothing like a fried breakfast. What's he talking about? But of course, yeah. Most Brits, it's like when you
I've had breakfast on a plane. That was nasty.
Yeah, I've had that several times.
In
the olden days, they used to always give you a meal, didn't they? Even when you were flying to Spain, they used to give you.
Have they given up on that now?
Yeah, you have to buy it now, don't you? You go on EasyJet, you get you pay about £3 for a cheese sandwich, don't you?
Or pressure. No, it's like pressure cooker. They have a pressure
very
cooker.
nice cheese sandwich, Johnny.
Like,
I will give them that.
It's definitely not like that. I mean, it's only like that if you're traveling and it's not necessary to feed you. But I mean, every flight I've been on where you're traveling enough distance for them to require food, they don't let you starve.
No. But on cheap, on a holiday flight to Spain, you always used to get a cooked meal. Well, you don't anymore.
You don't need to be fed in the course of a couple of hours. Come on.
I know, but you always used to get one. I think it used to be a thing, way back when people weren't so used to flying. It was a way to distract them, you know what I mean, by giving them something to eat. And it was kind of part of the thing that you did, Yeah, but it's only really since these, the real low price airlines like EasyJet and Ryanair have come along that really went. But before that, well, perhaps a little bit before that, but before that, yeah, you should get it automatically.
And that was of those meals came when it was EasyJet and Ryanair, and they basically took every single part of the flight and divvied it out into sections. And the flight ended up being £3, but every little bit of baggage check was an extra charge.
Right.
Where Guy, the owner of, I think it was Ryanair, was saying, at some point he joked that they'd charge for using the toilet. And people but yeah, that's what it came to. But yeah, that is the cheap 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour. You don't really need a lunch in that, unless you're some greedy fat Brit. And then you need a
right. But I mean, I guess that's the thing. I mean, it has brought the price down a lot. You know what I mean? You never used, you used to fly to Spain. It would be, £250 or something like that. You can do it for like £30 now.
I've no idea, man. I never used to pay for the flights. I had Merrill. I just phoned up Merrill and went, I need to fly to here. And then she'd sort my ticket out. So I didn't know how much it cost. I had no idea. I just jumped on a flight. And, it's where does this fly from? I'd drive to the airport and then get on the plane. But yeah, I don't know. I assume flying is expensive. It seems like something that should cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I've seen them advertised on the front page of British newspapers. You can fly to Spain for £1 or something ludicrous.
Yeah, crazy things. Although usually when you look into that, it's £1, but then there's a whole load of shit that you have to pay, and that only gets you one way, and then you have to buy the return flight, and that's £70, or something like that. So they usually find a way of sneaking it back up there, to something where they can make money.
Yeah, greedy airliners.
But they don't, they've never made a big margin, that airlines go out of business all the time because they're always sort of operating on the edge, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember doing flights where you could travel. You could get really, I'm sure the flights would be cheap because they were empty. They were I was always flying at undesirable times. It was just when the next flight. So it didn't matter to me if because you're traveling around, you don't care if it's 3 in the morning because it's not
right.
It's only 3 in the morning where you are. Your body 2 in the afternoon. So who cares? Just get on the next flight. But you get on the flight and it'd be a 747. It would be enormous, and there'd be no one on it. And you'd be like, "Wow, there's like 20 people on this flight."
Yeah.
The reason it's like that is because obviously they've dumped all the people that have got on the desirable flight, but the plane's still needed back in China or wherever you're flying to.
Right,
so
yeah.
There, they get to Hong Kong and suddenly there's a whole boatload of people that need to go to their next destination on that flight. But the undesirable flight would presumably be cheap. You've just got to be savvy enough to know how to plan your travel around, getting on a flight at 4 a.m., which I did frequently. But who wants to do that, I suppose, when you're going to Mallorca?
Yeah. Oh, Mallorca. It's been a while.
Mallorca, mate. Mallorca.
Anyway, I've got one question because I'm going to have to. I know my wife's going to get woken up by me talking. Right. So, Jeremy, what's the Gems Panda? What is it? Just explain it to me.
It was a game that I made, and it's kind of, do you remember Tamagotchis?
I know what Tamagotchi is, but I don't remember. I never played with it. So.
Right, it was like a little thing that you had to feed it and care for it. It's kind of like that, but the thing with Gem Pandas was you could breed them. So you get a male and a female together, and you will get babies. And those babies, it had a Mendelian system of sort of based on Mendelian genetics. So it actually has a system of genetics whereby you can get, you know, offspring with rare traits.
That's a new word for me, Mendelian genetics. Can you explain?
Right. Well, Mendel is seen as I think he's Gregor Mendel or something like that. But he was a monk, and he's seen as the sort of the father of modern genetics. He essentially, you know, discovered genes, if you like, because Darwin had, you know, he'd suggested there might be something like that, but basically Darwin believed in this idea of blended inheritance, where you were just sort of taking traits from both parents and just sort of stirring them up effectively, and what came out came out. But what Mendel did was he was able to isolate, you know, dominant and recessive genes, and he did this by repeatedly growing pea plants, which grow quite quickly, and he grew you know, thousands and thousands of these pea plants and noted down various traits from them. And you know, he did all sorts of things, you know, the size of the plant and the color and the shape of the seed and this sort of thing. But you know, the sort of simple way it was explained to me was with the color of the flowers, which he also noted. And what he did was he took a pea plant with a white flower and a pea plant with a red flower and put them together, and as a result he got a pink flower. Now, you know, when he did this a few times, he then got 2 pink flowers and put those together and got offspring from those effectively. And what do you think he got from 2 pink flowers?
Another pink flower?
Well, yeah. There's actually 3 possibilities that he could get from a pink flower, because
if the flower was 2 recessive genes and both of them were 2 recessive genes, then you get another pink flower. If it was 1 dominant, 1 recessive, then you'd get a, let's say, blue.
Exactly that. And he was able to isolate that, and no one knew that until he discovered it, you see. And that's how we began to know about genetics and how genetics works. So anyway, yeah, I based my system on that, and it even had a system of what they call intermediate inheritance, which is effectively that pink flower, where it appears to have a new trait, when in actual fact it's just exhibiting both traits from the parents for the color, you know. So, and those original traits from the parents are actually preserved, and that's what he was able to show, that this genetic information was remaining intact and wasn't just being all mixed together. But because he was actually able to get from the 2 pink plants, he was able to get like a white one or a red one.
Well, a ginger was what I was, sorry to interrupt. That's what I was going to say. Gingers are the perfect example of this, because you can have lines of predecessing parentage that doesn't have ginger hair.
Right.
So you get a ginger, and it's because got 2 parents, one obviously that's not blood relation that comes into that bloodline and has a recessive ginger gene, and then recessive in all the other parentage beforehand, doesn't mean that there's going to be any gingers until you get another one with a recessive gene. Suddenly you have a ginger and the milkman's being blamed.
Yeah. So in Second Life, though, these things can sell for quite a lot of money, you know, hundreds of dollars if you've got enough people playing the game. So yeah, that's what we did, but it never really, we kind of got it released, but there was problems with it, and the guy I had programming it was, he basically, I mean, he literally went nuts. I mean, he went mad.
Nuts. Really?
Oh yeah. He went, you know, he had like a break.
By that Jem means he became a flat earther. So he's probably out here.
No, he did. He went.
Did you drive him nuts?
And then he wouldn't finish it, and I'd paid him £11,000 as well. So.
Well, did he have like too much of a burden on him? And
Well, I mean, I think he was just a lazy cunt, really, more than anything. I think that's his big problem. He was irresponsible and lazy, and I trusted him, and I shouldn't have.
That's sad to hear, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's heartbreaking, because the last thing you want is that you just want to see it working. And
oh yeah, man, because we worked so hard on it, and we got, we'd done the marketing, we got loads of people in the group. We got about 2,500 pre-orders sold. I mean, we was ready to mint it, mate. And all he had to do was make the fucking thing work properly, and it was almost there,
Could have been a millionaire by now,
Oh, fuck it. This is the story of my life, mate. I've been chasing rainbows since I was about 16.
You should see Pete Shea, man. He's been chasing rainbows his whole life.
Have you met before, mate? Have we spoken before? I don't know. I don't recognize.
No, we haven't, no. Okay. Are you a traveling man?
Traveling?
That's a Masonic thing, Nathan. This is Steve Antonios, or Steve Anthony sometimes. And
depending on the weather.
He is he's an acquired taste.
I'm an acquired taste, yes.
But I like him.
It's a good way to put it. Yes.
It doesn't say much.
He has a very, very, very dry wit. Sometimes you won't even realize that whole last hour conversation you had with him was actually a joke.
Oh no, sometimes no. Come on,
but, that does happen with Steve.
Oh yeah, sometimes yes.
What's the traveling man reference? He said, "Are you a traveling man?"
It's the question that Freemasons will ask each other. Well, basically, it's a way of identifying a Freemason. If you go up to someone, you ask them.
That's what people who talk.
And then they have to say,
talk about Freemasons.
The thing is, I think you were in a chat before, and I dropped it in and asked you, and then you said yes, and I was like, aha, you're a Freemason. That's not this. I got you. And then it was some sort of stupid argument about, oh well, I've travelled all over the place. It was just like, fuck. I just asked you a question. You said yes. Like you could have just thought that I was referring to you being a person that travels regularly or travels to different countries or something like this.
Yeah, because I didn't get the Freemasonic reference.
No, you didn't.
I've been asked that a few times.
But haven't you noticed how I just every now and then I'll just drop in on a comment section or something. I'll just say that you're a Freemason. And then you'll be trying to defend yourself and say you're not a Freemason.
All the time. You're struggling with the mute button, sorry.
That's right.
People always accuse me of being a Freemason, or that's just one of a list. I don't want to rattle it on. There's loads of them.
You might bring attention to the fact that you're a Freemason. I understand.
I do think that's a sort of fundamental problem in flat Earth. Is that it sort of it keeps eating itself. If anyone gets pushed to the fore and they're, at the same time, they're automatically under fire. The more popular they become, the more under fire they are.
So if Nathan Oakley became like a kind of like a head honcho for flat Earth, everyone would be like, how did he get to this position?
Well, he is fairly head honcho-y.
Okay, yeah, I suppose.
He's a potato.
He's a potato.
Yeah, he's fully ranked up potato, aren't you, Nathan?
Fully sputted up potato.
Yes.
Being a potato. I like to think the potato heads are awesome, man. I mean, I'm talking about flat Earth and opening up this discussion is pretty cool.
I think the debate is it's good because then it kind of gets people to understand what reality is and what isn't reality, and how do you discern what reality is.
Right, that's what's up, and that's
what is up.
I think that idea that you can develop your discernment in regards to certain information. I've had to do it. I've had to I recognize that I need to, or I had needed to, and I still need to, keep learning about this stuff. If you're gonna, you know, we're gonna make a claim that there's some holes in the game, we should be up to speed with the model proposed. I think there's certain people out here that really exemplify that and understand full well the model and can explain it from either perspective, or at least look at it from a heliocentric model, and then also convert it to be able to see how a flat plane could work. You know, I like that. It's still entertaining both ideas. I have my own opinion on it, but like, you know, people are entitled to their own, you know.
What is the whole? How does Freemasonry become part of flat? Like, what is the? Like,
well, if you got to look at it like this, this Freemasonry topic has been out here since the frickin' 90s, I would imagine, and really, it's just it has culminated into kind of like a catch-all, if not, you know, there's like one of like 3 groups that get blamed for everything. And now, granted, like, you know, there's a case to be made for why people are making those claims, you know, but, you know, everything is conjecture. And so, you know, therefore I recognize that too, but I also entertain the likes of, you know, there's some good presentations, regardless of the Candle Bernie-esque kind of feel of it, from Michael Tsarian. You know, I know a lot of people don't like that dude, but I like some of his stuff, especially on psychology. I mean, that guy I like that guy in that sense, and it's a good breakdown. Like, you know, but to entertain those thoughts, you know, like he talked about like this idea of post-humanism, and, you know, and just all kinds of entertaining, or, you know, not even entertaining, but possible things in regards to certain futuristic technologies. Even.
Yeah, I mean, things that could happen in the future that haven't fully.
Well, you know. Yeah, you were talking about
themselves.
cryogenics. You were talking about cryogenics.
Yes, that could be a thing. But they've frozen people, kind of hedging their bets that in the future there's going to be a breakthrough where they're going to be able to defrost these people and reanimate them, if you will.
Do you believe that?
I think anything's possible.
So check it out. Back to the question we were asking Jem. If you die, right, is it your body that goes into the ground, or is it you?
It's it's you. I mean, it depends on what you mean. What are you putting into the? I mean, if someone's lost a head, obviously, then that's a different question. But it's still their, it's still their body, right? But I mean, if you're putting the body whole intact into the ground, then yes, or into a cryogenic chamber or whatever, then yes, it is. As a whole, yes, it is.
Right.
But if you separate the head from the body, the head is what is you, because that is where all thought comes from.
Yeah, that's actually how my granddad died.
How?
He had his head chopped off.
Oh.
In a baler accident.
Oh, fucking hell, man!
Like a baler on a farm.
No shit.
Oh, jeez. I'm
That's
sorry.
horrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
gosh.
A friend of mine cut his finger off with the fucking brutal shit, man. Ugly stuff. God bless, man.
I stubbed my.
I hate all that shit. I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
I stubbed my toe. Fuck off, Nathan.
I'm glad the injuries are getting slightly less serious.
Yeah, forgive me, guys. I don't want to. Stuff for a lot. Yeah, man. Yeah.
It's all right. Well, I didn't know my granddad. It was actually before I was born. That was. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, you see some terrible shit on Live Leak and stuff like that, don't you?
No, it's disgusting. Yeah, I don't like that shit. You know, gory. I don't like anything to do with like. I like positive stuff. You know.
Yeah.
Once you've seen enough shit, and if you've seen enough shit in your world, you're just like, I'd rather deal with some fucking.
Yeah, like seeing people get sucked into like paper, like news, like paper printing machines and stuff, and just getting totally squished. It's like fucking hell. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, it's not like you can choose which way to go, but I mean, it's like I don't know.
Yeah,
sometimes you got to have your wits about you in that kind of industries and stuff.
Yeah, well, you gotta be careful, I guess.
They have their uses. I've recommended a gore site several times, and I got stick for it once because I recommended it.
Was it best gore?
Yeah, best gore.
Yeah, everyone knows that. I mean,
No,
unless
not
you're squeamish. I mean,
sure, but it's useful if you've got lots of people going, "Oh, this false flag's real." You go, "Okay, well, let's have a look at what their evidence is with this dead body," and then you go to best score and do a side-by-side comparison.
yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. Like you're gonna have people that
I don't even
question
want to
it, and they don't even show these images in the news, or they'll blur them out, and you won't be able to see what's actually going on there. But you can actually see the uncensored pictures on this site, and obviously it's probably a good idea that it's hidden away like that. So the squeamish people
across something like that once, and never again.
I mean, I'll go into it every now and then, but sometimes you're just like, fucking hell, I'm so lucky.
Fuck, it's in your head then. You know what I mean?
But it makes you feel lucky though, and it makes you, if you read the story and you realize how this happened.
That shit is fucking disturbing, man. Like I really, if we, again, problem is that we don't recognize that there's certain things that are disturbing. There's certain things that shouldn't be sought to see. I think.
Well, maybe not for young people, but if you can understand the circumstances and how it happened, then it's good.
I'm glad. Hey, no. I'm glad that it's there so that people can go. You know what I'm saying? Like in that sense. But it's like, I don't really want to talk about any of that madness here. You know what I mean? I don't like that vibes. I don't like it's not my vibes. I just don't like it. But like when you talk to back to your discussion about like Freemasonry and stuff.
Oh yeah, Freemasonry.
You know what I mean? Like the idea of why these entities get blamed.
Oh yeah.
And so I think it's just they're catch-alls for, like we were saying, for all this other dramatic stuff. Now I don't know what's what in regards to that world. I don't make any claims like that. All I know is I find the information that is out there and available to me very fascinating. That's all.
Imagine being a Jewish Freemason NASA employee.
Oh God!
Fuck
your life. That's it.
No. Well, I tell you what, we're not out here maybe, but not necessarily in his work. Maybe he's he's an excellent.
He's really successful and he's got a high-paying job.
He's got a whole community of people around him that support him. And make
like Freemasons
and make it. Well, no, but I'm saying, like, I think of it like look at like Scientology, even like the way they do it, or like the TED conventions, where like you can't leave. You know what I mean? It's like imagine that's and it's all good. People are free to do what they want. I like the 13th Amendment. He says that there shall be no involuntary servitude. That's implying that there is voluntary servitude. So if you want to go servitude style, then you can volunteer into this servitude or that servitude or whatever, which one you want, right?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I used to think that, you just kind of follow on what people say and just, Freemasonry is bad. But when you look into it, it's just all it is a quest for not. It's just kind of like they're kind of giving you the ropes.
That's how I look at it. I look at it like there's information.
And it's almost like rather, you know what I mean? Like if you went and tried to search for the knowledge yourself, it's going to be difficult. But if these people helped you along and everyone helped each other, then you're learning and you're gaining the knowledge, and also all the ceremonies and all this stuff. It's almost intertwining the knowledge into. It's almost like learning by doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not one of them, but I look at it like I don't. It's to each their own, man. They worship, they can worship. They worship.
I mean, I don't know if they're really worshiping it.
I'm just saying whatever whatever it is. But I just look at it like to them, to their, they can worship what they worship. I worship what I worship. But and I think, there is a certain kind of a cosmic law out there that God knows how it works. But there's a certain unveiling, I think, that's happening, and part of it is some of the revelation of any of these entities' sacred knowledge, and their knowledge is sacred.
But I mean, the knowledge doesn't necessarily have to be the kind of stuff that, like the shape of the earth and mathematics and all that stuff. It could just be stuff that can help you get along.
Check this out,
in
man.
day-to-day life and help you get through things a lot easier than someone who doesn't know.
I like the story
about how certain things work. And
I like the story of in Morals and Dogma, when Albert Pike writes about how the adept, he has to fight this Lucifer, and he fights Lucifer, and he slays him, and then after he slays Lucifer, Lucifer turns into the Christ, and says, "Finally, now you're ready." So, you know, this is like the kind of knowledge to me that I find fascinating, whether people want to accept that as literalism or whatever they want to do. Regardless, I find that parable very interesting to me.
I mean, that kind of, but you can take that whichever way you want it, though. It's you can I can't remember the word, but you can take that however you want to perceive it. With that kind of knowledge.
Oh yeah, no, I think of it like once you can, you know, what's against you sometimes is only to make you stronger, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can come up to a challenge and then get past it, and then you realize, holy shit, I've actually done that. That's done. I've done it, and wow, I'm a stronger person because of it.
Yep. A lot of people don't face that, and that's what I think intellectually there's that, and there's also for me, I look at it like in martial arts, like the idea of being able to get better or something to that effect. If I've experienced, I can identify with it in my mind how that correlates. That's all. But somebody else wants to say something?
I was just going to ask what your deal is with Freemasonry. Then are you for it? Are you against it? Steve,
I don't think it's. Well, okay, listen. I don't think it's as. Okay, from what I know, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. Then again, there may be, and I'm not saying there is or not, and I'm just saying that there maybe the knowledge that is gained from Freemasonry can be used for good or bad. It depends on the person and depends on how they use that knowledge. It's almost like a double-edged sword. Knowledge can be used for good or bad. You can use it to deceive. You can use it to help people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's interesting when you were talking about. I'm not going to bring this back onto gore. Don't worry, Easter.
Yeah.
But when you were talking about removing the head and you bury the body, you were saying, well, because it's the head and that's where the knowledge comes from. That's like different. But I would say no. I mean, what's
it's all one thing, and with because you've only used your body, you've kind of come to learn that your body is you, and if you look into like neuroscience and things like that, you realize that there are certain parts of the brain that grow with the body, like say the optical nerve, and the spinal cord, and they just grow with the body. And if you just attached something else to the body would have to learn how to use it. So in that kind of sense, I think the knowledge is gained in the brain, but being able to use a body, the brain has to grow alongside the body to be able to use it, unless there's some new science that comes along in the future where they can manage to get around that or something. Then whatever.
What I was going to say is I view it very differently in terms of what you are not being you or your body or how you utilize your body, but more the things that you do. So what makes me is this conversation, as in the things I actually do.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So once I'm dead, doesn't matter how I'm chopped up, I'll no longer do anything. Therefore, that's the thing that made me, and I'll no longer be doing that.
I mean, okay, so in the way that so because you as you is your body, your entirety is you now, but you could, if you could function without your body and still be able to talk to people, you would essentially just be using your head and talking through a microphone. You know what I mean?
Kind of. There's a movie recently called Chappie, although it's not a new movie. And in the movie, the robot figures out a way of taking consciousness and putting it onto a disc, and then he uploads a couple of human consciousness discs onto robot bodies, which kind of poses well, like you say, if all you are is your consciousness,
that's
what you are as a robot consciousness doing things, is that still you? I would
this is getting quite deep because there's extremes of person, and things like that, and there's hormones and things that go on that can almost amplify certain personalities within a body, within a brain, within a person, and and make you think certain ways. So it depends on the chemical balance and all that stuff, I think. And essentially your brain is just working on chemicals that are chemical reactions in your brain, and what's going on around you. You'd have to make it an extremely kind of balanced environment. It's difficult to gauge what you is, you know what I mean? Because there's all this stuff going on. I guess until you've actually grown up and got to the point where all those hormones and puberty and all that stuff's gone past, then you can actually kind of get to this point where you're trying to figure out what you are.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but beyond that, I say, understanding what you are is for me recently is a realization of that you're capable of doing things, and that's what being is, the actual doing. And it seems like a lot of life's patterns are designed to get you into exactly that, a pattern where you kind of don't really do anything. You kind of born, live and die, and nothing happens in between for a lot of most people. And what you are, what we have is a really precious gift. Being is amazing. To see life as wonderful. I'm not an eternal optimist, but I just do see that just being is a fantastic thing. But most people don't. Most people are worried about their tax bill.
I mean, most people they just do. They just do. They just act. They just do whatever it is, whatever what's going on in their mind right now. They just do. And it's almost like that quote. I can't. I'm not going to say it verbatim, but it's almost like you've got to sit. Life's moving so fast that you have to sit around, and you can see everything moving past you. It's almost like you're not really. You're just acting and you're just doing straight away. That's what's expected of you. But if you just sit down and watch what's going on around you, it's crazy. Something along those lines. Probably got it totally wrong. No, I got it totally wrong. I know that. Yeah. I think it's amazing that we can think about this sort of stuff. Probably didn't get much time to think about it, back then. Maybe the only people that got to think about it were philosophers and people.
What's tough too is that this whole conversation, I mean, imagine what the conversation was happening, or what was really being talked about with all those people that died going to war during World War I, World War II. We don't know. We have no bearing of a history. Everyone I know that's older joined the military, right? So everyone's got this kind of a family bias to the perspective where I look at it it's the principle. And that's something I respect about the men and women of the armed forces and all that shit, is because they know that I have the most respect for them. You know what I mean? And they know the oaths that they've taken, and there's men that take those oaths very seriously. And even if they don't like somebody, they would know that to respect, the principle of, I may not like what you're saying, but I'll fight for your right to say it, so that you have a space, so that you have a voice. And that's the principle that I think of really is the notion now. It's a grand principle that can easily be wiped away by the fact that the Magna Carta and all those documents may not be as what we think they are.
What about the other side of that?
What's that?
What about the other side?
What other side?
Okay, so you joined the army. Who are you fighting against?
What do you mean?
Like the enemy. What do they think? Do they think similar?
No, I would imagine if you're joining the military, you're just doing what is asked of you of your country. That's all. You're going to do whatever it is that you're asked to do. That's what's honorable about those guys. Is they go in there and and I feel bad for them because all their their friends that they've made may be dealing with horrible situations because of what they went through, and I respect them fully, and I wish that the hospitals and everyone took care of them better. And I regardless of our differing political opinions, maybe I would hope that those gentlemen get their due because of what they did for the country.
Okay, so what about World War II though? Would they have had a similar?
I'm saying, yeah, I don't know, but I know that if we're willing to look into the history, we don't know what they were talking about. And I guess this is my point: is that those gentlemen back then may have been thinking, much more. They may have had a much better education. They may have been much more savvy in regards to history and like contracting and how to deal with one another. And they may have been talking about the shape of the earth.
I mean, okay, so like in World War II, Germany was kind of in a position of economic downturn, mainly because of World War I. And so they were kind of in a position where they were fucked, like economically. And
well, forgive me, start again.
World War I, Germany.
Right. Okay.
And so, I think it's almost a bit like a game of musical chairs, right? If you've lost your chair, you're out, right? This is where Germany was,
no.
And this is where they felt.
I understand the political.
Yeah.
I understand the political climate.
No, it's not political. I mean, it's more like like just you and me. Like people were poorer, like considerably poorer than anyone else in any other country, and what they could do, and so they felt like they had no choice. They felt like they were kind of like, we need to choose someone who can fight for us. It turned out it was just him.
Look,
he wants to be evil,
brother.
Yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but like even regardless, then I would have to like just note for logical reasons, like, hey, we really don't know what happened back then, and especially in regards especially in regards to political natures, as we all know and should be aware of, that the winner writes the history.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I understand. I have looked into some of that stuff as to why. I mean, even they had hyperinflation. You know what I mean? It was horrible. I'm not trying to get into those. I'm not trying to have that conversation, because that inevitably winds up back where you're back to your catch-all, right? You're back to your catch-all. The Jews is what you got to bring up next, and then now you're in that conversation. And like,
I'm not going to bring up the Jews.
Well, no, but you see what I'm saying? No, listen what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't
bring up the Jews, dude.
Well, no. But I'm saying certain people will in their concept. They don't, and I don't want to go there. But like,
I'm just saying
we don't know what
the economic situation, the political situation, got it to the point where they had to vote for this person because this person was saying the right things which triggered them. Until he done the bait and switch and then said, "Oh, the Jews did it. The Jews did it."
Yeah.
And
he was the Time Man of the Year also.
Oh, he wasn't he? He was on the fucking magazine.
You know what I mean? I know, man. Have you ever seen the Coca-Cola swastika?
No.
Oh, dude, there's a fucking ad from Coca-Cola. Dude, that's what they allegedly. This is why they made. Here, I'll show it to you. I'll pull it up.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and actually another thing, I'll pull up.
I'm googling it. I've got it. All right, it's got a little handle at the top of it, right?
And I want to put up what else too? Was it?
You can show it.
Hold on. British. Yes. Yeah. 1812. Okay, so let's see if I can find this. Yeah, so I will do. Now, granted, someone might want to come along and say any number of things about it. Saying I don't know what they want to say, but yeah, let's check it out.
How the fuck did we get to this? This is almost like this is just a drunken brain crawl, It
is a bit like
three blokes got back from the pub, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm just saying like this. This shit's crazy.
I wonder if a shark could fight a man.
Maybe.
I really love you, Steve. I really love
you, Jeremy. Love you, Nathan.
You guys can see this?
You're a great one person, Nathan and Jeremy. You're a great person.
Yeah. This is the British East India Company flag right here. And what do you call it? Yeah.
You're not sure where oh have
in
you
bottles.
Is there a link?
5 something, 55 cents
on the screen.
Yeah.
If you look at what I'm presenting.
You ain't even sharing, man.
Yeah, I think I am.
You're not sharing.
Let's see.
You may be extremely high right now, I say. You may be experiencing extremely
And
high
then you got
altitude.
the,
right now.
Yeah.
Basically, you just type in Coca-Cola swastika on Google. You get a swastika thing, which is kind of red, kind of rusty.
Well, no, check it out. I could see where someone would want to say this is doctored. If you wanted to go there with it, I would have to say, okay, maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm saying like there's, I mean, I think they did business. I'm just saying that the.
No, we know America did business. We know
Hitler
the
was
Standard Oil and all
Hitler
this
was
stuff.
yeah, and this is the British East India Company flag as it's laid up until 1812.
Yeah. Yeah, we know there was a lot of Nazi sympathizers in America at the time of the war.
That
and all
sucks.
that.
Wasn't sharing? Damn.
No, you're not sharing.
That's crazy. Man.
Meh.
Oh shit.
Are you sure you're screen sharing?
Yeah, no, I'll try to make sure of it.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah. Oops. Ready?
Hold on. What the hell? Okay, I got one of the. Okay, I'm just going to share. Am I sharing? I don't know. I'm just going to type in stuff. Sharing.
So
one.
That sucks. So it's not presenting at all, huh? Oh well.
Boom.
I want to get into
okay, here we go. We go images. Is it this thing?
Where you at? Yeah.
That the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's legit or not. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Just
if you
saying.
look up, also too, look up British East India Trading Company flag, 1812. I just find it interesting, like when people talk about, I don't know, their flag is interesting, and it's as late as 1812.
Well, the swastika is it's a
crap.
It's an ancient
No,
symbol.
1933. He was the Time Man of the Year. Like
It's like an ancient Hindu symbol.
This is it's to do with Ursa Major, I believe, right? So like, but the original thing I was just like to point out is to go down that road, and I don't want to go down that road. And forgive me for even bringing these images up.
That's right.
But just to clarify that just to make the case that it was, like you were saying, that Hitler was brought into power at that particular time, and everyone was working with them, and regardless of that, we don't really know what the fuck happened. And my point is that a lot of people died during that time, and we don't know what they were talking about. We don't know what was on their what they were curious about, like the conversation of the shape of the Earth. That may have been a very contentious.
Hitler was probably a flat earther.
Well, like I said before, did I not mention Joshua Slocum? Like they were debating this, in 1908, as late as 1908. It's fascinating. It's a sad thing that we don't have these conversations. Whoops.
Well,
we are doing.
Do you think
Yeah,
Isaac
sure.
Newton was
I'm happy
helping?
for it.
Who was Isaac Newton helping during the war? And how did Werner von Braun? What were his equations on creating the V1 and V2 rocket?
I don't know, but I know he has on his gravestone the Psalms that talks about the firmament, right?
What?
On his gravestone, Werner von Braun has the Psalms 19:1, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Yeah, and it talks about the firmament.
So, do you think that could be because he wanted to create an intercontinental ballistic missile? and
no
he
idea.
couldn't do it because he didn't understand how it worked. So whenever he created a rocket that he thought could go outside of the atmosphere, it couldn't because he didn't have something, he didn't get something worked out. So it just went up, and then kind of it appeared as if it kind of it got to a certain altitude and it couldn't get any higher, and it came back down.
I couldn't catch all that. I was too busy looking. We might be
Okay, well, stop looking at stuff and listen to me, all right?
Hold on one second. I just want to say this. Yo, shout out to everybody for listening. I'm gonna shout out the chat real quick, just because I usually.
Yeah, can I do it? Can I do one thing first, though? Can I
What's
do one
that?
thing though?
Yo.
Shout out to Shroomy.
Yeah, shout out to Shroomy.
Thank you very much.
Shout out to Shroomy.
Captain Bullshit, Twitwit. What's up, Reptilian Overlord? Let's see. Yay. John Curley. And who else we got? 444 The Truth. Mr. Drobot, Test Vision, Drunken Gem. John Curley, Spectre Clouseau. Hello, thank you for coming. Spectre Clouseau. I used to love the fucking I used to love that shit. So funny. What else we got out there? Carlene McLean, Muscle Car, Rock Lover. Yeah. Cat's Eyes, rock and roll. Shout out to Cat's Eyes. And Channel Q, thanks for coming in earlier. Jed Skeptic Media.
Hey, Jed.
Oh, yo, and Jed, to answer your question, yes, I did. Long before then. You know, he's asking me if I had looked into Islam before or after 9/11. And I was before, probably like in 95. Yeah. Old boy. Old boy Mondo. There's all kinds of people out. Jovan Tremaker. Word up. All right, guys. So carry on, man. Forgive me for interrupting. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'm going to finish it off. The seeker after the truth is not one who studies the writings of the ancients and following his natural disposition puts his trust in them, but rather the one who suspects his faith in them and questions what he gathers from them, the one who submits to argument and demonstration and not to the sayings of a human being whose nature is fraught with all kinds of imperfection and deficiency. Thus, the duty of the man who investigates the writings of scientists, if learning the truth is his goal, is to make himself an enemy of all that he reads, and applying his mind to the core and margins of its content, attack it from every side. He should also suspect himself as he performs his critical examination, so that he may avoid failing into either prejudice or leniency. Thank you, everybody, for coming by, and I'll let the chat roll out.
Thanks, Isa. Good show, man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we're still rolling. We're still live.
Good show. We're still rolling.
Yeah.
We're still rocking. We're still we're rocking. Yeah. Why am I still presenting? Am I presenting?
I don't know. Hold on. Yeah.
No, unpresent me. Can you unpresent me?
Yes.
Oh wait, there we go. Boom. Done it. I did it myself.
Hang on. Nice. Yeah, I think we may have 5 minutes. Go ahead, brother.
What I was saying is you were talking about Werner von Braun,
right?
Referring to the firmament in a Bible verse
on his gravestone.
On his gravestone. Do you think that could be due to I don't know what he's observed and what he came up to
his whole career doing?
His whole career was creating rockets, and he wanted to create a rocket that could leave the Earth's atmosphere. He created the V2, which did it.
Right.
It did,
and did he, or did he have to relent maybe? And
maybe there was something.
Hold on, and concede that he couldn't for political purposes, right?
Maybe. Well, I mean, maybe there was something that he had missed out during his, I guess, his kind of quest for knowledge. He was kind of working by doing. What he was doing. He was doing. So he was learning by doing, essentially, just thanks to working with the Nazis and stuff like that. I guess he was learning by doing. So that was his quest for knowledge, and so he had got to this point where he had created a rocket, but he couldn't get past a certain threshold in the Earth's atmosphere. Like, kind of as you go further and higher up, he couldn't get past it. He didn't know what it was. But maybe that's why he referred to that verse, because he couldn't get higher than what he perceived to be a firmament, but it was essentially what it was a limit to his knowledge.
No, he's the one who like helped them get to the moon, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So he knew full well, or would have known full well, what the capacity or the ability was versus what maybe something else that had happened. He would know full well, and that's why maybe he implied as much when he put that psalm on his gravestone, maybe feeling remorse for it. Who
Maybe
knows,
he's just a Christian who, you know, worked in space, so needed a Christian verse that referred to, you know, space.
Well, hold on. Let's read the verse, right? It's Psalms.
Wait. Okay, so wait. Werner von Braun, how long did he live? Did he live to see the moon landing? Or
yes.
He lived to see the moon landing?
Yes.
He was I believe he was a part of it.
Maybe he's just referring to the firmament as in how far we can actually travel with the technology they had. That they have at the time, the only thing that they could basically the firmament. You could extend the firmament out to the moon and say we can only travel so far. Humans ourselves, that is the firmament. We can only travel to the moon. Out. That's it.
So it goes like this: the heavens declare, and check it out. We've looked up the Hebrew for firmament too. It means a shield. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth His handiwork. You know, and right now they can't even get through it with the Orion stuff, right? They admit they can't get through it with a human. You know, and all I'm trying to say is that like there's room for questions in that regard. I'm not the one to raise those issues. There's someone out there else.
That's not true, actually. They stated, they didn't admit, they stated that.
Was it under notary seal?
It's just you guys, according to you guys, it's like NASA have no like PR department or anything like that. They just have a sort of mopping up the mess department who constantly release statements admitting to various things, because you guys always precede everything said by NASA with the words they admitted it.
Well, let's make it telemetry data.
They stated it. They didn't.
Okay.
Let's make it.
Listen,
say, every time we bring up NASA, we should say, okay, telemetry data.
The firmament could be a metaphor for just we do not have the knowledge to get to that or to get to this place. So that could be what the firmament is. It could be a metaphor for the lack of knowledge that we have at this current point in time.
I think you're a metaphor for lack of knowledge.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. No, I'm just saying that we could be... The knowledge that we have can only get us so far. Once we acquire more knowledge, we can go further.
Right, just like optics, because it's flat and you can't see the fucking...